Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
dile Unagila dile Unagila Unagila dile Sagane Unagila dile Unagila Genale Kadadile
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space for the Saturday Showdown. I'm Atlas. I am on Hooney's space alongside Chronicler here as we look to get into it. And on paper, we thought that today's Saturday Showdown may not necessarily be the most exciting, but I actually think that this is going to be extremely competitive between these two squads. Liv Sandbox struggling a lot, and DRX actually finding their way back in, which is why I predicted DRX for this one, the only one out of all of us to do so. Am I insane, guys? Am I crazy?
I don't think you're insane. I do think it's favored towards Sandbox, and I do know that as much as I love Sandbox, you have a similar innate distrust, because they need to be balanced in all things, and we do that very nicely. But Sandbox have been struggling, and their meta reads haven't looked as good, the cohesion hasn't looked as good, they kind of lost their identity as a team, and DRX, while they still, I think, will struggle, have looked better and better.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. Like, I think whatever they shown the performances like from the last week, even 2 weeks ago from the Liv Sandbox, it's lower than expectation, 100%. So, yeah. I mean, I think it's really fair to say the DRX, but I still predicted the Liv Sandbox because I still believe them. They could secure the playoff. So I feel like our mindset is gonna be just like a little bit easier.
Yeah, they actually do have that slight advantage when it comes to like. They no longer have to worry about Bro catching up. Yeah. And that was put to bed yesterday, so a sigh of relief could perhaps bring it here for Liv Sandbox. But let's have a look at this. DRX in need of an unbreakable spirit versus the Sandstorm. Liv Sandbox looking to regain momentum. Yeah, the Sandstorm needs to be kicked up again. It's been good weather in the desert, and we're going to need to like talk to whoever produced Mad Max Fury Road to really get one of those big old sandstorms.
I really thought you were going to go to Darude Sandstorm, and I'm disappointed in you now. You don't want to do that? Okay, well, yeah. I do like Fury Road. It's true. Sandbox, as I mentioned previously, to me are one of the teams that, as the weeks have progressed and our good teams have gotten better and better, KT is a great example of this, have not been able to keep up with the rest of the pack. I do still think they're decently ahead of our non-playoff teams, and then they lost to Kwangdong. And then it was like, oh boy.
I mean, it's really important, especially they're gonna be in playoff really soon. They have to bounce back right here.
Yeah, and as we can see, these are the round 2 match results for both of these squads, and they're the same. As far as match score, these are the same results that we've been seeing. Of course, being able to take a game from Kwangdong Freaks means that the differential advantage is 1 game for Liv Sandbox. That's it. That's the difference between DRX in 9th place and Liv Sandbox in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this is like this is the main reason why we say like they're actually underperforming, and our expectation was way higher because their round 1 was much better.
And most notably, even when they lost, they generally lost 2-1. But they've had a lot of 2-0 losses to a lot of their other playoffs competitors, and that to me is the biggest indicator, as well as just looking at the team. As to why they really worked for their performance here today.
Yeah, and also why we need to make sure that they have a better performance. But in the loser interview, a part of it is on us not being able to keep up with the meta, and this is where I kind of wanted to go. It used to be easy to pick the champions that we wanted, but it's difficult. And I think that it's not even necessarily the champions, it's how Liv Sandbox are playing around how the game is currently played, and this focus on the single target pick CC and win team fights that way type situation hasn't been something they've jumped on board with.
Yeah, I mean, I slightly agree like what he said, because like also in the draft that like everyone's starting banning like Irelia, Akali, Silas, like from the closer champion that who actually making the play from the mid. And also I think at the same time, like right now, I think Envy and Kyle, like especially the Botio, they're performing like kind of like a little bit, like they gotta step up.
Yeah, they're really struggling, and Envy not being the biggest carry, I think this team can kind of work around because he has been very middle of the pack for the entirety of the split. With some better moments, some worse moments. But Kael not performing, to me, is the biggest reason of why this team is failing right now, because they relied on him both this year and last year so much. And with him looking lackluster, I think if he doesn't refine his mojo, this team will continue struggling.
They will. Let's have a look at the DRX side of things, though, because DRX, this is the squad over the years, right? And over the season. And Juhan coming in, Croco then swapping out. It's been a bit of a rotisserie, and we haven't seen squads like this for quite some time here in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, kind of assuming today, like trying to give some more chance to get Pleta, like just in case he can play like later and just like get more confidence playing on the stage. And I think that's the key.
Yeah, we also saw, as mentioned, Sandbox are already in. DRX are also already eliminated. So
yeah.
they are not under pressure anymore. They just need to try and figure out what will be better for summer. Because for teams like Nongshim, you know, being in the bottom place, like it's unfortunate, but it's okay. For DRX, can't have that happen in summer.
You can't. But let's have a look at what's happened in round one. Because, of course, this is where the stats get a whole lot better for Live Sandbox. Because this was their first matchup, and this was when Live Sandbox were looking so much better.
Yeah, that's Huni Jace right there.
Well, I mean, my Jace was already banned, so I can't even play.
Yeah, you can't relate, because in your game, it wouldn't be here.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course. Or I'm going to be playing Rumble.
Okay.
I mean, anyway, I think to go back, it's the same thing. Like, especially also Bertle, like, I didn't really point it out, but, like, his laning phase was much better in round one compared to round two. And this is the like really good example, like how he was like actually dominating the like top laner and just be able to like almost a solo carry. Like this is like one of the whole season in the 2023 LCK Spring, one of the most dominant games from the top lane.
And it also ties into the struggles that the Sandbox is facing, which is that after they started dropping games, most notably the Nongshim series, it seems like the players haven't really regained confidence. We know how much Bertle relies on this, is a very emotional player, has struggled in the past with high pressure situations. And then add to that to the fact that what used to be their really stable win condition core in Willer and KL have not been able to link up nearly as well. And you get a little bit worried, right? Because in round one, this matchup wasn't particularly close.
It wasn't. There were some interesting times to be had across the rift, to be perfectly honest. Some of these drafts were also a little bit suspect. But I do think that Live Sandbox, especially through Bertle's power on that top side of the map, which I don't know where that Bertle came from in that game. It's been a long time since we've seen triple solo kills onto Rascal from any player, but it happened this time around. It was just, it was an odd series, and one that I'm very interested in seeing the rematch of. Especially with the slightly updated rosters that we have for today's game as well.
Well, I think that personally, like if I want to say, if I'm like let's say coaching for like LSB, like they just gotta keep it up like from the just lane phase. So like they get a better choice, they get a better option. Like it's gotta be just easier to play for them.
Yeah, and I think that Live Sandbox might get the first dragon. What do you guys think?
Safe bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of this, of course, flows from the fact that DRX are already getting pummeled in lane pretty heavily, bot lane most notably, with Beryl looking better but still underperforming to what we've seen of him recently. So actually contesting any bot side objectives becomes very hard, and I love that this is the key player matchup because Rascal has started off the split very rough and has just been trending upwards, and for Bertle, it's kind of the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be also those two top laners at the second most solo kill top laners as well. Like, I think today's gonna be bleeding on top lane.
Yeah, and I think that this is a perfect opportunity for Rascal to get his revenge, and another opportunity for Bertle to show that he does have that consistency, which we have been discussing over and over again. But as you can see, it was a bit of a last-minute change for me moving over to DRX. I am feeling a little bit more nervous now, having seen which rosters are going to be taken to the Rift, because I think Doctarm, when he's performing well, is much better than what we've seen from Pleta, both in Challenger and here in the LCK, and that makes me worried for this DRX prediction.
So if you have a chance to change right now, would you change?
No, I couldn't. I have to commit. I have to commit to my free week.
The one upside is that the DRX roster in Challengers actually has been doing way better, and I think Pleta was extremely nervous in the previous matches that he played, so maybe that'll be enough to get you there.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see how I go, but let's have a look at the horoscope here, because predictions, very, very difficult. So we are going to get the Uribank horoscope of the day. Even when hardships arise, there will be no major blockage in your way. Problems will come with solutions, so do your best today. For Micro, interesting. Ryu's side, you have to put extra work near the finish line. You may win small and lose big.
I like Micros more. Micros,
yeah, I was very a lot of positivity though.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I also like the Ryu thing too, because like they make a guarantee the playoff, and this win will be bounced back for them. Like imagine they lose against DRX. I think it's just like the vibe, the flow. They will just lose themselves.
Well, that is true, actually. There is a lot under the line if they do lose this. So Ryu says that we will put an end to the losing streak. We'll see whether they can, man. I'm actually so hyped for this matchup.
Yeah.
And do you know what we need to do now? We need to throw it to the intro and then get over to the casters so we can actually get into it. Let the Saturday Showdown begin. Let's go.
DRX needed to change something. Juhan is in.
Doctom changes the atmosphere.
As Rascal picks up another one. That's a solo kill for him this time.
Great game here from DRX, and every time the doubters come out for Live Sandbox.
I don't know what it is with this team, but they've won another series. Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown. Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we are getting into DRX versus Live Sandbox. Should be a fun matchup given the fact that Live Sandbox on a little bit of a free fall. Hoping that they are looking a little bit better today, but DRX are out for blood, Wolf.
DRX have their own goals, right? They did not make it into playoffs, but they want to have a strong finish here in round 2. To get that team atmosphere ready for what is going to be a long off-season preparing for LCK's summer. And so it is an important matchup for them. There's a lot of revenge potentially to be had here because the top lane matchup, which we'll be taking a closer look at later, is so interesting as it was great for Birdall in the early season. He is on the decline, and Rascal is definitely on the up and up.
Definitely on the up and up, and they're going to need him tonight if they are going to have any chance against Live Sandbox. As we take a look at the standings, Live Sandbox, as was mentioned by our lovely pre-show, the Hooney pre-show, Live Sandbox did get into playoffs. They did clinch that spot. And DRX are just going to be looking to force them into 6th seed, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, for Live Sandbox here, you're trying to use the last few matches to regain form because stage fright and stage anxiety for some of these players has definitely been a huge problem, in particular the top side of the map. So playing these matches that have less pressure on them and trying to focus on good shot calling on stage, I think is definitely going to be the key here. As I mean, this is the reason why this matchup is kind of exciting, because Live Sandbox unsteady, DRX raising expectations here a little bit, because we have seen some glimpses of DRX's power here in their last few matchups that we expected to see early on in the season. It didn't come into fruition until too late, but the momentum is definitely in their favor right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only a matter of time to find out if it will be enough to overcome these guys, as Both Juan and Pleta will be starting today. How will they synergize against Willer and Envy? As we know, this meta nowadays is very much dependent on your bottom lane and on your jungle, so I think that making a switch like this is not just... To me, it doesn't feel like just a one-to-one thing, because there's just so much value in these spots in the rosters for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, and I think that I definitely favor Live Sandbox going to this matchup in particular in the bottom 2v2, but we'll take a closer look at that, as this is the matchup where we did see Birdall solo kill Rascal 3 times with the Jace here in that first meeting of these two teams 4 times in a row. And now, will we see revenge, right? Because Birdall, unfortunately, looking much weaker at this moment in time than he did earlier on in the season. Fan predictions here, 2/3 to Live Sandbox. Unsurprising, considering they are the stronger team. So Bank Derby signs are out.
Only the signs. Yeah, DRX, I think the fans not giving them enough credit. You know, I think there's a reason why Atlas did go for the pred on DRX, and I think that a couple of us, not going to name any names, we're considering even changing it as well.
Yeah.
But a lot of us went with the quote-unquote safe pick of Live Sandbox given their current standings. But I think today could get very fun, and it could get very rowdy. And these two teams, you know, Live Sandbox, not necessarily playing the cleanest League of Legends. DRX the same. Maybe they come in here with some interesting picks.
Yeah, I do see a world where, especially considering that we have T1 later on tonight, we see some crazy picks in general today. But it's a team that has Pleta on the starting lineup a second time now. A very risky decision here, considering that the Envy bottom lane here has looked much stronger. And Barrel, arguably the weakest support across the LCK this season. So you're laning into Envy and Kyle. And as we take a look at Live Sandbox here, I think a lot of people have been critical of Envy at the beginning of the season and at the end, as Flash and their bank sponsor here as well. And I feel like, for me, I'm critical of his positioning on setup for team fights, sometimes getting caught in team fights, but his laning phase hasn't really been a problem since that fateful D plus Kia series, right? Very early on in the season. And when you're laning against Barrel, you feel very confident. When you're laning against Barrel and Pleta, Ducktom's not even there. I hope that we do see maybe some strong side priority here for DRX going into this series, because if you're playing Zeri, Lulu into this Envy Kyle lane and they get the Punish lane, if they have a Karma lane, they have a Varus lane, an Ashe lane, you are going to have a hard time. Even a Draven lane could be a huge issue.
Yeah, definitely could be. And we're going to take a look here at the key player matchup, which is the mid lane. Both of these players, absolutely, for their squads, have been stepping it up over the course of this season, I would say. Although it feels like Fade is staying steady, where Closer nowadays is having some problems, Wolf.
Certainly true. And I think a lot of that has been Closer and the team just not communicating as well as they did early on the season. It seems to be a confidence issue. And I like how you put it, because Fate has been the strongest player on this roster consistently throughout the season. Might argue that Rascal has looked better in recent games, but I think when we talk about form from day one to where we are now here in week 8, it's been Fate. And if Closer slips up even a little bit here, that consistency might roll him over.
Yeah, especially if we are just blind picking an Akali or something like that. Which is, Ryu had something to say after their last loss, which was, seems like we just don't have a good grip on the meta. In the past, we just used to be able to pick stuff we're comfortable with. Just pick up the Zeri Lulu and handshake it and get through lane and do that. But times are a-changing, Wolf.
They really are.
If you can't keep up, that's going to be a big problem. They need to have gone back to the drawing board and really taken a look at their drafts and prepared something new for this matchup. Because even though they're in playoffs, you don't want to go in on like a 7-loss streak,
Definitely not. That is what we've talked about so much for teams that have qualified for playoffs early across LCK seasons, but then had their form plummets at the end. And it makes them, look less strong going into a best of 5. It hurts your confidence going to those best of 5s. Looking pretty confident right now is Envy in the pre-draft comms here. DRX on blue side going into this series, so having first pick priority is pretty huge, especially when you consider all of those strong picks like Annie, the Sejuani, the Ashe. And now that the meta has really focused in so much on chain CC and trying to get those single target picks, the Sejuani pick feels so incredibly strong. Let's break the losing streak.
Jesus.
Like, break it
What
really
is
hard.
that? Is that the sandstorm? Is that like knocking on the wall?
Actually, DRX had side selection, so I mentioned they were blue because I assumed that was going to be the case, but they're actually going to choose red side, Valdez.
Wow.
That is a surprise, to be sure, in this meta. But you know who it favors? Rascal. That's the angle of attack here. You're not going to try to win bottom lane here with your Barrel Pleta duo against Envy Kyle. That's not your focal point. You want to crush the weak member here of Live Sandbox, who has crumbled under the pressure, and give Rascal an opportunity to do so. And this is why Live Sandbox are taking away those red side flex picks.
Yeah. They're also going to take away Jace, which was what Birdall used against Rascal very nicely in their last matchup to get those 4 solo kills. So not going to allow that to be a counter pick, or nowadays, I mean, Jace is just so flexible, as you mentioned. You can kind of just put it anywhere, but if they wanted to utilize Rascal on that pick, they could have, as even Renekton going to be taken off the board.
He will be removed here, so 3 of the most flexible red side picks gone right now, and the Annie has to be banned. The Ashe is taken away, and we'll see if Sejuani will also match here, or if we'll see something like an Elise get taken off the board, a Caitlyn. And this is something that we have seen find less success as of late, the first pick Caitlyn, but you know you're playing it into Pleta and Barrel, and they are not going to let it through. So now you can pick the Lucian if you want to crush lane, because guess what? With the handshakes we've been seeing with these champions removed, that is still the most common way, and I really worry if DRX are thinking they're going to win this with a Zeri Lulu here with Pleta and Barrel. Okay.
Zaya Rakan not banned.
Yeah.
This seems to be the new way. The new handshake. Yes, that's Rakan.
Yep, they can pick the Rakan here and a jungle pick. They don't need to lock in the Zaya right now since the Lucian is already locked in. So it's like DRX really considering this very hard. Almost like they had no expectation that Envy would play the Lucian here, even though he had a great start to the season on it. And it's the matchup I'd opt for. I'd be looking to play Lucian in this area if I'm playing against Pleta and Barrel. As some time being spent here, the Sejuani. Yeah, like the Sejuani is the strongest pick here. Now, alternatively, Wukong can be used very well defensively against hard engage, and they'll opt into that.
Yeah, it can work pretty well as well to layer some CC alongside of Rakan in terms of the true hard engage, but I mean, Sejuani felt like kind of the toppest tier, like the #1, but it's just going to be entirely ignored in this draft as Vi comes through and Nami is a given.
Yep. We'll see the Zaya come through here now too, since these duos are locked to their support. So if you don't take Zaya here, you've got a pretty useless Rakan lane that you have locked in. We could have seen potentially Live Sandbox, take something else rather than the Vi pick. We could have seen something like an Azir lock in, but that means that, and I think that's very rarely viable because they can just take Akali, but because you've opted into Rakan Wukong, they can't get the Akali there. They have to get Zaya, to then subsequently ban the Akali, which has looked weaker. DRX is going to put the focal point on this Ahri instead because of the Vi synergy there, and the pick potential this draft is already put together.
I think that's fine. There's already a lot of top bans and probably more to come here from Live Sandbox. So you can just take away closers' top picks. We'll see if he takes away a Silas here.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of teams target closers, Aurelia in particular, as this is trying to bait out an Azir ban for sure. I think it's a realistic option considering Renekton's already gone, Jace is already gone, Gragas is gone. You could just ban it and say, I'm not playing that game with you. See if they're willing to do it, as alternatively, you're really just putting your focal point on what you think Rascal's playing here topside with counter pick available. It's hard to pick him out. They'll just take away the Lee Sin. And that's a different way to target Rascal.
I guess that is true respect of Rascal's top Lee Sin.
Yeah. Well, I don't think this indicates they're planning on playing Gnar, because that Silas is still up. Pretty interesting choice, to say the least. As there's the Azir. What a shocker. that they would just take this one instead.
Yeah.
That was on my Rui horoscope, is you leave Azir up with the Kali band, it will be picked.
Yeah.
That's what I read this morning. I cracked up my Wuri, horoscope, cup of coffee, and I was like, wow, they really will pick Azir today. That's what my horoscope said.
And I guess we're just going to blind pick Gnar. I mean, they already banned 5 top champions. Obviously, some of those can be flexed. Veigar, we saw Showmaker pick this up. We didn't even really get to see its power because it just got through, very easily. But it's not going to be Veigar. It will be Talia.
And with all of these answers set up here for the Gnar, banned away, they're going to go deep down into the champion pool of Rascal. And consider the Yasuo here. Some of these knockups. Okay. All right. Thought, okay, we're going to have a weird conversation about Yasuo, but I guess we're going to have a weird conversation about Azir top here instead. As I know Huni is clutching onto something tightly right now. We know how he feels about the Azir into the Gnar. Now, it may be that we see the Sylas top here too, and this is something that is much less common and very difficult to play out because Sylas is a melee champion. Gnar in mini Gnar can harass him and get some hyper procs off, and Vi could play around topside here. The bottom lane is pretty self-sufficient. We are also playing into the Talia, which has seemed so popular right now with this Azir in mid, where the shoves can be a big issue. But you don't want to play into that as Sylas either. They just wanted so badly to be able to hijack Gnar's ultimate that they forced this in the draft.
It's very valuable, and although we have seen some teams try to do it and somewhat fail with it, I think that you've got it in the hands of Rascal. It's your R5. I would like to, start off and give him some credit and see if he can pull it off in some of these team fights. As you mentioned, the laning phase early on especially is not going to be fun for him. But if he can get through it, could be a fun time. The fan pulling out the Duck Dom sign, that was kind of sad.
Maybe he'll be pulled out for game 2. We saw him subbed in mid-series. Last time Paletta was on the Rift. I gotta say the scaling here for the side of DRX is pretty insane. Between the Sylas that can obviously scale up to a very strong mid to late game, the Azir there, and the Xayah that is basically broken right now, versus a Lucian composition that isn't going to find the same success later on.
Will you surprise me? Lovely, cute,
cool.
Sandbox.
Envy.
Best something envy. Wow. Okay. These fans are, they're evolving, Wolf. Somebody used a moonstone.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. It's time, Valdez. Going to game number 1 of our Saturday showdown. I say that, but then I've gotten the update. We have a delay. So never mind.
Well, we have all these great signs to look at. This says Duck Dom whiting. He's going to be whiting from the bench.
Yeah.
For game 1.
Hey, for game 1, all right?
For game 1. Get out.
Let's get a Baron steal.
Could happen.
Could happen indeed.
Our jungler Willer.
It looks, the Willer part of the sign has the angries. Like the animation angry things.
Yeah.
Bulging veins.
True.
An Envy fan here as well.
They have also the sandstorm. That's the only sandstorm I can think of. I don't know what Atlas was trying to do with the Mad Max earlier.
How did she know I had a cold a little bit? It says, Wolf, I hope your cold gets better. She's definitely talking about
you. Definitely talking about you.
Not the co-streamer, former SK Telecom player.
Yeah, definitely not.
So I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. I have been struggling a little bit with some sinus issues, but I'm going to make it through. So just so everyone knows, we are remaking the lobby, so there will be some time that needs to happen where all the players get back in. Obviously, we go through the draft the exact same way.
The referee's just like totally not knowing that we're getting a super close-up.
And the official word is that it's a network issue and the ping was very high, so that's why the server is being rebooted.
Yeah. We're at 0-0. 0-0.
Yep.
Did you ever watch Attack on Titan?
I did, and I'll be honest, I watched until until one major plot point that I didn't like that I won't talk about here because I don't want to spoil it for anybody.
Was it relatively early on?
Yeah, I'd say like maybe first 12 episodes or so. I was actually watching it with Doa when he was in Korea back then when it was a new show. Like that's thinking about how long that show's been out. It's pretty old.
Yeah.
And he and I were watching it together, and I just told him, because we were watching episodes every week together, I was like, this is going in a direction that I didn't think it was going, and I stopped, and I never picked it up again. And maybe one day I'll come back to it.
It's a deal breaker for Wolf.
And I don't want to talk about what plot point that is, but if you know, you know. And I was like, I really thought the show was going a different direction. It's not what I wanted.
Yeah.
I like the survival element of it so much, though, in the early parts, and the story of what they were building up towards. Trying to get top 8 here in the LCK.
Says, if we get put on camera, I will smack the guy next to me. And he did, and then they swapped signs.
Yep.
So he got his turn. What do you think the name of the DRX bear is?
Ooh, that's a good question. It probably has an official name that I should know, but...
I think it's George.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Could be.
That's my official guess. I'm on the record now. I think it's George.
We're going to unofficially call it George here now,
okay,
on the global broadcast. There have been some official mascots that have been named.
There he is. It's George.
George, there he is. There you go.
It's definitely just like Soul or something. He's got like his name tag.
It says,
down there.
yeah, the Soul.
I am
doll.
Soul. Actually, oh no, but now we know the real name.
Nah.
It's Soul. It's not.
It's a nickname, Valdez. His real name is George. What's his last name?
It's Soul George. Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe it's George Soul. Could be that. That makes more sense.
Could be.
I'm not going to explain this joke. It's very lame. But basically, Rascal is a rabbit. And do you know why rabbits are strong? And then it refers to the sound of rabbits hopping in Korean.
There you go. You said
yeah,
I'm not going to explain it. Then you explained it, man, and you did it.
Yeah, but I didn't really explain it. Like, I didn't use the words that were used on the sign.
We got so many fan signs here. It's crazy how people are just down to draw these signs. You see it in the pre-show every day, like before we go into our intro to today's matches and stuff like that. But
she waiting for a Sunke fan meet.
Yeah.
For 226 days now.
One day.
You know, I'm pretty sure that Sunke would be down to just meet up with a fan, just and say hello.
Yeah, just say hi to him. As she had a screenshot of the last time she held the sign up. That was the top left.
Mm-hmm. Willer, if you lose, you have to get together with me.
Yeah. We're going to date.
Yeah.
What's the bottom one? Bring it back. No.
But this one has too many emojis for me. I can't do this one.
For context too, which is really interesting, Korea didn't really get into emojis at all. We don't really use emojis. We never really have. Like sometimes you'll see it used in almost an ironic way.
Yeah.
But we don't really use those here, so it's surprising to see on a fan sign.
Look, it's the Sandstorm. He's back.
Yeah. Looks very scary. Yes, there is another fan with a identical sign off camera slightly.
Uh-huh. Came to win.
All right, so I got an update, very critical update, not related to the game. I got an update about that, and we're going back in soon, but
what?
From Jisun. His name is Sol. He's a travel writer from Polaris, and his destination is the Earth. Like Polaris, the North Star. He's from the North Star. He's more north than the North Pole polar bear. He's like, I'm from the North Star.
The North Star.
Must be really hot.
Yeah.
He's from the star. He also probably
space
has...
is pretty cold, though. So if he's like traveling right now to Earth,
Yeah,
he's, it's probably not that hot.
I guess.
But where he's from, maybe it was, yeah. We don't know. Yeah, the only Polaris I knew was from Rust in Peace Polaris, the Megadeth song. But that's an old one.
The Live Sandbox punching bag. As it looks like we're ready, Valdez, for this game. We talked about the drafts a little bit. We're to refresh. Tempo-based draft here on the side of Live Sandbox, and for DRX, really nice scaling here. The top, Silent, played by Rascal.
Here we go, guys. Game number 1 starts right now. All right, here we go. Game number 1 is on the way, and everybody's stacking up for level 1s like this is solo queue.
Indeed. This is what you were looking for bottom side control here. There's a lot of great level 1s on both sides of these teams. Big damage here in terms of Live Sandboxes and a potential seismic shove. Depending on what closer would want to lock in, if you get a catch on somebody with that shove, there's so much follow-up damage. DRX with this Silas pick really trying to force something here, and we'll be able to get that vision down here on Raptors as Birdall is not getting involved. He's just rolling up to the top side of the map. And that's the end of that. That's the end of the level 1 skirmishes. No ward here for closer, unfortunately, on the enemy Raptor.
Closer playing Talia is... It's just weird. I don't know, like this, it doesn't feel right to me. It's like I queued up with my friend and he's playing like an off roll. Like he got auto-filled into mid, so he's like trying something new. And I'm like, do you even know how to play Talia? It's like, dude, just trust me. And I'm like, oh, well, minus LP today. But like, yeah, closer, the only mage he plays really is Azir.
Well, that's half a barrel's health bar. If you don't hit that one, we're not going to win the trade. Yeah, I mean, going back to your point, it is kind of stylistically not a choice that he's good at. As you can see here, first pick of the season. And it's the new best response to Azir right now when Akali is banned. That's what everybody is playing it into. BDD in particular has found the most success with this. But it does require you to hit your shoves very well and threaten the Azir constantly, use your mana incredibly efficiently. So he has gone for the Unsealed Spellbook. Barrel regenerating most of that health with his first consumable.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing closer on a control mage of sorts.
Yeah.
It's just weird for me.
The only one I feel like, that I would put him into, I think it suits his playstyle, is the Orianna. He's extremely aggressive with it, and he's played it quite a bit in the past. He's got a very good Zoe, but she's not quite on the same list of basic boring mages, basic control mages.
Yeah. Here comes Willer.
And there goes Willard.
Okay. And now he's gone. As another engage, Kyle just going to flash away, but they want to punish here. Not really going to be able to, so Barrel just going to yoink a flash from Kyle. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was actually really huge. Barrel just threatening constantly with these. Last time taking a bad trade, but is able to regen it back up and then come back a second time here, get a flash. They have the level 3 advantage now. Just going to keep pushing this in. So what it was a fairly rocky start is now turned around significantly. He also has dematerializers, so they should be able to maintain control of this lane non-stop.
Uh-oh, the Blade Caller, Envy, gets caught by that one. He is Lucian, so he'll just dash away. But so far, Pleta and Barrel continuously getting the better of the spot lane.
So now, unfortunately, the Vi really not having a big part to play in this early game. Juon is actually coming down here, too. No flash on this Nami. And they do not see him, so this could be... Oh, man, Envy gets caught.
Here we go. Yeah. And sometimes all you got to do is just that, even if you can't really get a kill, you can come down, you can pressure them, you can help your lane. And it's just so important, jungle and bot, kind of that duo, to work together and try to get your bot lane ahead.
And they had that ward that they set up with a level 1 to get some additional information about where Wheeler was. Knew that he wasn't there fast enough to affect the jungler there, so Juan could come down here and do this for free. As, you know, that's the kind of trade you're not always able to get. That's the Sylas against the Gnar at this stage of the game. Rascal feeling amazing about that one.
Yeah.
Still holding on to 2 pots, getting some poke damage done here as Sylas. Like, this should not be happening.
Yeah, should not be happening. We've seen some of the Gnars in our league are insane. If you want to learn, or try to learn, how to space on Gnar, just watch Zeus. Bertle essentially just took a full combo to the face, which is not necessarily supposed to happen, as you pointed out very nicely, Wolf.
And, you know, one of the things that you might be able to justify that sort of misposition with was that his jungler was coming up. Maybe he was trying to bait an all-in there from Rascal pre-6, where Rascal doesn't have the ability to hijack the ult, and then Vi comes through and they actually punish the Sylas. Well, they didn't commit to it, so we're not going to necessarily use that justification, but it could be an explanation as to why he was playing up like that.
Yeah. I mean, he just gets it back, right? You know, he's like in range, but he doesn't die, so he gets to push the wave in aggressively and get a good back, so. Yeah. At the end of the day, totally fine.
Now 6 is ready.
Yeah, he's got Mega Gnar, but yeah, Bertle just gonna back away here. Down on XP, it's pushing into him, so there's no reason for him to step up. As I say that, if those chains landed, I think the hop was still down.
Yeah, if you
been a little bit of trouble.
If you get chains on you there, you're gonna have to flash at least, but luckily he doesn't have to. But Rascal's playing this lane so incredibly well. This looks like something he's prepared against the Gnar specifically, because he's playing the matchup very well, so that's something he's definitely been scrimming against. This is a very rare matchup. We have seen it in the past because Hijack is so good against Gnar, but you also knew that the Akali ban was there. You wanted to get value out of the Azir and the Sylas pick, as Juhan here alone.
He's in trouble. He's going to get stunned here on the rocks and will have to flash over the wall. After he used his Warrior Trickster to get over the Dragon Wall, that's basically all he could do to survive.
Bit of a mistake there from Juan, but played the crisis that he put himself in pretty well. And if he actually is able to get Fade over there just a little bit faster, maybe they turn that with an Emperor's Divide going straight onto the Talia, not panicking for a second. Looks like Envy and Kyle have regained a little bit of control here on the bottom side of the map. Nothing massive here in terms of what these lanes are looking like here advantage-wise, but still hoping to do more usually as Lucian than this in most matchups. This one's not one of them, so Envy going to be hitting a spike of the Gale Force a little bit later. Just picked up a pickaxe, drew big damage whenever barrel goes in. Every auto counts.
You know, we generally see a lot of fighting over the wave for level 2 spike, but I feel like both of these duos are getting really close to 6, and it's going to be a big deal as trading heavily on this one. The knockup comes in onto Kyle. He doesn't have a flash. And a ton of feathers out on the ground, so Envy and Kyle will lose another trade. We'll have to back off of this wave.
Yeah, a bit indecisive there too, target selection-wise from Kyle and Envy, you know, splitting their damage across both of those laners there, not targeting Beryl or Pleta. So Beryl tries to go in. It's not the greatest engage he was hoping for. Doesn't actually set up for anything, but isn't punished very well either. Because now Envy is level 6, but there's nothing to do with it. And Drake also, it's a solo Chemtech Drake, not a whole lot of value and not enough of an advantage on either mid or bottom for either team. Take this, Kyle's gonna hold the wave.
They're gonna let him, I mean, probably need to get it back in anyway, so it's fine. Although he is going to let it in now. Kind of interesting. I mean, he already held the wave, might as well hold it for for Envy so he doesn't miss it. But
yeah.
Anyway.
He also had refillable and some cookies, so he just wants to back himself and pick up a Kendall Gem. Got that in his inventory now. Either way, not too impactful. He had a lot of control vision set up too around the Drake pit, so wasn't at any risk because we're just going to trade objectives. This is a much slower paced game than I thought we were going to be seeing here.
Oh yeah.
We are really not fighting at all. And this is going to feel very good for DRX, especially grabbing the Herald, which is the arguably stronger objective. Because, yeah, you can actually fight for second Drake potentially and tie that up, but even if you go 0-2 on Drakes here, the Herald is going to give you such a big gold injection. And because Live Sandbox aren't actually getting any spikes here with this Lucian Nami right now, you know, you're just going to coast. So this objective is way more important.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Really liking DRX's spot in this game right now. We'll see if they can keep it up. I mean, we haven't really had any action, but so far what we've seen from the little action does lean in their direction. That Chemtech Drake solo, you know, you've got some healing, a very, very minor amount of shielding. But let's see, you know, level 6 here. Just hit. Culling doesn't really do much, to be honest, except push the lane.
Yeah, focusing on that Noon Quiver pickaxe.
Gnar stolen. Bit of an aggressive trade up here, but Bertle has the range advantage. Charm coming in. They're trying to take down Kyle, who will have to just heal away.
On the top side, Bertle really winning out on this one. Has his Narbar set now and can push this wave. On the bottom side, obviously, DRX trying to set something up here, but there is no Drake for another 3.5 minutes, so it's going to be hard to really hard force something here. Ooh, ow. Almost delayed. And some Control Wars purchase now here for DRX on the bottom side of the map. I feel like not really necessary to buy those right now, considering that we're not fighting for objectives anytime soon. As they're just going to drop this mid.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, Fate. If I'm Juhan, I've already identified who the carry in this roster is. It's Fate, so I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna drop that mid. You know, bottom lane at this moment, not really a good time. Probably still a good moment in mid to drop it.
Yeah, it's impossible to drop it top, obviously, with Bertle having this much control, and as you mentioned, Bob not looking great. He just sees a window, puts it down early. It's a very small gold lead here for Fate, but what he's going to be able to do in these neutral fights for team 5v5 setups, team fight 5v5 setups is going to be huge, and the build that we see here from Closer is so good for lane because you have sustainability with Catalyst, you have a stacking tier on top of your Doran's Ring, which is already going to give you a bunch of mana back, so you're going to be able to deal with the Azir very well in lane and then later on in sides. But it isn't going to be very impactful in terms of long-term damage against this Sylas in team fights. And it's very difficult to get picks, obviously, onto the Xayah, so you're hoping that as a mid laner here, Closer, that you can actually do some additional damage in longer 5v5 fights if you don't get those picks. But with this build, you know, it's not a Ludens, nor is it a Leandri, so you're kind of at a halfway point. And your Weaver's Wall usage needs to be amazing here to make this build choice worth it.
It's basically a very safe kind of scaling build. You don't spike nearly as early, so it's going to be hanging out. I like it better than the Crown. What can you say?
Yeah, that much we definitely could say.
Crown, I feel like, is 4th place amongst those 4 mythics that we mentioned. So, yeah, I think this one, you know, offers you survivability. You're going to be just fine. But it'll take a while for you to have an impact, as we're just hanging out. Still no first blood. I think this next Drake is definitely going to be a fighting point, especially because with Cloud and Chemtech off the map, you're just hoping it's not Ocean Soul to deny even more action.
Envy very far up here.
Fleta kind of not sure what that was, but it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, I couldn't set up the blade call he wanted. Force a flash out of Envy or something like that. He has Gale Force too. It's a lot of burst himself, but doesn't hit it. As we are really, like you say, we're almost K-ramming here at this point in time. Like, we are 1-3-1ing with the junglers hovering mid, occasionally getting a Scuttle Crab. We're not even taking like our blue or red buffs right now. Just hanging out.
Yeah, you know, the weather's really nice in Korea nowadays. We've kind of entered spring early, so maybe the players kind of bringing that to the Rift, you know. Go out for a nice date in the sun.
Yeah, it's wild how warm it got so suddenly.
Yeah.
So I've, you know, changed what I wear to work and stuff like this, but I got my, you know, sometimes these social media apps have like a one-year look back.
Yeah.
Mine for yesterday had me wearing just a hoodie on my bike to work. I was like, well, it must have been this warm last year too, because I'm not down to just do hoodie only right now. Like, it's warm, but it's not that warm. So I guess like, it's still early to be this warm, but I guess not that much earlier than last year.
Very interesting. Weather, how does it work?
Yeah.
Never know.
I'm
still waiting for the Christmas-themed Summoner's Rift again.
Yeah. Still waiting.
Yeah. Well, this Drake spawned, and this is Live Sandbox's moment to fight over it if they wanted to.
But
try to stack 2, but I guess they won't.
They won't, nor will they be able to trade this for Rift Herald necessarily because the timing is so poor for them. In 35 seconds, DRX already in position to come over here and set up for this too. Like, Liv Sandbox, you gotta get out of here now.
Well, they're going to get on top of Envy, who does have his summoners, as, yeah, he's just dead. I mean, he was so far up, he figured he was safe, but right in the face of Rakan just allows himself to get charmed, and the Vi's right there.
This is, you know, a moment where we talk about Envy before objective setup. Usually it's later on. We're talking about soul points, the soul fight, or the Baron. And this time he's caught going to second Herald here very early. And they don't contest the Drake at all, even a little bit, nor are they properly set up to stop DRX from getting control of the Herald. And Envy is out here in no man's land. This is what they thought they were going to get. They're like, we'll trade Drake for Raptors. And they're pushing up super hard. They're like, we're going to get as much as we can because we know their bottom side on the Dragon and we're not going to contest. But they were too far up. You know, you could maybe fight for some vision, control that brush, and try to set a trap for when DRX come to the second Herald as it spawns in 20 seconds. But taking the Raptors was just a step too far. Speaking of step too far.
Well, I guess he has his flash this time as, oh no, he uses it, but still gets caught as Envy. Second death here. Pleta gonna collect that kill. And that is not what you want to see.
And, I mean, once again, the Lucian is caught. And this is unfortunate for Rascal, too, up here on the top side. Or sorry, for Birdall up here on the top side, because now there's nothing he can do. He's like, I have my Mega. I was ready to fight for this. I was ready to come over when Envy respawns. If we could just delay it. Can't do it anymore. And DRX in full control of this game right now, just after 2 overextensions here from Envy. And the first one, I think we can blame Liv Sandbox as a squad more than blaming individually Envy. This is what I'm talking about. Birdall is just going to lose his turret here and be pushed away. He had his Meganar. He was ready to fight for that second objective. Isn't going to be able to do so. But the first time it's like, all right, we're trying to trade this Drake for a little bit of money, and the whole team is to blame for that call. This time it's just greedy positioning, and you've got to be better about that.
All right, well, he's looking to punish a little bit, but even at this point, I mean, no mandate ready for Kyle. 16 minutes in, still waiting on that one. And they're just going to take that moment where DRX go top to try to look for value elsewhere on the map. Closer wasn't hitting this turret from the second he got in here. He actually wandered into the river and then came back. So this turret will survive for now.
For now. Definitely an opportunity for him to take that out and then either Weaver's Wall or teleport in to a fight later. It's basically gold whenever he wants it here, but won't be able to have it right now. As this is Fate, right, on Azir, and he's a pretty decent Azir player. But just to contextualize, like the flash is missed here, fortunately by Envy. And the mid laners you're going to face in playoffs, they're not Fate, okay? They are BDD's Azir is coming for you, right? Potentially, depending on how those playoff matchups are. Faker, right? Chovy. So you just can't be this greedy.
Yeah, it's clear that Liv Sandbox, their decision making has kind of gone awry. And they really need to set their head on straight in this series. Otherwise, you know, maybe Atlas was right with his prediction. Okay, like, who's hitting the eye? There's 4 of you there. Like, come on.
We'll take it out eventually, but it is going to get an additional charge here as the Sun Disc makes this even harder now. And with Mountain Soul here, losing that second Drake actually hurts all the more. And it's going to be spawning now the first of those Mountain Drakes in 80 seconds. They have no control over any of the lanes.
Yeah, and this Silas pick is going head-to-head right now with Birdall up a level as he even has Rod as well. So Rascal is going to hit level 16. He has not only Gnar ultimate, but as we saw in the first kill, Vi ultimate. So both of those are game-breaking ultimates, game-changing ultimates. And Rascal, he's in position now. He's gotten through this lane to essentially just use one of those off cooldown in all of these upcoming team fights.
And the problem with Liv Sandbox's comp from behind is that it just doesn't work. And the reason why is because who do you actually dive with your Vi? Your Talia Weaver's Wall into a seismic shove, your Lucian damage. Is it the enemy AD carry, who has now Flash, of course, and ultimate available? Is it going to be an Azir, who has so much self-heal? Is it going to be a very tanky Silas, who can then counter ultimate? You know, something like a Gnar? Who do you even pick now? You're behind, so you don't have a lot of agency. You don't have a lot of control over the map. But even if you did, it's hard enough into what DRX have put together here. And the Xayah feels so amazing in this meta. She's in a really good spot damage-wise right now, but because she can just get out of almost any scenario with ult, Gale Force, and Flash, you can't kill her, you can't punish her, and she's going to scale way better than the solution right now, even in terms of item value. But what she does in 5v5 fights with this burly Sylas later on is going to be way better than what Envy is going to do, because he's just going to be a glass cannon.
Yeah. I like the use of burly instead of, you know, bruiser or whatever else we've got in this game.
I mean, he's got his Zhonya's done, and his rod is still 4 stacks away.
Yeah. 3 now, just ticked up to 7. And Liv Sandbox decide, you know, how are we going to fight from behind? Well, we're just not. We're just going to give the Mountain Drake away, try to push elsewhere on the map, but... Okay, I mean, I guess they're going to get this TP out of Fate here as Envy in a really rough spot. Just goes down again as just didn't see Barrel coming.
And maybe the laning phase, it was not the cleanest we've ever seen from Envy and Kyle, right? And that's where I said you're not worried about Pleta Barrel. But outside of lane, as we were talking about where Envy has been at his weakest, he is really getting punished tonight by Pleta and Barrel in this particular case. As DRX have full vision control here outside the scuttle here on the Baron.
And they're just coming on in as the tidal wave is going to help a lot, actually. Rascal alone in the back line as he does finally go into the Zhonya's, and it's basically perfectly timed. He is going to survive. Fate is stuck kind of in between here as the seismic shove will come in, and he will survive in the end.
Now, it's still 21 minutes in. It's only a 1 item on the Xayah. No Leandries on the Azir, so they can't just go, all right, thank you very much. We'll take the Baron right now here at 21 minutes. But they did eliminate the enemy jungler. As we're going to go back to this first, which is Envy caught. He was seen by that ward, and Barrel and Pleta make the shot call to go and take him out. So much burst. Barely worth gold at this point, 0 and 3. And then with no vision here outside of Scuttle, Liv Sandbox are concerned they're doing Baron, so they do come in here. But without your 80 carry, do you really have any hope of contesting this? The answer is no, and Rascal is so tanky. Everything is used onto him. He just presses Zhonya's afterwards, still survives. Even if he dies here, you don't win the fight. But he also gets to survive.
Yeah, it's a problem if he's able to go that deep alone through a tidal wave, right? Like, and come out on the end of it alive. And he's about to hit his level 16 spike because he's not only going to get this rod stack, but he's in the side lane, right? So this is what the Sylas has always offered from ahead. It was just interesting to see it in the top lane, but it has worked out very, very well for DRX.
I still think it's not a great matchup for... Oh, man.
Okay.
That was a close call. I was going to say, I still think it's not a great matchup for Sylas, especially in the early game. But he came really prepared. He outplayed Bertle a lot of that early game. It wasn't like he was solo killing him or anything like that, but he came very well prepared to play this flex Sylas top. And this is what Rascal does, guys. He will play top Lee Sin, which was banned against him, by the way. He will play top Sylas. He will find a way to beat this Gnar and be the better Gnar in this case, or just crush the Gnar in lane. He's like a Gnar counter specialist.
Yeah, if there's one thing Rascal does well, I guess it's that. Zenvi still trying to make up for what has happened in this game, looking for angles whenever he can. I like how he is very proactive with the culling at least in mid. You know, Mandate is finished now. This is kind of what you need your Lucian to do. So at least he's doing that. He is 1 item off of, you know, his crit item that will eventually come in here. So that's a little bit unfortunate going for the RFC from behind. But, you know, that is a choice you can make just to do a little bit of extra burst damage from range.
I think it's the right call because you have to play this comp like a pig comp. Rascal is level 16, as you pointed out. His rod is completed. Just spent some extra time inside. Now has it for the Baron. And now they can realistically start this one up. Quick Blades is done here for Pleta. That's a big spike. Shadow Flame is ready for Fate.
This is not vision. They don't care.
Yeah, Sandbox just don't have a great way to engage here as Rascal just stand alone in front of everyone.
Yeah. This time he's going to take the Vi ultimate. He says, I dare one of you to come on in here. Nobody even makes it in the pit as Rascal just goes golden, will flash away, and they can reconsider, oh, do we want to fight here? No, we don't necessarily have to. Pleta even going to flash the wall just to be safe, and it's a free Baron for DRX.
Yeah, completely free. I mean, you lose a flash, I guess.
Got him.
Rascal actually flashing as well, didn't commit to using the Vi ultimate there, and definitely could have tried to. It looked like he wanted to wait until the tidal wave went down to use it to go through that wave onto Envy so that they could guarantee the turn is a successful team fight, but the shot call is there, presumably from Barrel.
Yeah.
Let's just get out of here. We don't want to lose a fight here desperately. We have all of the win conditions right now. This is going to be a huge Baron power play with all the standing gold on the map here on these inner turrets.
Yeah.
Just play to get further ahead here. Not, I mean, if you win that fight, you probably win the game instantly, but we don't want to risk it. We just win the game slowly and carefully and correctly.
I think that's a good idea, and I like the fact that DRX are all on the same page because we haven't seen that for the first 15 games of the LCK, to be honest, you know? A call is made, everybody listens, either we're all going in or we're all going out, and they decided to all go out, which was good. That has been the more common call, which sometimes, you know, one guy goes in and the rest of them just leave him to die, which hasn't been a good look, but at least this time they're all on the same page, which I think is a nice development for this roster.
Certainly is. As Birdall gonna try to crush forward, but not gonna catch anybody, as this is the first turret to go down here innerwise. Now they can rotate bottom side. And Sundisk's value is so incredibly high from a head like this. DRX can just lock people down as the siege is real. And you can't flank. You don't have flank wards set up here. Look at all the control vision that DRX have set up. There is not a single place where someone could flank this roster. There are 4 control wards behind them. They have really covered their bases.
Yeah, they absolutely had done a good job of that, as Liv Sandbox just trying to cover their base at the moment. But you see that DRX, they can easily just back off from this push into another Mountain Drake. And every single Mountain Drake is going to make things so difficult. Like, Envy's nowhere near a Lord Doms. Closer, you know, with this build especially, he's not going to have a lot of penetration in it as well. So double Mountain Drake is actually going to be really rough for them to get through.
Yeah. And then potentially triple, right, with the soul coming through. I don't know if this game goes that long necessarily, but they do successfully defend their inhibitors. But look at that, 3,500 gold nearly, just from a Baron play. And they decide, let's walk away from the team fight. Let's push lanes instead. Let's guarantee the Baron we took is going to be extremely valuable. Then get that gold. You can take a reset timer here. 5 minutes until this Mountain Drake, which you were guaranteed the second one by the Baron itself. And there is no turning point, to be frank, fans of the LCK here and fans of Liv Sandbox. There's no moment where it's like, all right, well, if Envy does get his LDR, is this playable now? Does this actually become a big problem? Not really. Unfortunately.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, especially into Azir Zaya and Silas, who's this far ahead. The scaling is certainly in DRX's favor, and it has gone smoothly from minute 1, essentially.
Yeah.
Even from the level 1 and level 2 trades in the bottom.
That's why, okay, Rascal is going to maybe catch Filler here, force a flash. That's why these decisions to just walk away and not force a fight and instantly win the game are how you want to play this as DRX, because it's unlosable unless you just throw in a team fight or make a bad mistake where your shot call is not even, where some people want to go in, some want to go out, and then you lose like a 5v3 fight where Liv Sandbox are the 5. So all you have to do is just push these waves. I know it's very uninteresting. It's like a 4-0, 7,000 gold lead, and DRX are not trying to push their advantages super hard in terms of getting picks, but that's not what this comp needs to do. So that it won't.
Yeah. That is the, you know, the LCK style perfected, was always just get a lead and then hold on to it for dear life with making the fewest amount of mistakes. And that is the way that DRX are playing this, which is fine. It will probably net them a win in this one, as they can just wait for the Baron that is going to spawn here in about 1:20. Just going to set up all the vision as much as possible.
I love this animation, the recall animation on the skin. It's so cool. Silas got his own video game coming out soon, too.
He also got a pretty cool cap.
Yeah, pretty cool hat for a pretty cool cat.
What's the name of that new game? Mage Seeker?
Mage Seeker, I think, yeah. He's got his
Oh,
own.
2 cool hats.
2 cool hats. Whoa.
And look at the timing of this. Well, the team just decides there is a free buy here. Let's try to kill her. And guess what? That might be their undoing as Juhan nearly goes down. As well, they're going to find an R here, but Bertle's pretty tanky as they are just running into Liv Sandbox. It is not the cleanest I've ever seen, but it's going to work. They press their buttons and just roll over them as Envy will be the last one to go down.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he will survive, but it might not matter as
I don't
DRX,
know.
they could just push mid and end this game.
Or
Like, where
they
are
could
you
teleport
going?
to kill Envy. Or we could teleport to kill Envy.
Okay, well, they're going to do that. Kill him with the culling
He's so
as
low.
this game is over.
It is Dunzo Valdez. Hey, you know, we talked about, hey, snowball your gold, get that mountain soul. They were like, 2 hats is enough. Okay, it's Saturday showdown, it's not on Sundays, so there's no rule about wearing hats or inside or anything like that. They put on the caps and they push the end. Like, Willer once again just trying to maintain vision control here.
This was not clean.
Yeah, it was not clean, but Willer is the target because he wants to set up a control ward here for the teleport, and he is pushed out. Instantly, all target focus is on the Wukong, so the Cyclone is not here in this fight doing anything. But Rascal, he's a Fed Silas, and just holds him a little bit. And like you said, I think very succinctly, they just kind of ran at them. And I think if Atlas were here, he'd say something about the wallets. Because,
Yeah, I almost did. I had to hold back, you know. You'd only use it so many times.
And then Rascal, even though he's super low, just teleports to make sure they get the ace. And instead of ending because of the low health bars, because this fight wasn't that clean, this is arguably the most impressive part of this is the way that this was played by Fleta.
Penta.
No.
Oh, so that's why they were chasing. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Fate, he's got a stopwatch, but he might just be dead. That's going to be the Azir down as Envy living for now, able to kite it back. Nobody on the side of Liv Sandbox has gone down, but Bertle will be the first one as down will go to the Wukong. Rascal super fed behind the ball, though, as once again, just dropping a safe of money on their heads, let's say. As,
Yeah.
Oh, the rocks.
That was almost really embarrassing,
Fleta?
but luckily it worked out. That was almost the most embarrassing moment of the year.
It's okay. Now he's 10-2 instead. As DRX once again just running straight at them. They couldn't help but let their inner DRX out at the end of this one.
Yep, and that is going to be game number 1 going their way. Very impressive performance here of the bottom lane. As I thought maybe something happens, but it does not. As Blatter comes in once again, and the laning phase, pretty basic, but his performance in team fights, very strong here. And he was the scaling AD carry. Envy caught 3 times by mid-game and was so far behind that had no relevant place in the game. Bertle also invisible. There's too many threats. The better Gnar is on the other side of the rift. And honestly, a one-sided game like that was extremely one-sided. Makes us all look silly for not predicting DRX, at least at the beginning of this series.
Yeah, very clean win until it wasn't, but then they also still won by pressing their buttons into Liv Sandbox. DRX getting a little bit excited at the end, but that's fine. They had enough of a lead. They had done their homework. They had put in the work beforehand, so either way, Fleta getting a lot of focus for this one, going 10-0 in this game. And Liv Sandbox are really going to have to go back to the drawing board, starting with the draft and into this game. You know, I don't think it had all to do with the draft, especially if Liv Sandbox get ahead. There is absolutely a way for them to play this one out, but that wasn't the way this game went.
No, and this is the power of Red Side, a risky choice for DRX. You know, we did kind of worry about it when we saw, like, man, they really picked Red Side in this meta? And what was locked in was the Lucian. And still, Fleta and Barrel had the answer. They were prepared for that. Insta-lock Zaya. They get Wukong for the team fight later, which seemed puzzling also at first. But then when you see the whole draft come together with the Silas R5 into the top lane, they were so well prepared for what they thought Liv Sandbox was going to do.
Absolutely. The coach and Juhan, the only ones left over there, as the full team of Live Sandbox is at the drawing board. But guys, we're going to take a break and we'll have the space. We'll be right back.
천천히 해봐. 갈렸고. 천천히 해봐. 천천히 해봐. 괜찮아.
이거 나를 견제 중.
나를 견제 중 우리. 나를 먹고. 봐줄게요. 가자.
얘네 뭐 없어.
아 탈리야.
야 다시 펜.
살려 너플. 끝났다. 나다.
민호야?
방향 미드 가자. 자 파밍할 거. 얼마 줘? 갔다. 나이스.
잘했다.
안돼. W.
남이 20초.
나 뺄게. 나 파워 너무 아프다. 왼쪽.
오른쪽.
남이 10초. 파워 칠게요. 그냥 거기다 딜량 늘려도 돼. 우리가 이거 그 대피까지 만들어서. 오케이. 네, 했습니다.
한판 안돼. 나 진짜 하나.
나이스.
근데 나 스킬을 너무 못 맞춘다. 안 할랜다.
In the dying moments, we
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, once again joined by both Chronicler and Hooney here as we break down a very comfortable DRX victory.
It was
over Live Sandbox. And I predicted this, but I don't feel good about it.
He's not done yet, right?
That's true.
It's game one.
That's true.
But
let's break down the draft, gentlemen. Take us through what happened.
yeah, I mean, from the draft, I think the Live Sandbox draft like the Lucian Nami, like as what they used to do. The thing is, I think the point is, it's been happening a lot. They blind pick Vi, and then they pick Xayah,
which you knew.
Which is, you know it's coming.
Yeah.
But I think that's not good.
The main issue that I have with the Sandbox draft is that I do think that there are teams right now that can pick this draft and execute on it and win. Right? Because it is a draft with a lot of agency, a lot of aggressive power, great snowballing. But Sandbox have not been that team. And this was a really grueling example. And if this draft, I'm still a little bit like, maybe if they draft similarly in game 2, like they don't get it at all. Because right now, they're not doing anything. And DRX had a draft that's like, oh, you're not doing anything? Nice.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you play Lucian Nami, you have to get advantage from the lane phase. You have to play aggro. You need to play proactive with the team too. But the Vi was unable to do it. Even though you play Talia was like, sure, he has some mid prior, but like they were not coordinated with between bottom and jungle and mid.
The problem is that none of that actually mattered. Let's jump into our first highlight here, which unfortunately is a bit of a low light. If your Lucian just keeps getting picked off over and over again, how do you get that value in the mid game?
It was, and this is also off the back of some really like questionable macro decisions from Sandbox as a whole. Why they just kind of like sit around the objective? Yeah, this is the most painful. Yeah, just flash towards your Vi and you're fine.
Well, the thing is like already, like I would say already it was like red light for the Sandbox because the reason why, even though it didn't play, like this is like 3 kills, it only happened. Live Sandbox didn't do any make a proactive play when they need to. That's the point.
Because that first pick that you saw where where the flank comes through, Barrel gets him, and then Rascal comes from the top, that is after they give up a dragon for free. And like with this comp, giving up dragons for free, it's a very clear sign that Sandbox right now is just not looking good. And then on the flip side, Barrel's performance is way better.
Yeah.
And Plata, man.
Whew. Whew.
Yeah.
Straight out of Challenger, straight into the LCK and a performance like that, absolutely amazing. Quadra kill. Envy unfortunately denies him the penta at the end there, giving it over to Rascal. But Rascal getting a solo kill means that he's now 1 ahead in solo second place over
Always
Bertle.
Right side.
So there is definitely a silver lining there, but oh man, for Live Sandbox on their side, it is not a great look. And let's have a look at our second highlight here. This was the Baron setup from DRX.
Yeah, they just lose Baron. And I want to take this as a very short moment to like talk how big this is for Plata. This is a player that had one of the worst splits in LCK history of DRX.
Yeah,
right?
When he was Becca, of course,
back when he was Becca in summer 2021. Came back to the LCK like even this split, didn't look good, looked really nervous. So to have a game like this, I think is really, really cool. And the rest of the entire team right now is just playing well. Right? This is a team that had been so scared for so long, and it almost feels like they have flipped positions.
Yeah, I mean, also the thing is, I think the DRX, I really respect the decision making. Like they're not hesitated at all, and they know exactly when to hit it and how to actually execute it.
Yeah,
I think that's like really crazy to me. Like they're not even in playoff, but they're actually playing like these, delicate. It's crazy.
If you told me the positions were switched after this first game, I would believe you. But thankfully, this is a best of 3, right? And Live Sandbox do have the ability to shake this off. They have now chosen the red side. And DRX, they chose red in game number 1. And I think this goes to show just how important counterpick is. We saw 3 top lane bans against Rascal, and he still got a free lane against the Gnar, albeit in a Silas matchup, which we didn't think should have necessarily won straight up. But now those tables are going to be shifted, and we'll see whether that's going to be enough. Gentlemen, do you think it is?
It's so tough because with how they're playing right now, it feels like unless Closer gets an assassin or Wheeler and Bertle pop off, this team isn't going to win anything. Right? So I think the red side makes sense, but it's a really dire comment as well on the state of Sandbox at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, also red side, the draft will get harder. Like the difficulty goes no matter what got higher. But the thing is like also Live Sandbox these days as a performance is like I don't think they can handle it. But at the same time they lost as a blue side, so they gotta change they gotta breathe the new air, man. They need some fresh
speaking of new air, let's have a look at who picks up POG. It is the Quadra Killer, Pleta himself, 100 points. It's his second game, I believe. He just comes in and picks up POG.
It's such a cool moment.
It's so heartwarming for this guy.
He had, again, one of the roughest splits that we've seen in LCK history of the 2021 DRX roster in summer. He also in Challengers was just barely not able to win. Lost Spring, then afterwards the team kind of fell apart. And right now the DRX roster, as far as I'm aware, still hasn't lost a single series in the second round robin, right? So that team as a whole is developing, and to see that Plata's at the forefront of that, I think is super cool. Barrel votes make total sense as well.
I like the barrel votes.
I mean, I really like the Pleta, how he played it. Like exactly like his single micro, he played perfectly in the middle team fight. That's whoo! I was at in off the camera. I was chanting. I was clapping.
He doesn't do that very often.
Like, he doesn't.
Like I probably did only like 5 times in this season. No, I'm not kidding.
No, he's right.
It was super impressive from this guy, and of course, utilizing the winning streak that they're on in Challenger as well to bring it over here, get those positive vibes, and it looks fantastic. But we'll see whether they can do it 2 games in a row. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We've got 2 gentlemen who aren't getting ahead of themselves either. Let's throw it back to Valdez and Wolf to get into game 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As Pleta will pick it up, had some very nice micro in that last fight. I think that did gain him some votes, but hey, I mean, I'm all for cheering for some of our new players coming in here and having a good day.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for narrative votes myself. I voted for Rascal. I thought he was more impactful overall. I thought Barrel was also more impactful, but you know, he followed up on the setup. So the Xayah pick was really critical. And as was mentioned, you know, we could have seen instead of the Vi something else. They could have picked the Azir away and then protected it. You know, there were different ways to play this one out. As Live Sandbox will choose red side. So this is a good sign for them understanding what the problems were for them in that draft. We saw 5 bans targeted towards Rascal, and he still was able to make the R5 Sylas work. Let's see what happens this time around, as Live Sandbox will lose first pick priority, but how they used it in game 1, the Lucian pick they couldn't find value with, makes you feel like, yeah, maybe try to give Burl the best tools possible, right? Because 5 bans alone wasn't enough to get it done.
Yeah. Interesting that they banned the Lucian after game 1, but I think they still give respect to ND as a Lucian player, regardless of how his performance was in game 1. And perhaps they want to play a different lane in the bottom side, as Caitlyn also banned here on blue.
It's like DRX might want to just grab first pick Sejuani. You know, with these types of bans, wait and see what the bot lane is going to look like before they lock in their choice. The Caitlyn is gone, Ashe is gone. Could also potentially see first pick Karma. Depends on what Live Sandbox is going to ban here. Banning Gragas, which has also been very strong here on blue side B1 because of his engage and how safe his laning phase is. Very blindable, very flexible.
His 2.5 CCs.
Yeah.
AoE.
All right, we're just going back to this. And Barrel, he had a great performance on this pick.
Yeah.
He'll pick it up 2 POG votes. Does feel like this is not something we'd see our top teams prioritize this highly necessarily, but for DRX it makes a lot of sense. As Varus Karma, Varus Heimer, these things are available. Can get some strong push in the lane and get bottom prio. So grabbing the Varus here and potentially a jungle pick is the expectation.
Yeah, Varus was ignored in the first draft just because the Sandbox locked themselves to Lucian Nami. They can't do that this time.
Nope.
And of course, Xayah Rakan is so prevalent nowadays, so if that was the other side of the matchup. Does Willer just play Vi again into the Xayah? Looks like no.
I think Wukong is so incredibly strong into Rakan, and that's the call he's going to make here. So definitely a pretty easy choice to make. And the Karma follow-up here, I think, is also going to be pretty self-explanatory. The question for DRX is going to be, what jungle pick do they want to play into this Wukong? I still think Sejuani is very strong, but it does kind of telegraph your lanes quite a bit, and you don't have the same power with Sejuani on blue side that you do on red side, because you can flex and go Sejuani top and go for the Viego later pick and stuff like that. Not as viable here. but still
viable.
Tier list wise,
Is this viable for Juhan?
okay, they are. Speaking of it, they're gonna pick that instead. I like this a lot more because you have a fairly weak backline to get on top of here with the Varus Karma. Can be very difficult to play into the Heimerdinger with the setup because Xayah is so low range. So now I think, even though I was leaning towards Karma before, the Heimerdinger feels a lot better. Also this, similar reasons, diving into, with this low range composition in the backline, so much tougher when there's Renata Glask ultimate to come down.
Yeah, just layering those disengage ultimates here on the side of Live Sandbox, probably a good idea. The Vi, though, pretty good into Wukong, as was mentioned, so we'll see if Juhan can have a performance in some of these team fights to get that going, but it oftentimes feels like this part of the draft is the most important.
Yeah, for DRX right now with how Rascal's form is looking, you're going to see targeted bans towards him. See the Gnar is also taken away from Birdall. They're not going to have the ability to have a tricky counter pick this time for it, so just don't want to deal with it at all. Also does weaken the Sylas here significantly. And an Azir pick for closer, I think suits this draft pretty well, especially considering all of the disengage they already have. Might see that one taken away here by DRX too. It's the Ahri Vi, which we don't see very often, still very strong. And besides the Azir here, alternatively, you could look for any other closer pick that you don't want him to be able to prioritize here right now. But there's just so many different counter picks that Live Sandbox can pick that's difficult to find one that's better than just banning that stock standard Azir.
I think they might ban Akali here against closer. You know, we've mentioned a lot that the blind Akali is not great. They will go for that Azir ban you were talking about. I am a little bit worried that closer just goes for it. But let's see. Maybe they're going to hold counter pick for the mid lane as the Jax is still available.
That's what I think is what Live Sandbox is cooking. Because if you ban the Akali, the Azir pickup for closer just becomes so much stronger. And now they're going to get the Jax here. And with Gnar banned, you're like, what are you going to do about this? Are you going to play Fiora? You feel really good about Jax here. There are some answers, right? We have seen in the top lane, and Rascal is the guy who's going to have one.
No way.
Oh, Valdez!
Ilaoi!
Okay, well, I said he was going to have one. I didn't think this was going to be it.
Where am I?
Oh, man, Ilaoi with Veigar also sounds really fun. But if we're scaling, we're scaling.
What are we doing?
No, put the Aurelion Soul back. We're scaling. We're scaling, Valdez. No! And the audience thinks we are crazy, man.
I hope they hear us and hear our disappointment over this Akali.
Well, the Korean commentators are very calm about it.
Almost feels like a takeaway.
Well, the Akali with this composition is really interesting. You have an amazing front line. You scale it very well, and you can delete the backline so easily. You can circumvent the Renata Glass hostile takeover by being on a flank. And looking at this draft here for Live Sandbox, none of these champions can lock down the Akali on the flank. This is one of the things that's been so hard for Akali in this meta, is if you run into a Cyclone or a Counter-Strike, those spinny ultimates that are so pesky to deal with as Akali, yeah, you're going to have problems. But those champions need to be frontlining for the Varus and actually setting up for the Varus to do that chip damage and set up for some pick potential. So if they are chasing an Akali down, the Akali's already done her job. If they're not, then the Varus is exposed, the Renata is exposed. And what you have here is a strong pushing Ilaoi also as a win condition. And DRX, they're just going to do their style of game here. And they're like, Live Sandbox is struggling to figure out the current meta in whichever way the wind is blowing, right? They're struggling to find their prio in lanes. They're struggling to find concise objective setups. And DRX is throwing wrenches into an already broken mechanism, you know? Like, I always say they're throwing wrenches into the gears because the gears aren't turning, and they're still messing it up.
Yeah, Akali on this patch of 13.4 is currently 0-6 for the 6 games that she has been played. She's been banned a bunch as well. Overall, she's sitting at around 40% win rate. We haven't seen it have a lot of success because oftentimes it gets picked here blind and then immediately countered. So I'm very curious to watch the closer LeBlanc into Fate Akali matchup. That's where my eyes are going to be. Obviously, we have an Alawi on the Rift, so it's hard not to look at that as well, as it was only a matter of time until Rascal pulled out some kind of weird pocket pick for the Jax. As here we go, guys. Game number 2 is ready. Let's jump onto the Rift.
I do wonder, Valdez. I don't think Alawi has been played since I have joined the casting team here at the LCK.
You weren't here during the Ixu days.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So it's a pretty good chance that the last time we'll see, like the last time this was played, 600 days ago, Ixu's name will show up. I think it's going to be longer than 600 days as well, of course.
I think it's going to be like
900 plus.
800 and... No, I'm going to go for 922.
Okay, I'm going to go...
Sodai Prince Ixu.
I'm going to go 940.
Okay, it's pretty close. 922, 940. They know that this was warded, so they're just going to come through, sweep it up.
Good sweep.
Good sweep, good sweep.
Good sweep, good sweep.
Good effort.
Good hustle.
Good hustle, guys. It's weird to say good effort because he's a player.
True. Yeah.
He's good, though. I mean,
yeah.
It's just weird to use it in this context.
Yeah. I'm glad you made sure that you clarified that.
Here comes Birdall. As level 1, already Ignite used here, but Beryl actually not getting the better of this trade as Juhan is actually pushed off of the blue buff.
Yep. As the Alawi, not one that you want to tango with early, and just gonna Pearl's just not even gonna play that game. He's just gonna push Juhan off of the buff. Very annoying to deal with. So it'll be, of course, Juhan's first time playing the Vi, since he's only played a few games here in the LCK. Fate also 1 and 2 on that Akali. So we have seen the LeBlanc mostly be picked as a response to Leah. So, okay, once again.
No Ignite this time. Kyle's just standing up to them. The poke onto Pleta is huge.
I don't think you can make that work unless you're level 2. And unfortunately, that means they're going to be zoned out of minions, so they go for it anyways.
Yeah, like, you can trade aggressively against Lucian Nami at level 1, but against Varus Renata Glask, you can't. I mean, that's like just one of the rules of the Rift. Like, okay.
I feel like there's some anti-Alawi bias here in the observing as well. Like, we're really not going to... It's been so long. Maybe they're getting that graphic.
They're waiting for the graphic,
yeah.
and they're going to...
I think you're right.
Go straight to the top side. Well, you were right first.
No CS for Pleta, by the way.
He's got one.
One minion.
What?
He was zoned out, then they failed the level 1 exchange there, and now he's still level 1. And this wave is frozen, so he can't farm. He's low range. Like, you have range problems in team fights. You also have range problems in lane when you're down a level like this. As this is really rough here. I mean, this is like...
Who could have seen this coming?
The game could end if this continues. Straight up.
Who could have seen this coming, Wolf? Willer canceled 2 autos. He has red buff, but yeah, he's going to have to get over the wall here. As the denting blows did come in.
Finally, some money is going to come through here.
We still have not looked at the top range.
Yeah.
Still preparing the graphic.
No, you're definitely right.
You were right first.
I know, but like, I'm just saying, you're also correct about this.
True.
It is going to be Ixu, though, for sure, I think.
For sure you
It's like, if it's not Ixu, it's going to be randomly Khan or something like that. Where we're like, oh, yeah, he did mess around that one time. Yeah, I do remember when he played Fizz Top. Yeah, that one time, yeah. Next time Fizz Top is played, it'll be Khan, by the way. No one forgets that game, right? The tank Fizz Top. Very bizarre.
Yeah, fun times. I'm just still waiting for my Zac to come back. Maybe someday.
Yeah, we kind of missed the window for a little bit of Zac here. Okay, here it is.
Hey, here we go.
All right, so wait for it.
What?
Oh.
Okay, handshake cleanse as, yeah, the trade here only going to go in favor of Envy and Kyle. Okay, so we saw Alawi for about 0.3 seconds.
Yeah, she's actually going to have to back right now, so if they show her now, it would be a little bit awkward, so they're going to have to hold it, Valdez. Hold.
She's not allowed to look at the top lane until she gets back.
She's got TP, so she'll be back very soon.
Okay.
Wait for it. They're
Looking
gonna
forward
wait.
to this.
They got the minions. He's only 20 CS down. Oh, but Birdall's leaving.
All right, here we go.
Ready? Hey! 947.
Oh, there you go. You were close. 7 days off.
Versus Kana's Vladimir in 2020.
What?
Yeah. T1 Kana. What a throwback.
And it won. The Vladimir, that is.
Yeah.
Not the Alawi. A very different matchup.
True. We did see the Xayah Recon passive there in full effect, you know. It's the top side of the matchup, or the top side matchup right now. Birdall's playing it very well. It does become harder for the Jax later on, but it's not a matchup we see all too often. Jax has been changed a lot, so we'll got to see how the subtleties of it goes, is if Birdall can outplay the Alawi later on, and how much resources are put up there. Because right now it's been all about the bottom lane, where Pleta has very little experience and very little money. So that's kind of been the focal point in a lot of ways.
Chains here, Ignite as well, looking for the handshake. Fate just going to walk away, rather flash away. And that is going to be a big Summoner Burns here early on.
And Birdall did not teleport, so this wave is crashing into his turret. He's got the Alawi up on the top side on Vision. Willer going to start up this Drake. Blood is still catching minions here. Only 10 CS behind, but it is significant as DRX not grouped to contest. He goes in, he goes out. He's hoping for a fish of this Drake. Like, are they going to be having it the exact place I want it to be? He had a control ward in the rush there as Fate. No flash.
He's level 6. Okay, going to dodge the chains. Extremely important for him, but that is his ultimate now gone. So that lane is not looking good for him so far. Closer, as I mentioned, I wanted to watch this lane and see how it went. Closer is handling it and controlling the lane so far. As okay, flash comes in, trade, very nicely done by Kyle.
Yeah, knows the timing of cleanse. Pleta doesn't have it yet.
Uh-oh.
Re-engage.
Well, Kyle doesn't have flash, but surprise Willer over the wall as who is going to be first blood? Kyle burning down, but he lives as Pleta now trying to trade into the two of them. Looking for the takedown as Kyle perfectly timed, and Envy picks up a double. As Closer not quite able to get a bonus kill, but that is 2 big ones for Liv Sandbox.
That's not the kind of fight you want to be taking here as DRX because of the bailout. You know, it's a fight where, okay, you have the Renata, she has no flash, but you have to collapse so deep onto this Renata glass that she can bail out and you will get the reset, very likely, right? Those that Kyle holds it till the last possible second. It looked like he was going to use it actually at the beginning when the Ignite was ticking against him. He doesn't have to, gets to hold it even longer. And then they get the takedown. As no flash on this Renata, so you see an opportunity here. You get the knockup, but Willer is here. And look at how deep you are right now. Even with Ignite taking, Kyle's like, hold that bailout. Don't need it, actually. First kill goes over. You look for him there. Perfectly timed. And 2 kills go over here to Envy on the bottom lane. This is a disaster for Pleta. Game 1, did a lot of boom boom. Game 2, bit of a rough start.
Yeah.
So we'll watch Alawi for just a moment. They'll let us have it, you know, allow us. I didn't want to say allow us.
Allow us?
Yeah, I walked into it.
That's a good one, Wolf.
Yeah.
Excellent. You know, I've actually been playing the Switch game thing recently. That has Alawi in it. So very happy to see this coming into my League of Legends.
I think Rascal walked behind you when you were playing it.
Current year. Yeah.
I got to do this for Valdez, you know? Yeah, that is where things can get a little bit awkward for the Jax.
Yep. Just pull the soul, drop an ultimate with, you know, 2-3 tentacles. So you're going to have a fun time. The amount of harass that he offers is huge. As a massive wombo combo coming in from Liv Sandbox. Even the handshake as DRX don't even get to play the game. As now they're looking for the turn. Willer looking for that takedown. He will not get it. As Fate this time in the back line, but not really much of a follow-up for him, as now even Closer trying to get on top of him, but not able to get the kill.
You're incredibly behind in this game as DRX, so on one hand you could be like, well, if they just let this go, I mean, they're really just deciding to lose the game, but you are in no way, shape, or form set up to actually take this Herald. Like, there is no realistic way it's going to happen, and you're trying to force it. Liv Sandbox in better position, and yeah, Envy's not there. but you don't have anybody there. You know, you have Juhan trying to start this off, but the turn, the re-engage is so good. Barrel.
Stop it back.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, he's fine.
Is he?
Okay. Stop the back. Worth. Hashtag worth.
Flash down.
That's You stop the back.
It's okay. I'll let you say it's okay. It's definitely not good as this is extremely greedy, right? You have an Alawi, so you're like, yeah, maybe I can force this, but don't have ult. You are dealing with Wukong, and Barrel's here for the re-engage, but once again, Bailout gets so much value. And even though they don't get the takedown, it still prolongs the Wukong's life here, and there's just way more damage here on the side of Live Sandbox before this Akali's online. Is they're going to do this again.
You know that song, There She Goes Again?
Yeah.
There they go again, just doing the Rift Herald, and this time Live Sandbox are like, okay.
Well, this time, critically, there is no Xayah in the bottom lane, so they can actually just get plate gold for their Varus and say, you know what, I'm not going to fight at it up.
Riddle's dead. He's just going to accept his fate. He doesn't have flash, so there's not really much he could do except not be there in the first place and identify the map play.
Yeah, so TPing here also to defend these plates. See if Rascal can survive this. He is Alawi after all. No flash, though.
I think at level 9 he should be okay. Uh-oh. Even going to pull the Spirit of Willer. Bunch of damage coming in. Going to pop that ultimate. Willer getting low. But oh, man, the damage already out of Envy is just too much. As, yes, he will get a couple of members low, but not worth it in the end to TP in there.
They are going to get an additional charge here topside. Maybe they'll even set up to take out the whole turret. Juan over the wall here. As only Birdall is here and still doesn't have flash, so it is going to be the whole inner turret taken with Rift Herald. So Liv Sandbox losing out on the macro play here for DRX. And even though the Alawi is burst down, she buys a ton of time. And you don't have Herald bottom side, so Envy is extremely fed, but you've given over a ton of gold in general split here to DRX. Yeah. Liv Sandbox still in the lead here, still in the driver's seat, and with the win conditions of this LeBlanc and the Varus, you're still feeling pretty good. But it does feel like DRX got a little bit more out of this than they should have. Yeah. Watch this one more time where Birdall is just dove. How much to say here?
Just had to not be here in the first place. You're never getting away from this.
And then Rascal does, of course, pull Willer early. But look at the follow-up damage here. They have hostile takeover. You're just never getting out of this one. Doesn't even have to use it. But the damage is done on the top side of the map. A lot of early inner gold, inner turret gold.
I do want to see the 80 carry gold difference because I think it might be like 2,500.
That's where the money is, yeah.
Yeah, their Varus is gigantic. I mean, he's doesn't have that big of a build, but you know what I mean. Like, he has so much gold into him right now, and Envy has gone for on hit. And I mean, in some of these team fights, like, yes, he is a Varus, and there is a ton of engage on the side of DRX, but a lot of disengage ultimates on the side of Liv Sandbox, which we mentioned in the draft. And if Liv Sandbox can maintain a lead, there is a chance that everybody else catches up, and Envy does have some nice protection to actually carry from here.
Yeah, it certainly could happen. It's also very difficult to kill Pleta, and he is going to scale incredibly well too. It's just time buying is what you need as DRX here, because you've got a really strong split push win condition too with your Alawi. Does have a cleaver online, but it's Jax into the Alawi, so it's not like you're just going to win by default. It's not one of those matchups. It's not a Jax in the Scion situation where she's going to be a huge threat later on, just no matter what, which it can be. As my biggest issues are the Xayah that's behind, but even arguably more so the Akali that's behind that can't do much. We talked about how it could set up some good flanks here and circumvent.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah.
2 plates.
Big money.
Just whisked away like that.
That's big. But will the Akali be able to, without items, actually hurt anybody and threaten this Varus? Like, we're so far behind now as Fate that you try to kill this Varus and he just turns on you and kills you, actually. Like, that's the state of the game we're in right now.
Lots of plates in the top side, of course. This was the trade in the top side for DRX, whereas all those plates in the bottom side for Liv Sandbox given over essentially just to Envy, right? He was also there just solo, so. as you mentioned, more spread out here on the side of DRX, which actually can turn out to be better if they can blow up the Varus. But again, really depends on the execution in the team fights.
Yeah.
More than anything else as well. Shuriken gonna miss, so well, he's still gonna be able to push Closer off of the turret.
Yeah,
so
Bertol,
it's still pretty nice.
He has TP, but he doesn't want to use it to try to save this turret, so they are going to be able to get this. Even Barrel coming over here to guarantee. And this is a good idea, because Fate needs money so desperately right now. He cannot continue to just be taking split gold elsewhere on the map. He needs this money big time locally, and he will pick it up plus 175. As they're going to try to counter dive here, once again onto Rascal, but he can buy a lot of time as Cleaver is done.
Yeah, big difference, you know, diving the LeBlanc. LeBlanc's just running away. Rascal on Alawi is like, bring it, let's go.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I want to ult you under the turret. Please dive me. It's really funny.
But they will not commit as a result, because it is very difficult to pull that off. So once again, we have a macro lead here for DRX. In a cross-map attempt. Wow. Kind of like a balloon. What's that?
That wasn't what I was going to say, but very unexpected.
Yeah.
I thought it was very funny.
I don't know. I thought Alawi was about to make a balloon. She's about to give me like a balloon in the shape
animal.
of a dog. Yeah. She's like, here you go.
Yeah, we have some very fun sound effects on the Korean client. Everybody knows Nar and Lulu and Lysandra, but we don't get to see Alawi that often.
It's my first time. I've seen her a lot in solo queue, but as a caster, you know, with this great headset on.
Really get to hear all the different essences of the sound. As this game is funnily enough, like, I feel like it's anybody's game from here. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Sandbox still definitely have a nice little lead, but Envy didn't go lethality, so you can really only get value if this is like a forced 5v5, right?
Yeah, and that means you have to be the one to engage. Rascal's just going to kind of lock the door here with Barrel setting up a crossfire. They're going to teleport for this.
This is a very nice flank ward. As Rascal, he's caught the Varus Spirit, as meanwhile in the backside, everybody's chasing a Zaya, as Willer in a little bit of trouble, but that Cyclone getting huge value. In goes Fate, trying to get onto the back line, but can finally take out Envy and get the big shutdown. It was actually Rascal who did, but still a one-team fight here to live Sandbox by one member.
Yeah, and Pled is alive, but he does no damage.
Make it two. As, maybe not. Barrel actually just going to hop on over. The power of Zyra on.
And he will be able to escape here. Live Sandbox taking the Drake.
Okay, going to force the flash. Closer, a very nice play in the mid lane to just take out the Zaya.
So they do end up grabbing Pled here. They grabbed the Herald, not the Drake, as I misspoke moments ago, but they will be able to get the objective. They win the fight handily. And a lot of this is, Pleda is focused and he gets away. Well, there's no damage here on the side of DRX. And remember what I said about Akali just a second ago. Fate's like, I need to get in here. He has to avoid all of this CC, the Cyclone, the hostile takeover. He finally gets in the back line, and he's just turned on and killed. Like, yeah, you got the Varus. The Varus just like, oh, there's Akali over here. It's almost like swatting a fly at this point in time. And yeah, you end up getting that kill, but there are still threats on the side of Live Sandbox here. They're really not on DRX. You know, there's an Akali who cannot do long-term damage. The Zaya isn't going to do it for a long time.
Well, let's see how this fight over the Drake goes, because you can see DRX are trying to get position on it, but take a look at this Rift Herald in mid. They're going to take out mid-tier 1 Will Sandbox and just rotate over to the Cloud Drake. And now it's not just Envy who's fed, who, by the way, he died, so now there's no shutdown to earn from him. It's also Closer, who's massively fed, so couple of carries here that will do fantastically when it comes down to down and dirty skirmishes.
Yeah, this is a fight that DRX is just, they want to force here. They want to get something. You know, they don't want to give over soul point for free, but they don't have a great setup right now. Just relying on this Alawi to be the front line when the engage comes through. Vertil's on the flank. Fate can't be both places at once, you know? And he doesn't do enough damage to actually challenge this Jax.
Yeah, certainly not yet. Gonna need probably at least one more item to start feeling like we have an Akali in this game. Bertol just winning the trade here on the bottom side, understandably.
And they're just gonna hold the Drake here and look for the smite fight.
Chains come in, but that's Alawi. Not going to chain onto anyone else, as that will go the way of Liv Sandbox. In goes Duhan, trying to find that backline. Very nice angle here from the side of Barrel as he gets to the backline. Closer, though, gets the re-up here as the Alawi is kind of going crazy, but eventually they just take him down. The damage is too much from this Varus, as Envy is just chunking people down.
Too many disengage tools here on the side of Liv Sandbox. You just cannot win them all. You know, you can get Barrel in there. He has a great engage. Where's the follow-up damage when Xayah is this far behind? The Akali also really struggling to actually get that lethal damage done, coming through, doing a decent amount. But then the Cyclone hits. Then the Chains hit. You know, Chains used early in this fight. They saw a window. As soon as the smite came through, that engage came over the wall. But Liv Sandbox win the fight handily and will take Baron. As you can see, they're just waiting for their opportunity. And I love the way that Liv Sandbox just hold this Drake here, focus it down, look for the smite, and then the engage comes on to Closer. He's over the wall, charmed, but he's LeBlanc, so he escapes. Hostile takeover comes in, Cyclone comes in, Pleta is dead. So yeah, Barrel, he's trying his best, but what are you gonna do? You have no damage anymore. You have no damage at all. None. Alawi, kind of damage.
Yeah,
I guess, but not
Closer
really.
also hopped back into the tentacles and just got smacked down after, you know, getting the takedown with the Renata. So that was kind of funny, but didn't matter at the end of the day.
Gold lead. You wanted to see it earlier. Now it's ballooned to 3,300.
Yep.
That was what Alawi was really showing us in the top lane.
Fate, oh, no. Okay, well, he's got Vi here. But Kyle coming in, and Fate's in a lot of trouble. Another Counter-Strike to hit as, yeah, trying to trade with the Jax here with no vision.
Yeah,
that ain't it.
It didn't go well for him when it was a 1v1 on the Drake pit. It went much worse when it was not a 1v1 on the top side of the map. And Liv Sandbox getting a free pick here. This Barrel, I think he'll be able to get out, looks like. No turret.
Oh, boy. He's like, you will handshake with my teammates.
I mean,
and now with the Baron, Liv Sandbox just melting the map.
Yeah, you know, you escaped, quote unquote, but your turrets are going down. You wanted to try to maybe set up a flank there with the Recon so you could catch somebody while Liv Sandbox is trying to maximize this push, but you get nothing. Inner turret and top goes down, inner and mid goes down, and now Birdall is prepping the bot wave to make it 3 turrets they pick up here. Still 80 seconds left on this Baron buff, and they're about to crack 4,000 gold on the power play. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, and Pleta is still sitting on 1.5 items, whereas 3 items are complete for Envy.
Yeah, down will go this turret. Barrel is like, well, maybe we can bait them into something. It's essentially what you have to try at this point. As now they're just, this is a 3-2 split. You don't see this very often. As TP even from the top lane, in comes Rascal just to help defend.
Yeah, he got some farm on the top lane and pushed that wave out, but it's not going to be too impactful. Now just trying to set up for the defensive Viol.
All right, they're going to get in onto Envy, and immediately the hostile takeover comes out. So
cool story, bro.
What are you going to do?
Cool old man.
You're never going to get in. The Renata will say no every time.
Then they get some ultimates out of Liv Sandbox, but the siege continues. This Baron buff still has 20 seconds left. And Cyclone is still up, so how do you collapse on the Willer? Uh-oh, look at that!
Yeah, Fate trying to go for something here onto Closer as they do get the charm in the end, but again, Renata just standing right next to her, so that's never going to happen either. Down goes Ilawi.
I mean, you can't say they didn't try, but there's just so few options, and this is why they picked the Wukong with the Recon locked in over some of the other jungle picks that were available. It's so good at stopping Recon engages, and that's all DRX have left in this game, unfortunately. As Barrel has tried his hardest. He's the only one who hasn't died this game. It feels like the first time I could say that here in Spring Season 2023, but it's just not enough because there's too many ways to stop the wraparound, and we don't have follow-up damage even if you're able to catch somebody. You can't hurt them.
Yeah.
Nobody's hurting anybody.
Definitely an issue. We're going to take a look at this once again.
If Vi comes in, Juan's like, all right, I'm on top of Envy. Instantly hostile takeover, and look at how quickly he dies.
Look at Fate on the left side. He's like, oh god, what do I do?
Yeah.
He just has to run.
Rascal also just caught by a Counter-Strike here. Birdall has been having a very great late game here.
He's doing his job, you know. Heading in there, he's got a stopwatch now. He's fearless. And they're about to have Cloud Soul, so you're not getting away from these guys either.
Kyle is 12 of 14 in kill participation here. He's leading my POG vote right now. His hostile takeovers have been great. His bailouts have been great. And this Renata pick was really the tool they needed.
You don't want to vote for the boom boom damage?
No, I didn't vote for last time either, to be clear. But
Okay.
I thought about it this time. I was like, should I vote for it? He had a few ults here and there, but nah. I'm going for Kyle this time. If Live Sandbox closes this out. With a 10,000 gold lead, I'm pretty confident at this moment in time. Something Atlas hair reference.
Mm-hmm. Always got to get that reference in.
Always got to get it in.
Yep, got to make sure.
That's what we do as casters here at the LCK. We talk about 10,000 gold leads and unlosable games and how Atlas lost his hair that one time.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a soundboard, ready to be replaced by AI in under 2 years.
Don't say that, Valdez! That's something you and I worry about at the bar after this, not right here, right now, okay? It's going to be fine, by the way. We're way more talented than the AI.
It is inevitable. What? Okay.
All right.
Yeah, don't do that into Rakan. That's like the one guy you really got to be careful about.
Yeah, well, if you have a little bit more setup vision, you feel more comfortable doing that because you have burst damage, but could do it 4v5 maybe.
Still pretty far ahead as Pleta is just trying to survive, but he can't even do that as Bertel in the back line down. Should go Rascal as he goes golden, and Fate again is just trying to press some buttons and have some kind of impact at this point. The Sandbox just a little bit too far ahead as maybe Closer just getting picked to accelerate the end of the game.
Certainly. That's what we'll say as these Nexus turrets are going down. I think we're going to 3.
Give him the benefit of the doubt, you know? As the wave is kind of moving away from the turret, so they might need another wave in mid, or maybe not. They can just click their buttons onto that one and hit down the Nexus, as they will work on their KDA at the same time. Envy is attacking at like 3 attacks per second, as down will go the Nexus, and we will have a Game 3, Live Sandbox able to tie it up.
Kyle with such a great performance here. NV2 and the ways in which the LeBlanc was threatening Barrel and keeping him back in some of those mid-game fights was really clean. Bertel, he played against an Alawi, it went fine. And then in the late game, he had enough agency to actually, with his Spear of Shojin, come in constantly, look for big Counter-Strike plays. And he was finding them to help end the game. It was a game where Live Sandbox looked like they were on the same page. And if you have this massive lead with your bot lane because Pleta underperforms here on the Xayah and falls extremely far behind early, then it's easier to say Live Sandbox's coordination is better, right? It was. But if you consider the game state right, it's a lot easier to play a game like that out. So it feels like a series anybody could take right now. We may even see the Duck Dom substitution after Pleta's performance here in Game 2. If you're a Live Sandbox fan, and if you're a Live Sandbox fan, this is not time to have a sigh of relief just yet. This is not the time just yet.
Not just yet. Envy with some huge numbers in this one. Got the lead, did well with it, put in his damage, put in the work.
I mean, he played well. His positioning was good. His ults were good. But I thought Kyle had the larger impact, helped win the lane, helped win that first skirmish, where Pleta was trying so desperately to get back into the game. And
the Renata Glass, just an insane draft pick.
So
really reading the situation. And yeah, they're going to have to come back to the drawing board with something else. As guys, we're going to take a break and be back with game number 3.
가야볼게. 나왔어.
공격할게, 공격할게.
해봐.
일라위.
때려봐.
앞으로 가봐.
일라우부터,
일라우부터.
일러위 봐봐.
앞으로 가자, 앞으로.
야,
들어가자, 미드로. 바텀으로.
바텀으로
가자, 봐줄게.
바텀 라인 나 이거 데려올게.
바텀으로 가자, 민준이 형.
아칼리 노공이야. 그럴 수 없어. 끝내면 돼. 바이는?
그냥 깡으로
하자.
되겠다. 그냥 깡 부려.
방어돼.
아칼리 노공이야.
너 방어돼. 방어돼.
아칼리 노공이야.
야, 타워 칠게.
타웠어 그냥 들어오면
바이.
되겠다.
나 한 번만 뺄게.
나도 한번
나
뺄게.
상태 안 좋다. 나 텔로
끝내. 타워치면 끝날 때.
끝내. 오케이. 너네끼리 끝내줘.
미안하다. 깜짝 등장 몰랐어. W 돼.
그럼 봐줘. 야, 잘 나오긴 한다. 나 텔 찍어줄게. 기다려봐.
없을 때. 나이스.
나이스.
Yesterday, I helped fight a giant snake. Purple with 1,000 eyes and huge pointy teeth. Grr! But whoosh! Woo! My fire looked so scary, it rushed off into the jungle, never to be seen again. Pretty amazing, right? Yeah, you're so brave, Milio. Tell us more. Fine, but only 'cause you asked. I've done so many new things since leaving my village. You won't believe this, but I battled a green monster too. It had 8 legs and massive claws, taller than the trees. I learned to heal a lot of people at once, way more than I did at home.
Wow, that sounds tough. How do you do it, Milio?
After I get it once, it's easy. Wherever I go, I try to make new friends. And it always works.
Yeah!
Eventually. I know it's surprising, but fire doesn't have to hurt. It's nice to help people see it differently.
That's great training to get stronger, too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we think a lot alike. My family is gonna love those stories. They're probably waiting for my next letter.
I wish they were here right now.
They are here right now. And remember, we're gonna make them so proud. Ooh, I'm sleepy. I bet they have comfy beds in Ishaokan.
고생은 내가 하고 있지. 주도권 이거 죽여. 접해.
시즌 뭐 챌린저 그냥 반 죽여놨어.
너 절반을 긁어내버렸어. 너는 나이 이거 해봐야 되지 않겠어요 우리? 이 LCK 오프저버 분들과 홀리 해설위원. 맨날 생각 나왔는데.
야 진짜 정치하지 말자 우리. 파이팅. 형 죽으면 안 돼. 당장 빼자고 했지. 이거 누가 키웠어? 아니 이거 리플 봐. 난 이제 오늘부로 옵저버 분들이랑 다시는 안 할 거야.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. It is time to break down that game number 2, where we would like to introduce back to the LCK round 1 Live Sandbox, as they absolutely obliterated DRX in this one.
Well, I mean, I think this draft is the same thing. DRX, I think, totally disrespect the virus power. I think they were really high for Zyrakan from the first game.
Yeah.
They got instantly punished. and left from the level 1, it was basically unlaneable, and Illaoi didn't do anything.
It was really, it was twofold. I do think, as mentioned, the Renata in particular, like, my God, what a pick. And then you pick a Kali and Illaoi into it, which didn't work. Shocking turn of events. Renata really good against, like, melee characters that try to play aggressively, and even the 1v1 Illaoi didn't really work. But what was most notable to me is also that KL in particular was playing better, and all of a sudden, like, everything seems like it comes together. You have Willer on not a mage, which casters in game 1 also talked about, or a closer rather on not a mage. And then you have Willer on his Wukong, and that's a lot of segments of what made Sandbox good. And I think after this draft, DRX probably going to make sure that a bunch of those don't actually come through.
Yeah, and I also think maybe not aggressively picking the very, the Zyricon that didn't quite work out. Although, we do want to say that Beryl had a really good couple of games here, despite the fact that the game state was completely awful.
Well,
I think it was better Beryl than we've seen all season.
Besides
caveats need to come in. Yeah,
that's the one down. Like, he had a really good game. Besides,
let's have a look at the biggest downturn.
Besides, and this is actually, it's kind of tragic because this extended trade is actually what puts Blada on the back foot for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that play would make sense if the virus is not like, like, if it's like lethality virus, like, I think it's completely fine, but this guy has a little tempo and he can keep.
Yeah, you don't win the long trades.
You can't. And look at the lane, look at the wave. The wave is like the whole point, and this is like being ends up slow pushing to enemy, and being ends up what happened to bring the result for the Leaf Sandbox. The Varus was level 4, and Zaya was level 2, and after this, it's just like lane's over, completely over.
Blada has to back at level 1 with 1 CS, right? Like, and getting completely zoned out, and then that leads to an early lead, which was already really big, and then this happens, and we're reminded of how good a Renata KL is.
Oh,
again, because we haven't seen it in quite a while, but it was something that Sandbox last year relied on, and then from this point on, you can't really play the video game anymore because you'll never ever contest bot prio, so you can snowball that into turrets and objectives.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think that's why we said, like, in the first game, just pick Varus Karma. Varus Renata. It just does the same thing. The win lane, as I said it, Leaf Sandbox for Leaf Sandbox, just winning lane phase is the most important key right now.
And they absolutely did that. The Illaoi we wanted to go deep on. We wanted to talk about all of the reasons why Illaoi can be powerful into the Jax. Ultimately, it did not matter whatsoever. Just wasn't really a thing. I got really excited, tried to remember all of her ability names. Didn't matter at all. Rascal in this fight actually just popping as this was our next highlight.
And Birdo actually had really good backline access consistently here, something that was hard to deal with. And I want to again reiterate the value of the Wukong, Jax, and Renata combo here.
Yeah, I mean, I also really like the closer, just to go over the wall and they come back, and then just like the enemy positioning, the DRX positioning got completely break. And Illaoi, I think it's not possible. You gotta press E first before you go in. If you guys don't want to see how to play Illaoi, just search, go YouTube.
Yeah.
Huni Illaoi.
Undefeated in his career.
Haven't lost yet.
Yeah. We thought that Illaoi was going to be impossible for her to lose this game purely because we had so much tape of Huni destroying people on Illaoi. As it turns out, you need to be cold Huni in order to make that one happen.
We reached that conclusion a lot on this test.
Yeah.
Feel like maybe there's something going on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
when I asked him about the games, I was like, oh, what runes did you go? This was before runes.
It was 2016, so it was 7 years ago.
Yeah, so there was it was a slightly different play style. Do you have any tips on if you were to be in this game, what would you have done differently on the Illaoi?
Don't pick Illaoi, man.
Oh no! So what if you're loading in as Illaoi? Do you have any tips for anyone playing Illaoi?
Press E better. Like,
okay.
Just get the, just don't lock in.
So it's the same as
just
playing...
don't loading in.
Okay, okay.
Pause.
So it's the same as if you had have picked Lethality Yorick. Just make sure you hit every E.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I learned something for my future Illaoi games, and I hope you guys did as well. We have a few subs coming through for DRX also. There is now an opportunity to have 2 different bot lane players in the POG, which would be pretty cool. Let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one, though, and we'll see whether it's Envy or Kyle. It will be Envy, 300 points now, as he did the boom boom on his Varus. We're a couple of sad faces here.
Uni and
for the
I
Kyle.
looking at one another a little bit sad.
Well, it's you know, I think he played decently fine. Like he definitely didn't really make a major mistake. At the same time, I felt just more so that Kyle actually make a lot of more super play. But I mean, I think the consistency of the AD carry, that's the most important key.
And the one thing that I do want to say in favor of Envy here is that he had a horrendous game one. Like he was the big problem. He died multiple times. And then bouncing back with a game like this, I think is really kind of a...
True.
Well, yeah, it's a journey of his entire split thus far, right?
Yeah, this is the split that you want. Votes going either for Envy or for Kyle.
It's the only votes that you can go for.
Media could have been on our side, but instead
not.
they were unanimously not on our side. That's okay, because we have a game number 3, and we'll see whether we get a POG that we voted for or not. Let's throw it back to Valdez and Wolf to take us through the deciding match.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown on the space. Yes, we will have to see if we can finally get that POG vote right.
Who needs the official POG? Why don't we make a global cast POG rankings where we actually see all of our votes, and then we just like to make it completely different, see how different it is for the than the actual POG official vote?
Whoa.
Why don't we just make our own ranking?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm down.
Croco will be subbed in. The desk already did mention that we're going to have a substitution on the bottom side, so Duckdom's coming in after what was a rocky performance there from Pleta. But a lot of it, based on that level 1 exchange that we did see, actually not going to be subbed in. So, okay. They led us astray, Valdez!
I mean, at the same time, like, I can understand, like, the desk, like, the space did point out that bottom lane level 1 wasn't necessarily his fault. It was more so, like, a draft and a lack of respect to the Varus, plus, like, Beryl and Pleta deciding to go in at level 1, which, between those two players, we know it's Beryl that's making that call, right? So he's also the Rakan, he's the one pressing the button first, so what can you do? They're going to give Pleta another try. I think it's okay. I mean, you and I weren't too impressed with him even in game 1. We felt like Beryl was actually the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting alongside Rascal. But, I don't know, new game, new spot, and Croco's going to give it a try.
So the Addy and Asher banned. Karma also banned this time around. So see what DRX are fishing for here in this third game. On the blue side, as we will see potentially the Sejuani ban here, has not been prioritized as heavily thus far, though, in this series as it has been by other teams. Gragas, the other consideration. So Croco, since he's on the Rift here, they're going to actually push the Vi up a tier, but this means Caitlyn gets through. And Pleta will now, on a third different draft here, have an opportunity to be the carry, putting a lot of trust in him after what was a shaky start to game 2. Varus is locked in instantly here, and I like this Caitlyn pick because the Karma is banned. You know that you're going to have a Caitlyn Lux that is going to have very little pushback, and even if it's Varus Heimer, you still feel pretty good about your chances.
Yep, we've seen this matchup before. Can go kind of either way, but you would give the advantage to Caitlyn and Lux. Will depend, maybe Kyle pulls out something very interesting. Maybe he just plays Renata again. I don't think it's going to have nearly as much power, especially with Caitlyn Lux showing, You're not, like, drafting it into a Rakan or an Engage composition. Let's see what the DRX third pick will be first.
Could grab Gragas here. It wouldn't really feel very face-up because it's so flexible, but they're actually going to prioritize the Lee Sin instead. And for most teams, not a flex. But for this team, absolutely it is. So something to keep in mind here. Proto thinks he could just play the Gnar. Rascal will be happy to play this into it. As they will look for the Leona pick, so no pushing at all. Just going to play this more defensively here. We have seen this pick utilized very well by players like Lehens to aggressively play Varus, even into a losing lane. But it's going to be about your accuracy. It's going to be about your performance.
With Zenith Blade, even if you get bound while you're going in, and it's still going to follow.
Yeah.
So that's one way to counter the Lux, and then you can kind of, you have Eclipse, you're tanky enough to get through their burst, you're not going to get 100 to 0 like a lot of different supports. And
it's also,
you can set up the aggressive play.
It's also very difficult to die for Leona, because she can just stun you when you decide to go in as the Lee Sin. So, very
Point
difficult.
and click.
Point and click. For Liv Sandbox here, the next pick is going to be really indicative of what kind of draft they want to play, because right now you know they have a Varus. It's probably going to be on hit. You have a Leona and a Wukong, so you have some disengage here. But you still have to deal with this Caitlyn range prop. You still need some really good engage. Jax could have been one of the better ways to do that. Even an Ahri, I don't like this ban as much because you already know it's Wukong here, but even an Ahri could be one way to set up team fights. I think Liv Sandbox really desperately need to find that right now. Could be just a Gragas pick and save that final pick for last.
Or just
pick the
Fiora?
blind Fiora with no Jax against this, but still, you don't know what you're up against here. You can be countered now, and this is not going to give you the engage. Like, you have Leona, some engage, right? You have Wukong, but the range problem here is just so big. And now it's really easy to play Gnar into this too, if they would like to.
Yeah, probably just pick up the Gragas first for Fate here, you would have to imagine.
And this is something Liv Sandbox could have taken themselves instead.
Yeah, that Fiora very confusing, but maybe Closer's got something very special for the mid lane as Blind Akali strikes again.
See if Closer is willing to play Sylas into this. Still a pretty good draft for it. Gives you a little bit more engage, a little bit more frontline. It gives the Varus a lot of reach. He's going to have such a strong front line that he can actually do realistic big damage in longer fights and engages if he's not caught, which he shouldn't be. So I think the Sylas makes sense here for Closer. It's a matchup where we are seeing a lot of teams feel very comfortable picking it into Akali right now. So in the early game, you can have a lot of control, and in the mid to late game, the ability to steal an Akali ultimate gives you extra hard engage.
Yeah, and as long as you go even, your itemization allows you to go Rod, whereas Akali's does not. So in the mid to late game, you hit level 16 first. You're feeling very fine. You are very tanky. And most of the time you can trade pretty well into the Akali before she gets 4 items and gets insane.
There are some weird interactions too as Valdez. We going Rascal Akali top. Okay.
Oh.
All right. All right, we're having some fun in this one, aren't we? We're having a little bit of a tricky one.
Akali doesn't have a stun for Fiora to repose.
That's true. It is going to be a very hard first few levels, though. And if she falls super far behind, this side lane win condition of Birdall's Fiora is busted. And she's not going to have a lot of help up there in the early game either. Plus the fact that Sylas is still going to be able to steal her ultimate. That part isn't going to change in the mid game. But I was going to mention that Sylas also kind of randomly gets value, and that he can steal a Gragas' ultimate and will have all of that AP scaling, so he's going to do a lot of damage with it. That's another way he can engage. He can even steal Final Spark and make value out of it because of his AP itemization. So, interesting call here, but Rascal Man, he has been the one. They are just giving him all the opportunities. They have put they said, you're the captain now, you're steering this ship, and we're going to trust you once again.
Yeah, I kind of like it, but let's see. I mean, I think it's going to have a much better time up in the top lane compared to the Sylas, but we'll have to wait and see how it does get played out as we hop into the Rift for game number 3. I'm just happy, Wolf, that we get a series that actually goes to Game 3. We get some back and forth League of Legends.
Haven't had that since Wednesday.
Yeah. Man, Thursday and Friday were just beatdowns.
Hey, you and I were talking about this as soon as we took our headsets off after Game 2. Like, we'll take this best of 3 that goes 3 any day over just cold, hard stomps. Where there's about 25 minutes ago, and well, this one's done, but we're going to watch it anyways. Whereas both of these games have been one-sided, actually, in this series, but there were some really cool technical things to discuss. And because the level of play of these teams is weaker than teams like T1, for example, you know that there's a potential for an error, there's a potential for a mistake, and some things have to be played out really well.
It's more evenly matched as well.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not like... let's take a look. What do we have earlier this week?
We had that KT series yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, T1 versus DRX, right? Like...
That was the one where we...
yeah.
We had to cast the Cho'Gath, which was working until it wasn't, but then it worked anyways.
Yeah.
And that's all we're going to say about that. Until we see it later in our second series, probably.
We will, I think. I want to see them play Veigar, though. Like, I just kind of need that in my system, you know? Like, so one of those players on T1 to pick up the Veigar. Or Hamalife, you know? Could happen.
Rascal starting the backflip here. Actually connecting it. Pretty slick move.
Looks very cool.
Yep. Envy is the target here of most of the singularities. He's taking a decent amount of damage. They are going to be pushed back, so is waiting for level 2, level 3 to potentially all in and engage. Kyle can't do much here at level 1. He actually took Comet, Envy did, this game, interestingly. So, doesn't necessarily mean that he was hoping that they were going to crush this lane, but does indicate we're probably going to see poke and lethality in this Varus rather than on hit variant. It doesn't have lethal tempo, obviously.
Willer going for a little expedition here into the enemy jungle. He is not seeing anything, and in fact, he will be spotted on this ward.
Look at this wave crashing top. Like, Rascal has no money. He has no CS. If he's even just forced to lose CS, this is a win. And if he dies, I don't need to tell you guys what happens next.
They're not going to go for it. Unfortunately, especially Wukong at this level doesn't, you know... They're just going to try to smack him down. It's a little bit scary against a Akali, even if Rascal doesn't have Flash.
Yeah.
Ignite could easily trade back a kill, so he's just going to take the Grom.
He still has topside control. A lot of CS is still denied.
And as you mentioned earlier, it's somewhat difficult to dive the Leona. So, you know, even though they give over bot side jungle control to Krako.
Yeah, it's just relatively insignificant at this point, especially when they know exactly where he is. They spot him out here with this ward. They'll be able to scry it away, but all the information is given so Willer can come over here. Now, Krako might make himself a liability here if he sticks around. I mean, this Leona will help you win this fight. They've got a Sylas here. Needs to be respected. And this blue buff hijack is not successful.
Oh, okay, speaking of expeditions,
right. What are we cooking, Barrel? Like, now you're just...
This is a squad.
You're really trying to force this. This is a cannon wave.
And, I mean, at the end of the day, like, if you catch someone, it can amount to a potential kill. With
but now you're zoned...
Caitlyn, but
yeah, now you're zoned off of your minion wave. You're just going to back here, but Envy's going to be able to crash through, get a free back. So your Caitlyn...
oh, he's okay.
Yeah, he's all right. But your Caitlyn lane is not actually punishing or pushing or doing anything because topside is controlled by a Fiora. You opted into this, mind you. Didn't look like it was going to be top Akali, but then it was, and we didn't like it. Barrel? He's holding this as long as he can.
Okay. He's going to hold the cannon. Very nicely done. Dodged the Zenith Blade and everything.
But when you're celebrating the Lux holding the wave in your Caitlyn Lux lane, I mean, look, it's not the end of the world. I'm just saying.
This is the little things in life, Wolf.
It's the little things, but it's how much control over this game Live Sandbox has right now. As we've talked about Birdall being fairly inconsistent, but one thing is for sure, when he's on champions like Fiora and he could side lane, that part he doesn't mess up. That part he doesn't make mistakes in. When he has a lead in the lane like this, he is going to make the macro calls. And he's very experienced. He's not a rookie player. He's been in the LCK for a long time. Doesn't feel like he has been because he hasn't lived up to the expectations and hype. So it feels like we're still waiting for that, but I mean, look at this.
Yeah, this is not easy in general in the early levels, as you mentioned, but also every time we look up there, it feels like the Vital is right in front of the Fiora. So Bertle's just like, well, I say that, and now it's not. As Grand Challenge comes in, but Rascal has got the level 6 himself, and Bertle just goes away. Just going to wait out the timing, and he can go back to trading a little bit later on.
can even handle caster curses extremely well.
Yeah.
As seen. Very well.
A lot of curse resistance in this game, you know.
Still losing his edge a little bit there, but not going to be a death or anything like that, just a ghost expended. Zwiller is coming over here, but Krako is already in position, so not going to get the punish. I say that.
It's a very nice stolen cast. Closer looking pretty good as, oh boy, Feet tries to flash away, but there's even a Leona here as Kyle roams up from the bottom lane to secure this one for Closer in the mid lane.
It does make you wonder if Liv Sandbox has really been watching KT Rolster and how they play these Leona lanes, because this is exactly a Lehen's move that we saw just a few days ago. This is exactly what he likes to do. This is how KT likes to play these lanes. And, I mean, the angle you have where you have the stolen cast gear as Closer super early with your hijack, Fate messes up the flash, but Leona's there. You have so much follow-up CC, and I mentioned, okay, it's not going to happen, right, because Krako is here, right? But he takes Scuttle and walks away. Willer actually gets here first, so he wasn't, in fact, ultimately when the engage happened, closer. And Fate, the cask is not good. The flash is expended. He still dies.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the junglers were, you know, just bonus damage.
Yeah.
I feel like Kyle was the big difference maker, but also the fact that Fate body slammed into a quote-unquote better Gragas, right? Like, he's going to have your cask. If you body slam in, you can't body slam out. So you're not going to be under threat in a 1v1 probably, because the Silas, you know, isn't going to quite have that much damage against your Catalyst, but still, if anyone else is there, you're probably going to die.
Yeah, and that's precisely what happened. Kyle not going to hit the Zenith Blade. This is a game where we discovered, regardless of result, that Liv Sandbox have this Leona tech in their wheelhouse, just like we've seen other teams do, namely KT Rolster. But this is something that you might not have wanted to show before playoffs. So, oh, that's a long range one.
Little Hex Flash as, oh, Chains of Corruption already here, but the lockdown is pretty huge still onto the Leona. Still a win for Liv Sandbox as Willer comes in and shores up a little bit of that. Meanwhile, Krako just going to be taking this big objective on the top side of the map.
And Pledge is getting zoned out of CS here, so it's a bigger win on the side of Liv Sandbox. And it's going to be Plate Gold going over Lavaris. Again, Dirk online here, so much extra damage. So yeah, you are going to be able to get that objective on the top side of the map, and Krako is going to pick up the local gold, but this is less significant than what DRX are losing. And if it was Pleta who died there, you know, in the 1-for-1 trade, you would feel really, really bad about this. At least the Lux is the one who died. Caitlyn still gets some farm. Liv Sandbox is going to try to turn this now into a Drake for Herald trade. But with the reset here of Barrel, I don't think it's going to be, they're going to be able to do it right now. Say. Scary to go into replay at this moment in time, but we will.
We're not scared.
Hex Flash into Zenith Blade, so like with Hex Flash and the flash here from Barrel, that's about as far as the Zenith Blade can go.
Yeah.
And Willer is really well prepared to collapse and follow up on it.
나이스!
Nice.
까비.
Unlucky.
I was
gonna say, I was like,
all time.
I was gonna say, wait, why are we showing him say that? Because it's not actually what they wanted.
Yeah. The thing is like, we can see that trade in the future when Barrel doesn't have flash, and Barrel will die without Kyle dying. The only reason Kyle died is because he was under the turret, which is like, I think the main reason why Krako was like, nice, like you got the kill onto the Leona, but it was immediately traded back, of course.
It was a good pull by Barrel into turret, you know, with the flash. That's a really complex interaction that, you know, it may not have been intentional, but seemed pretty intentional the way he played it there to make sure that Leona is locked down, but they didn't know the Wukong was there, which is another problem in itself. Is once again,
here we go, and guess what? There is Willer once again from the side as Fate does not have his flash, so he's just dead. Once again, twice on a Gragas in mid lane. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, it's just so hard to kill this champion. And when this Herald is dropped bottom side, that means the jungler is not in the mid lane, so Willer at the follow-up.
Oh. Keeping him honest.
Yeah, keeping him honest for sure. Ultimately won't mean anything here, unfortunately, though. As DRX with this drop will grab the first rake of the game. Very late first rake here at nearly 11 minutes in. But this Silas is so ahead right now, it's insane. And we'll be able to buy his Rod of Ages very soon here. And he's going to start stacking that one up. And with all the extra money he's picked up, that means faster stopwatch into Zonias, just like we saw last time when the Silas was in the top lane. there it is at 11 minutes.
Yep.
Rod
레오나도 천천히
purchased.
봐줄래? 어.
Closer calling for this.
Okay,
He,
See if he says anything else.
나 텔 봐줄게 이거. 야, 자, 저거는
I'm going to teleport
미드
bottom. Because while this is happening, of course, the Herald is being dropped bottom side.
Closer forcing an ult at a Rascal. Just like that. Looks like he didn't get that second plate, which is very annoying for Rascal.
Yeah, it really hurts.
And now Bertle is going up against Agragas.
So it's top of Silas again.
Twice in one series.
And now the collapse onto Krako here. Will he get away? I think he should be fine. Don't take that Sonic Wave. But Willer has Flash, Cyclone. This is always a very scary thing to deal with.
And we're no, we're not. Never mind.
No, yeah,
we were, but then we weren't.
Disregard.
Yep. Just gonna reset.
Okay, gotta be so careful about forcing vision fights here in this choke point with Flash Cyclone. You know that Willer has it. You have to respect it. And Varus is in a really good spot in this game. It's not like Caitlyn with a BF sword is going to be feeling great about looking into extended trade against him, even though he doesn't have lethal tempo. He's going to do so much damage in burst.
Well, if it's 1v3, he will just die. As nice gank here from Krako. As seemed like Envy had no idea.
Yeah, the rest of the team was pushing around the red buff. They wanted to actually take that one away. And that fight we were talking about doesn't matter because they're expecting Lee Sin is still lurking around this area, and they're like, yeah, we're going to flash Cyclone on him if he's actually on this red buff, or we're going to take the red buff away. But he actually pats down. They have a control ward on the bottom brush, so he can get completely behind Envy, who thinks he's safe because his support and jungler are so nearby. And they also think they've got the lock onto Krako, but he actually is able to slip unnoticed.
So Loco onto Krako?
Yeah.
You had such an amazing opportunity.
있어? 있으면 살짝 애매할지도. 나 지금
is he there? Or maybe talking about the vision, asking about
He
vision.
was asking if he has flash. Or maybe
오마이!
vision.
맛있고. 이거 우리 블루 우리 렌 줘야 돼. 나 집 가야 돼. 나 집 가야 돼. 나 집
He
가야 돼.
asked, is there question mark? We don't have the context for that, but he was either asking about flash or about vision, but they had the control ward, and he sneaks around there. That was really well played. Like he knows the enemy jungler and support are looking for him. He's escaped their detection, and then he gets a free kill there onto the enemy AD carry. It does.
And his whole attitude is so funny to watch. Pleta has cleanse, just gonna use it there. Nice job from Kyle to hit that straight on. But yeah, he's just having a great time, which is good. There was a fan sign out there that was, okay, 2 things that DRX have to do today. Number 1 is be happy. Number 2 is win, right? So I think she was trying to say, like, most importantly, like, at least have fun,
Yeah.
Just play your game, like, don't get too down on yourselves.
That is the new fan sign meta, by the way. It's the things teams need to do.
Yeah. That and the, 4 signs in a row.
Yeah.
That's been around
ultra wide
for a while
sign
now.
is pretty dope, though.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that meta. As Leona is spotted, Rascal should know that, something's going on up here.
Yeah. Do not want to go back in on this, as Kyle will show, and they'll push this wave. They have full control over this Rift Herald right now because Pleta is in mid trying to catch minions. And their turn off of this objective, even in this early game, is incredible. Willer has Flash Cyclone. It could engage him so far away.
He just goes over the wall, and he is just dead. Man, not really sure what's going on, but...
Yeah, really uncharacteristically bad performance from him this game.
Yeah.
Maybe he just hasn't played that much Gragas. We haven't really, it's not been his favorite, right? It's not one that he picked up early like everyone else. And just having a bit of an off day here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if the call was from the team, okay, we're going, and then, like, he went over the wall into, like, blind territory into this much CC, and then they realized, like, oh, that was a bad call. That is a possibility, but based on the way this game has been going, you are probably right.
Yeah.
It happens.
It does happen, but I mean, his rod is 3 minutes behind closers. I mean, he's been stacking his tier. It's not all bad news, and he will be relevant because he's Gragas, who just naturally scales up to that second item with these builds. This is kind of why he's so popular right now, because he is going to be relevant at 2 items no matter what, but the timing in which he will hit that is significantly delayed, at least 3 minutes, but I'd say probably more realistically like 4 or 5 because of all these deaths and the lack of farm he has. So Live Sandbox have great turn, they have great chain CC. Going over the wall blind like that, not the right decision whether it was his or otherwise. That's going to cost them big. Live Sandbox once again back in the driver's seat of this game. We'll get their first Drake to tie it 1-1.
Yeah, let's see what it's going to be. We've had a Mountain Soul and a Cloud Soul in game number 2. So what will we have today? Krako gets in, and it's Mountain Soul again. Krako's like, well, I don't want to flash, but he's not even going to have the option to. Actually, he didn't have it. It was like 10 seconds away. Very unfortunate timing. As down he will go, Barrel gets baited into it as well. If Sandbox collect a Drake and 2 kills.
This composition is already at a point where it's going to kind of start to snowball, Live Sandboxes. You had a Drake lead, and this is the one time you get to sit back and say, we'll let them have the Drake. Like, this is the one time you get to do that. And they did not do it. They committed in without having flash to try to look for a steal. 2 people die. And now Live Sandbox are like, cool, we got the Drake and some bonus kills. You have a control ward here in the pit, but there's no out. He has no flash, as you mentioned. Has no ward to hop to. Well, Ally is on cooldown on that, and Barrel is also here hoping for maybe to set up his smite with a ult or something like that, or maybe a singularity with ult. So that's why he's there, but he also dies. So you're like really desperately trying to look for a solo Drake steal when your opponent's team is starting to snowball this lead massively. You really just can't afford to make risky calls like that, because what you gain from that is so tiny. It's like high risk, low reward play.
Yeah, it's not worth it in the end, as we can see, as Barrel, just checking about, trying to see us a little bit, trying not to waste those minions in mid. We might have a little bit of a slowdown here. There's no objectives, and DRX, they've kind of lost the last 2, so they're not going to be actively looking for big plays. Pleta with the BT first. He will have a massive shield.
Going to help him survive through some of these engages potentially, but you get hit by anything, you get hit by everything else. That's kind of the name of the game right now on this patch. So
it also means he'll need like 2 more items to actually be relevant.
Yeah.
So we're going to be waiting quite a while for Pleta to be in the game.
And while we wait, Zhonya's is ready for closer. 2 minutes to rod completion. Speaking of closer.
Stolen Akali ultimate. Rascal has to go into the Shroud. Damage is in, but Kyle's right here. He can lock him down as the CC chain comes in, and the Akali is DED.
Man, Live Sandbox, when they are ahead, everybody's on the same page. When they're feeling good, they're feeling themselves, it's happening, like the play is clean. You couldn't ask for 2 more different games in a best of 3. Game 1 and game 3 here, I mean, wow. And when you watch these moments too, it's decisive calls. Closer's on his Silas. When he's on comfort picks here, he looks so much better. And with the lead he has, he's willing to go down there. Kyle locks the door there with the Leona, so no way out, unfortunately for Rascal. And they were cooking a little bit with the Alawi pick, but this even feels more extreme. Oh, Barrel misses it.
They want to get Pleta, and they're going to get his summoners at least. His kick, they're going to try to punish Willer here, but he just spins to win his way out as they don't have the damage to take down the monkey. As you see the rest of them just trying to get out here. A lot of blown summoners on the side of DRX now.
Still really cool attempt there from Krako, but ultimately fails. And if Barrel actually hits that light binding, this looks completely different, but he slightly misses it. And then Willer is able to survive there and help the rest of his team out with that defensive Cyclone. And, I mean, the cask, unfortunately, once again for Fate, low impact Kyle.
I mean, yeah, Rascal going to be putting in the damage, and he will pick up the kill. Nicely done. Very slippery on the Akali. Goes back in, trying to take down Envy, but kind of comes up short as Envy will flash away to avoid it.
We know Rascal is an incredibly talented player. He has such a wide champion pool. But he opted into the Alawi in game 2, which unfortunately didn't work out. As we see the Rod does complete. Didn't work out. And now he's opted into a matchup where you have no agency in the early game. And in the mid game, with a deficit, even when he plays these really well, it's not going to matter. As Croco tries so heroically here, the cask is very late. Barrel's light binding missed. And not much you could do here anymore. And then this moment, you're trying to all-in a Leona, so she will have help eventually. There's no such thing as a lone Leona. Hard to say. No such thing as a lone Leona.
Lone Leona, there you go.
She presses Eclipse, and then her friends show up. They just appear. They have a lot of time to get there. So not the trade you're looking for. A little bit of gold on the Akali at least.
Imagine having a somewhat tanky support nowadays. Unbelievable. But that is those are the changes we're seeing nowadays with some melee supports back in the meta. And the introduction of Leona back just a little bit, just a slight bit. As closer, level 15, he did get his Rod Spike already. He'll be hitting 16 in no time at all.
Is this the new tech against Overheal, the Serpent's Fang, by the way? Look at that.
We've seen this like from time to time, yeah.
It's kind of cool. I kind of like it.
The Executioners is kind of interesting. I mean, in a fight, you're going to be able to layer it a lot. Like, Varus has a lot of ways to put that onto a bunch of people, actually. He's got a lot of AoE abilities, so I think it's fine.
I think it's pretty good.
Especially into, like, the Caitlyn. Like, it's not great if you're just throwing in piercing arrows, because she's not going to be healing during that time, mostly, right? But still, I mean, in team fights, can find some value.
I think it's
Akali over there, you know.
I mean, you're just, it's what these things, these items give you such a small advantage compared to what you would want if you wanted to be super efficient. But when you're winning this hard, it doesn't matter all the time, right? Like, it doesn't matter. You're like, okay, what if she does heal? What if she actually survives really long and gets through that? What if I could shut a little bit of that down? That's what I want. Closer?
Well, he is incredibly tanky, as unfortunately the kick knocks him out of the queue and the binding, I believe. As anyway, now Liv Sandbox pretty angry. They want to get in there, and that they will. Nobody will be left alive in this jungle, as even Rascal's going in. You can tell he's not having too fun of a time in this game. As Grand Challenge, and Bertle's just going to put him in the death chamber and punish him for getting over that wall.
It is looking all over but the Cryon here now at this point, as they can take Baron. And Liv Sandbox in just such a commanding lead at this point. And I will warn everyone. I'm just going to put it out there. PSA, I did say it after game 2. Hold on, we'll watch this first.
I think he's fine.
I think he probably is too. He's got also some fruit to pick up here.
Yeah, we all love fruit here on this desk.
Sure.
Actually, both you and I hate fruit for different reasons. I hate it in League of Legends, you in real life.
Yeah. Don't eat fruit. But that's another topic for another time. But my warning here as we watch Closer bait them in, so to speak, is that this performance on Liv Sandbox is one that it's easy to get overhyped about because the caliber of opponent and also because of the lead they were given early on in this game and the matchups they were given, right? Fate's having an off game into the Silas, who was able to get kills early. You opted into the Rascal Akali, into a Fiora topside. So let's take this with more than one grain of salt, I will say, going into this, because the confidence in the shot calling and the team synergy, definitely visible here, right?
How many grains are you thinking, though?
Probably like about 7.
7? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot more than 1.
Yeah.
7 times the amount of a grain of salt.
Because we need to see the synergy on even game states, right? We need to see this with drafts that didn't go as well as planned before we're ready to trust this team's got it back. It's Liv Sandbox from round 1. It's not yet, but a good look here at least so far, as Bertle alone.
Trying to collapse onto a Fiora. I mean, they do have so many members, and it will, in fact, be enough, but their bottom lane is in tatters. Maybe they can force a 5v4 and get something done, but not sure that's going to matter or that they care. Closer just frontlining right now, as he is a raid boss, even on top of 3 of these traps. In goes Willer, finds 3 of them under the turret, has a stopwatch, knows he's pretty safe here. Might go down, but his team should be fine, although this is taking a little bit. Croco surviving, Fate surviving, Closer taking about 10 turret shots, and doesn't seem to care.
Very clean fight here on the side of Liv Sandbox. All started off with a cast from Closer. Again, he has been the better Gragas this game. He's DPS Gragas, but also tank Gragas. He's about to have a really cool hat in his inventory when he decides to back with his Slab.
Silagus.
Yeah.
Yep.
Growlithe. Birdall lives so long here that they get the inhibitor, and he's not the part of this team composition that fights. So him being dead actually is irrelevant, as they can just instantly kill Barrel here. Then watch Rascal come in and try to do something. Yeah. And then Willer's just like, I'm going to flash and kill it, by the way. This Akali is so far behind. There's no defensive items. And this is just a wash, this team fight. Kyle will die for this, but what you gain in return here is Liv Sandbox across the map is massive. There's more gold to Envy, more gold for Closer. There's the death cap. Almost 3,000 gold off this Baron alone, and they could just regroup the top lane.
Oh boy. Those numbers, actually, interestingly enough, the top lane is very close. Like Rascal almost getting that tiny little Rascal stripe, but not meant to be in this one. Team just a little bit too far behind, a lot of objectives going to Live Sandbox, etc. And now they're looking to take their second Mountain Drake, which is going to be pretty good, you know, into stuff like the Akali, although he is going into Void Staff.
I like that they keep Willer topside here because he could shadow what is a strong push, and if anyone decides to come over here to try to set up provision or deny them from pushing, try to set up a flank, for example, the Wukong is so great defensively there with his Cyclone, and they don't need him to actually secure Smite because there's no way DRX can be anywhere near that Drake. So I like the split that's set up. It also allows Fiora to now escort these super minions in the bot lane. Closer.
All right, does he care is the question. Oh. Well, there's going to be a lot of CCs going to spawn onto a trap. The damage is coming in, and he will be taken out.
All right, they got him.
Rocco, the one to get the kill.
This is what I was talking about with the Cyclone there for Willer, but he's just not close enough this time, so they actually do catch the Silas alone. But while this is happening, the Fiora, who is on Drake, gets to escort these super minions in, so a little bit of damage onto the turrets here. And even with a kill like this, you pick up the gold alone, you're not going to be able to do much else with it, unfortunately. As you can see, a bit of a split call here on how we're going to defend this. Willer over the wall and decides, okay, I'm not actually going to try a Cyclone. This could end up being that we end up losing more than one player here for this if we fail the turn, even though Kyle was also with him. But you could see the idea of why the Wukong was topside was there. This didn't work out in practice. So a little bit of gold going over. Second item here for this Akali now. Close to a Void Staff. I don't want to say it's possible because I think that we all know that it is. But it really still feels like this game is unwinnable for DRX. But a few more mistakes, a few more skirmishes going their way. Maybe. Baron spawns in 45. Rascal on a control ward will be pushed away. If he gets Void Staff and they win a 5v5, that's when we could start talking about the possibilities.
Yeah, for sure. We do have Bertle getting stronger and stronger in a side lane. Still sitting on only 2.5 items, but now he's going to find Fate here.
He's going to ult him too.
Yeah, Grand Challenge comes in and okay, we are going to get the riposte pretty early, but Fate has to throw it the other way. He's got Lee Sin on the way here, as now a little bit of a chance to turn this one around. Bertle getting caught in the side lane and sniped down by the Caitlyn, of all people, to put the gold on.
They clear this wave here pretty quickly too, so Liv Sandbox is not able to push this into anything further on the top side, so it's a kill for a turret. This is the kind of gold you're giving over here, plus a little bit of control going into this Baron. Liv Sandbox have the better team fight right now still, so we're going to group to block DRX.
Well, Barrel's dead, I think. Blinding comes in, and he actually survives with his flash. As in goes Closer. He is everywhere. He's in mid, he's in the jungle. DRX thinking about fighting this one 4v5.
Bertle has TP when he respawns here in 15. And there's just no way to break through this choke point here as DRX right now. You have no vision.
Oh, the traps. Really rough to get through even that small choke point. Inhibitor respawns too. It looks like the wave is pushing away.
He's going to break the trap and come through. This is the TP.
All right, making their way in. Bertle trying to force this one. The damage is enough to push DRX away.
And the inhibitor has respawned, but DRX here, they have to rush this Baron once again with no vision. That one trinket is going to give them some information, but you can see they can't walk through this choke. They're walking right to their deaths if they do.
Yeah, I mean, they know they're not doing Baron, so they don't need to be in trouble. But Bertol's got a very nice flank angle here on the right side. Didn't expect him as Beryl in a little bit of trouble, but does it matter? The damage from Closer on the back line. He's going to just 1v1 the Caitlyn. And now there's no AD carry 31 minutes into the game here for DRX. As down will go the bot lane. Beryl getting taken out as well. Liv Sandbox still on the chase.
Don't need a Baron in this game is what Liv Sandbox are going to say now, as they can just push this through. No wave here, unfortunately, and with that bot lane inhibitor respawning, there's no wave going there either. So they're just actually sitting back and waiting here. It's going to buy a ton of time for this Caitlyn to potentially respawn. Here come the minions, and they're going to push through. They should be able to end here.
You would imagine still 15 seconds on Kroko, and the damage right now to these structures is massive. As in they go, you see the Akali ultimate here on the Sylas as Rascal just desperate to try to stop them from getting in, but cannot kill the minions. And they're just gonna try to target it down. Do they have enough damage onto this Nexus? Yes, they do. Liv Sandbox take it in 32 minutes, and they get the job done. It wasn't easy, but it happened in 3 games.
It wasn't easy. It happens in 3 games. But in a lot of ways, Liv Sandbox here, you take a victory. Your playoffs are already locked in, but we're exposed in some ways, I think, definitely, in this best of 3. And one thing they showed that they didn't necessarily have to show before playoffs is the Leona tech, right? That was very popular amongst KT roster, but we know that Keria can play it. We obviously know that it's a strategy that D+ Kia will potentially pull out with Deft and Kellen. But it's one that we didn't know if Liv Sandbox was going to be willing to play, one that needed to be respected. We know that now. We've learned something really big with 1 week of regular season play left for this team, 2 matches left to go for playoffs, and definitely some ups and downs for Pleta here in this best of 3. Bit of a return to form for Bertol, but for me in this 3rd game, it was all about Closer. It was all about the Sylas, the outplays in mid. Willer.
What is this? Nice little dance. I'm guessing it's from New Jeans because that is the only K-pop group that these players know. Or at least the only one that they mean.
Yeah, I'm just so old, I'm like, that's a little bit of a weird version of Gangnam Style, you know?
Yeah, something like that.
The Bank Derby victors as Liv Sandbox tonight, again, looking better than they have, and it does feel like maybe this could be the first step to a big recovery mentality-wise and confidence-wise, because they still have 2 matches left. If they can go on a streak before playoffs, maybe that's the mentality you're going to need to get through that first round right now, because they're sitting solidly in 6th place, and our weakest playoff team on paper. But maybe round 1 Liv Sandbox comes back. Maybe the confidence comes back. Maybe the understanding of the meta is growing. The mojo.
A sandstorm.
The sandstorm. we just love making doo-doo sounds on our podcast, don't we, here at the LCK and LCK Challengers?
Makes sense.
This is the first big moment here for Beryl in this game, but it is a traded kill, unfortunately. And then this game, I feel like, was all about Closer saying, I am the better Gragas. Fate has no agency. Willer played around mid. It felt like I was watching Willer and Chovy from Hano Life Esports a few years back.
Poor NB here. Leona leaves, he dies.
Yeah. You know, there's actually an argument for Willer picking up POG in this game.
Sure.
He had some really good Cyclones. He helped get the Sylas ahead. Kyle, too, had a
BDS going to 3-vote for mid, so might as well just follow them. They have a lot of power if you want to be right this time, you know.
So true. But I think a mid vote is not wrong. It is basic. It is a I watched this last team fight moment.
Well, they might also see Willer get a big spin to win. We'll just have to wait and see.
Interestingly, no comms for the final moment here. Oh, this is not the final moment.
Yeah.
That's right, because we did have to go do this one more time. As one more big cycle here from Willer, as Kroko is desperately trying to look for a kick play. This really hurts. And Kroko, I thought he had a decent game, you know?
Yeah, he looked pretty good on the Lee Sin.
Yeah. All right, now we'll get comps here because this is the actual final
끝에 보낼
battle.
것 같아.
라플
I think we can end.
나 이거 해볼래?
야 해보자. 이거 해보자. 되겠다. 그러니까.
I think we can end. Let's try for it as they push this wave in, take out the inhibitor,
빨리 가봐. 타워부터 타워봐.
타워.
push the turrets first.
타워 쳐봐.
아카리 마파 해줄게.
야, 이거 타워 쳐야 돼.
Closer, man.
끝내자.
He's just so confident to play this like this.
뺄게.
끝내줘. 타워 쳐줘.
미안하다.
And it
운동하지 말고. 진짜 잘하자.
아찔하더만.
Kyle really pretty strong calling from him there in that
Yeah.
final moment.
He is the main shot caller on this roster, as we have learned over time. And Closer, almost definitely going to get it. Just a extremely clean game from him. Absolutely deserves Willer as well. The two of them put 1 and 1 together for the 1+1 deal, and that makes 1 win for Liv Sandbox there in that game 3. I don't know where I'm going with this, but guys, we are done here for this first series. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about this one.
I knew where you were going, Valdez. You were going to the space with us as we break down this Liv Sandbox victory, figuring it out in the end over DRX, who looked a little bit lost in their last couple of games. A little bit sad. Let's jump into the draft first off.
It's the same problem that Sandbox faced, which is Caitlyn Lux is really good. But if you make a few mistakes, you kind of lose. And it was actually Huni who pointed out that they got a little bit of an okay early game, and then from there on, they left the lane for like a really long journey for like 2 minutes early on, and it didn't look so good after that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, especially if you're worst team or, you know, like, Varus is easier. Like, everything makes it, like, the poke Varus is the difficulty is, like, really, really low. Just like anyone can play, honestly. Even though you're bronze, you know how to press Q and E. It's so easy to hit and make it play. Just pressing R is so easy. And that's it. And also, I think the Gragas blind pick is, like, starting kind of getting I would say, like, spooky, because, like, the Gragas as a pick, you actually need to make a play like a lot, and that's the key. But, like, usually when you're a weaker team, when you play that, like, you're not really coordinated with the other teammate.
Yeah. Because I think Gragas League can actually like do so much more, particularly because Silas and Wukong in the early game is actually quite weak. And then I actually like the flex to the Akali, even though Rascal gave a prior over the wave early on. Like, he did actually farm up a storm, come back in the game, but by the time he started making plays, the entire map was on fire.
Yeah, he famously was a fantastic top lane Akali player, so kind of saw it coming a mile off, but I don't think it's enough when the matchups are as they are
Everything
on the map. But it's like, let's do a cool flex for the sake of a cool flex and not for the sake of being able to win the game. And that didn't quite work out. And unfortunately, it put Fate on this Gragas in the mid lane, and it just did not work out for the guy.
That was the big issue, because we know Gragas is extremely safe, hard to play into, and try and punish, and yet Fate, really rough game here. Like, we don't like doing reels where players get bopped repeatedly, but
It's too much.
Yeah.
It's like same thing in the game 1.
It's like Envy in game 1.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, as we said it, like, Rascal Akali was performing really, really fine on top, and then he probably had a really good opportunity. But the thing is, like, here, Gragas just decided to die himself. He decided. It's like, I gotta die. It wasn't like from Liv Sandbox actually just coordinated play. They executed really well. It wasn't like
Leona
that.
was just standing there like,
what is this guy doing? Let's punish this guy.
Okay, maybe I will press Q, and then he will be stunned and then likely die. It was it was not exactly the greatest. He was going for plays, and maybe that's what it was, right? Like, but he just didn't have the coordination or communication with his team to make it work. Let's have a look at where the game really fell apart here, though, in our second highlight, as Liv Sandbox were just capitalizing on the chaos. And honestly, it kind of goes back to what made Liv Sandbox great in the past, which is complete scrappiness that they come out ahead of.
Yeah, I mean, as you see it, like, it's already really bad spot. Like, the Barrel have to just ulti check, though, in case if they're doing the Baron. And, like, this is the thing. Like, already they're, like, so, they can't go anywhere. Especially, like, after 20 minutes, this is like, the Baron is up, and they can't come back. Especially they get Baron.
Yeah, once they lose the Baron, you don't have any semblance of control. It also takes away some of the opportunities. Rascal unfortunately gets caught off there as well, which puts more gold into Burden, even though it wasn't about the top lane. If the Akali can find the isolated 1-on-1 against Fiora, like there might be a shot there, but wasn't even remotely enough. And DRX, yeah, like you're saying, just kind of tapering off to game number 1.
Yeah, sort of collapsed. The game number 1 was beautiful though, and maybe we can hold on to that one in our hearts for the potential of DRX moving further forward. But let's hand out a POG, see who picks this one up. I have a feeling it's that guy in the mid lane, and there it is, 800 points for closer. We'll see whether it's a 10 out of 11.
Yeah, you really didn't like our Willow. But I do. I'm perfectly fine with closer getting it. I think it was the story of those two players. The mid jungle duo has been a really big part for the power of Sandbox for a long time, and we were missing that in recent games. Like, closer kind of disappeared, and when he's back on LeBlanc, when he's back on side, it's like, there he is.
That's what I mean. Like, as I said it in the pre-shows, like the reason why these days the closers are hard to, like, not able to perform. Because they're banning him. And they're not, the enemy team was not actually blind pick Akali. And he's being able to just pick LeBlanc. They enemy team blind pick Gragas, so he picked up Silas really well.
It might be a little bit of like the closer mind control, you know, where you feel so bad if you give him Akali that teams are just picking it over and over into him, and he probably doesn't want to play it anymore because it's just not winning. It's like, what, 0-9 now over the last little while. Not so great. 8 out of 11, not too bad there for closer. But I was throwing a bit of shade, but Willa definitely having a fantastic game as well. It is time to head over to the interview though, and let's hear from the Live Sandbox players. Here is Jisun.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by NB Closer on the side of Leap Sandbox. Congratulations. This is a great win for you guys, especially to break your long losing streak. Congratulations on that. How do you feel? Yeah, I'm so happy that our losing streak has come to an end. You know, it means a lot. Same. You know, I was losing my confidence during the slump, but I think this is gonna be a huge kind of momentum boost for us. I'm so happy. So I want to talk about game 2. We had another Xayah Rakan locked in on the side of DRX. However, this time around, you guys are winning lane despite the loss that happened in game number 1. How was that possible? I think Xayah Rakan right now is pretty good. However, Varus was up, and also their mistake in the laning, our mistake in the laning phase was too critical. So as long as you can get rid of that, we will still be able to play out the lane much better. Speaking of that, in game number 2, you played Varus. So was that your opinion? I don't really know. I wasn't too vocal about it, but I played Varus so many times, and just playing Varus into Xayah Rakan, it's so easy for Varus, you know, you're just winning lane. So I was just making our players and coaching staff confident about this matchup, because I was like assuring that this time I will win lane. Just like that, yes, you guys were able to get a huge lead early on based on the priority you guys had. We are still waiting for a replay clip, so we'll get back to that later and move on to the next question first. So in game 3, Leona was just roaming to other lanes so early. That was what the commentators were also focusing on. How was she able to actually move around the map so freely? So Caitlyn and Varus matchup is something that we are really confident in. I played that matchup so many times, especially Caitlyn and Lux, so I know how to deal with it as well. So we were able to actually survive lane pretty well, and let alone Caitlyn and Varus. Actually, Varus can win Caitlyn, so that was actually what we were trying to make happen, you know, so that we can have our Leona moving towards other lanes. Closer, as a mid laner, how do you feel about this roam play? replay. I was like, wait, they're playing up against Caitlyn and Lux and still our support can roam first? Like, she has the agency? That's crazy. So I was super happy about that. And then we had some lane swap play for top and mid lane today. Whose idea was that? So Bertle, he was like, if I have a longer fight, I cannot really win. So I was letting him know I can take the longer fight up against Akali. So I was like, we can swap lanes then. And now we have the replay ready. So let's take a look at this early lane play executed perfectly by Lip Sandbox bottom duo. Could you break it down for us? So prior to this play, actually, Renata lost her flash. But still, we were pretty confident that we can actually go for a fight. And then, if the opponent Rakan actually engage onto a Renata, we can just win the fight for sure. And I was so close to hitting level 6, so the moment I had 1 kill or 2 kills secured, I was like, this is gonna be so good for me. And then Renata actually created a great angle over there. Closer, how are you feeling watching them and being a bloody fight on the bottom lane? That was like, I was like, they are so reliable. I love them. And Closer, you have a new nickname because the Korean casters are always shouting out your name. Do you like that? I like how it sounds, so yeah, I like it. Would you want to give it a try? And that is how the Korean commentators are shouting out Closer's nickname while he's making an outplay. And today, Coach Ryu actually had an interview prior to this series that you guys are not confident in the way you were actually reading the meta and drafting was pretty rough. So tell us about it more, especially about the Sylas pick. Sylas is not as good as before, but still under certain circumstances he is pretty viable. So I want to show you more of a Sylas play in the future too. Envy, are you happy with your team's draft today? We were able to take the draft there. We are super confident. And also, Ryu always like bring us the best draft possible. Not only Ryu but also the entire coaching staff. So I'm always happy with their comp. Lip Sandbox was able to play according to their comp as well. And your next opponents are Brio and Hana Live. How are you feeling about the remaining schedule? In first round, we were not having a good time up against Bro as well, actually. You know, we were struggling a little bit to get the win, and then tweeted that like, I'll see you guys in round 2, but I'm not gonna lose to Bro, so I'm looking forward to that match. We will do our best in the remaining matches, especially I'm gonna say something to Karis. Be ready, Karis. And this will be the end of the interview from Closer, Envy from Lip Sandbox, and I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation. It was fantastic as per usual. Great to hear from both Envy and Closer there. Closer doing his own little call out there, much like the casters. What did you think, Hooney? Was it the same?
Yeah, it's just, it is what it is.
Do you always yell Hooney as you solo kill someone? Have you ever done that? A lot? A lot.
Let's go!
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Amazing. Let's have a look at the standings here. No changes, obviously. Liv Sandbox still in 6th place. Harmon Life Esports, if they do lose after this next one, they won't actually be able to fall behind Liv Sandbox because of their differential they have. And this is the matchup. And you might be looking at it like, oh, T1, they're always going to win. That wasn't the case last time around.
One time.
Exactly. There was that one time. I don't think it's going to happen again. However, it could. And we'll see whether it does after a short break. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.
뭐 챌린저 그냥 반 죽여놨어.
너 절반을 긁어내 버렸어. 너는 누구의 나이 이거 해봐야 되지 않겠어요 우리?
이 LCK 옵저버 분들과 폴리 해설위원.
옛날 생각 나는데.
야 진짜 정치하지 말자 우리. 파이팅. 형 죽으면 안 돼. 그냥 빼자고 했지. 이거 누가 키웠어? 아니 이거 리플 봐. 난 이제 오늘부로 옵저버 분들이랑 다시는 안 할 거야.
자, 갑시다.
재밌게 열어봐.
뭘 재밌게 해요?
재밌게 열어봐.
아니 맨날 뭐만 하면 재밌게 하지.
공진아, 너가 제작진들한테 더 재밌는 컨텐츠 좀.
이게 또 그렇게 소문이 났어? 거기까지 들어갔구나. 아니 내가 그 생각했어. 작가님들 좀 빠졌다. 그 생각을 했어. 그래서 오늘 뭐예요?
저희가 이제 한 2회차만 남겨두고 있거든요.
네.
그래서 이제 여러분의 실력을 좀 봐야 되지 않겠어요? 롤 실력을.
롤 실력이야 뭐.
저희 롤 챔스라는 자리에서 증명을 했던 사람들인데.
저희 커리어가 있잖아요. 커리어가.
Legends never die when the world's calling you. Every time you breathe for reaching greatness. Legends never die.
저희가 이제 경기할 상대는 그 리브 샌드박스 유스 2군입니다.
네? 그러니까 2군이면 챌린저스 리그를 뛰고 있는 현역?
그게 말이 돼요? 아, 레전드.
아니 레전드가 뭐 한 10년 전 얘기지.
아니,
지금 늙은이에요.
아니 근데 이거 약간 좀 의도가 뭘까? 그들을 빛나기 위한 리브 샌드박스 2군 우리를
샌드백이다.
리브 샌드박스한테 뒷돈 받았죠!
여러분들이 이런 반응을 보실 줄 알고 엄청난 제5의 멤버를 저희가.
우리 4명을 캐내줄 수 있네. 그러면 할만하지 그러면.
소개해드릴게요. 페이커를 발굴하고.
잠깐만.
지금 가시나 그래요.
여기에 진짜 롤드컵 우승을 이끈 1세대 존잘러 롤프게이머 여러분께 소개해드립니다. 자, 김정규 감독님입니다. 정균이 형.
아니 이거 더 젊어져야 되는데 더 늙어져 버렸어.
아니 평균 나이 이러다 40살 찍겠어.
근데 아니 밖에서 얘기 듣고 있는데 너네 게임도 안 하잖아. 안 하잖아.
무슨 소리세요?
다들 몰라도 좋아.
형 저는 전시는 챌린저.
또 저랑 이러시면서
저기
지금
편집하고 있는 거 아니야 유튜브 레카.
우리 감독님 오셨는데 소개도 안 했어.
나 근데 지금 초석을 뭘로 해야 돼? 굳이. 안녕하세요. 김정균입니다.
한마디 하셨어요.
리그 오브 레전드 이제 고트 감독 커리어로.
근데 그 커리어라는 게 남기면 남길수록 좋아가지고 지금보다 더 훨씬 많이 남기고.
그럼 이번에 왜 쉬었어요?
아 이거네. 한 번은 좀 쉬고 싶었었는데 아이도 있고 뭐 해서.
그럼 여기는 왜 나오셨어요?
원래 예전에 되거나서 할 때도 얘기했던데 이렇게 소속 없을 때는 이제 팬분들한테 너무 감사해서 웃겨드리고 싶어서 나왔어.
그러니까 여기는 이기는 자리다. 우리랑 이기는 게 아니라.
근데 이렇게 얘기해도 게임을 너보다 많이 해.
날카로운데요?
우리 이 멤버가 12년도 때도 어차피 다 같이 봤던 멤버라.
인연이 있어. 그때 원래 플레이어 오기 전에 처음으로 탑을 누굴 데려올까 김정규 감독님을 먼저.
그때 솔직히 스카너 다쳤다고 6렙 찍고 전면 알만해서 점수를 뻥튀기 했어.
기억나.
나도 아직도 형 기억나. 너 채팅 친 거 기억나.
그냥 기억는데 무조건 상대는 3렙 상대로 형 그때 상대 무조건 그 역행도 알까? 이걸 왜 꼭 가야 돼?
인연이 다 있지. 그리고 그때 이제 아무리 봐도 내가 탑하면은 진짜 답도 없겠는 거야. 그때 난 아직도 근데 기억나. 찬용이가 형 정말 다 필요 없고 이퀄만 그냥 깔면 이길 거야.
그래서 설리만 하면
맞아 그 장소야.
제5의 최강의 멤버를 불렀는데 더 나이대가 올라간 거에 대해 걱정이 많으시잖아요. 이게 어느 정도 게임이 돼야 재밌으니까 상대팀은 3군 선수도 조금 섞일 예정이고요. 그리고 한 가지 더 룰이 추가가 됐는데 여러분들이 롤드컵 우승했던 연도가 몇 년도입니까?
우승 못했네요.
없는데요.
관심 없는 게 많네.
솔직히 우승으로 가도 13년이 끝이에요. 12년인가.
그래서 챔프를 2012년도까지 나온 그 챔프 폭으로만 제한을 하기로 했습니다.
근데 이거 들었는데 그걸로 해도 못 이겨요. 저희 할 멘트가 없다니까요. 인게임 들어가면은 미아콜밖에 안 한다니까요.
뭐 나오는 거 한 번만.
원래 제가 찔 생각 많이 할 때가 샤워하면서 생각을 잘 많이 하고 약간 픽을 저희가 정해줘야 될 것 같아요.
약간 이거 완전 추잡하는 거 아니야?
아니 객관적으로 위에 상황을 파악한 다음에 이길 수 있는 정도 짜야죠.
그치, 그러면은 다 티어 어떻게 돼 지금?
저는 마스터.
진짜?
멈추지 마!
마스터 했는데 지금 떨어져가지고 많이 아니 98.
이거 98도 아니고 내가 87!
지금 현재 2군이랑 3군은 더 프로화돼가지고 대회 숫자도 정말 많고
맞아요.
되게 올라오기 힘들어. 포지션도 겹치잖아.
네. 탑이 둘에
정글 2명.
아니 나는 근데 게임 많이 해서 난 미드도 가능해.
아 형 그렇게 따지면 저도 지금 전략이 가능하죠.
아 정말 그럼 너 서포터 해라.
서포터 제가 하면
뭔 탑솔러가 서포터야!
맞아요,
제일
맞아요.
안 어울려.
나 서포터 카르마 가끔해. 나 무조건 라인전 다 이겨. 나 서포터 그렇죠. 카르마 할래? 쉔브리츠 할래? 너가 골라. 너가 골라. 어차피 우리 네 명이나 골라.
정민이 형, 형은 서포터 뭐 하세요?
뭐가?
여기는
나는 딱 한마디만 할게. 나는 노틸러스에서 그냥 전멸병사 추밖에 몰라.
오케이.
진짜 이거 너왜안 가냐고!
근데 프로브 통하면은 이제 나는 발 풀려서 미드 다 풀어주지.
나도 섀도우 다 풀리면 이거 날라갈 테니까.
요새 좋아하는 게 근데 바텀 메타잖아. 나 바텀 세게 가고 나 요새 랭크 별명이 인간 핑크아드야. 너네 안 줘. 야 이겨라. 나는 핑크아드가 움직여. 그럼 너는 야 말이 돼.
형 샤워 많이 하셨죠? 생각이 계속 끝이 안 나요. 이거는 끝이 안 나는데 뭔가 해결책이 없을까요?
형님이 한번 정리 싹 해주시면 안 될까요?
마지막 정리요? 얘들아 근데 우리는 프로 선수가 아니잖아.
그쵸,
우리
그쵸.
전문가잖아. 그냥 우리 일단은 연습 게임 한번 하면서 상대 픽에 맞게 즉흥적으로 하자. 우리 우리 여기 게임판에만 지금 10년 넘게 있는 사람인데 그거
이게 맞아.
그래.
챔피언폰 넓고 우리 최고야. 최고였어.
연습 게임 한번 하고
해보자. 네, 좋아요. 옛날 생각 나는데? 어디나 느낌 알지?
여기가 서포트야? 상당히 서포트야.
아 근데 이거 장비탄 타기 싫은데 일단 외장비가 아니네.
참고로 상대 미드가 엄청 세다고 합니다.
아니 근데 그럼 바꿔
예전에 패를 찍었던
오히려 나벤 필요 없고 나 10번째만 뽑을게.
난 일찍 뽑아도 되긴 해. 상관없어.
와
제이스 그러면?
에이스 뽑아봐.
호정이 다 이긴다 마인드라.
그래.
나는 한번 미리 맛보자.
그래.
안
진다는.
나중에 피드백 할때뭔 탓을 하나 보자.
아니 근데 마우스가 이 무게감 버틸 수 없겠는데? 그냥 다른 데 가자.
아니 나 보니까 무게감 버틸 수가 없을 것 같아.
무게감
미드로 런한 거야. 바이한테 말해주세요. 미드 갱 오면은 찾아간다고. 말만 눌러보라 그래.
자, 인베 가자! 인베 가자.
근데 가자고?
인베 가야지.
쓰지 말고 그냥 가자. 쓰지 말고. 오, 맞게. 이거. 좋아. 파이 어디야? 아마 여기 위팀이야. 무조건 위팀이야. 바이탑. 아, 이거 공격적으로 하자. 미드 없어. 올라갔어, 지금 올라갔어. 2대1은 괜찮은데, 미드.
야 이거 정치야 야.
아, 이거 갈수 있었어. 아, 형 좋았어. 이거 놓았는데. 하고 있어. 두 번째 돼. 파이 내가 되면
야 싸워.
파이. 올려. 파이. 아이고. 난지나 좋았다. 예전 근데 좋은데. 나쁘지 않은데? 체력 아예 없어. 빨리 해야 될 거 알죠? 파이 온다. 이제 전면 있어. 없어. 이름만 잘하면 돼요.
길게 해봐.
스킬이 없어.
잼만 때려줘. 길게 하면 어차피 저녁 먹기 때문에. 난리 났다.
이게 있는데?
야 잉돌이 한번 할게.
형 좋아요.
아니 얘까지 난 잡아.
형 좋았어요. 탑 좋았어요. 미드 정글.
아 그렇지.
야무졌는데 분명.
야 뭐야 얘 루시안 스펠 뭐야?
있어요.
다 있어요. 다 있어요.
야 이거 무시한 봐봐 얘.
형 지금 바이도 보셔야 돼요. 바이도.
그래 형 지금 뭐 하려고 하면 안 돼요 지금.
형 그냥 라인만 주세요. 라인만.
거짓말일 수 있게 전 시즌 뭐 챌린저 그냥 다 죽여놨어. 건방진 픽을 해?
이거 옆구리 조심.
형 조심해.
나 궁이 방망이었어.
나이스.
야야 궁이 패했어.
강한님 보면서
나이스. 박준영.
부찬 되나? 나이스. 부찬 도전이야.
형은 저한테 공 쓰신 거죠?
모르겠어. 근데 저한테. 근데 확실한 건 바이가 공을 나한테 써서 스킬을 쓰는 거였다.
아니 형 나한테 써도 제가 슈트로 막은 거예요.
아니 이거 꿀봐.
너네 자꾸 그럼 나 말파이트 해.
나이스.
나한테 생각보다 좀 스킬 많이 빠졌는데.
바이 괜찮아.
이거 뭐야? 바이볼레?
얘들아 미안해. 형도 전력 뺐다. 야 여기 와봐. 얘들 뭐야?
나를 공 있어서 이거 싸우고.
야야야야.
나이스.
알았어. 야 그냥 루시안 무리하니까. 너네 막타만 쳐 그냥.
루시안 전멸도 없어.
야 쏠을 버려.
나이스.
얘들아.
나이스.
전력 막타 내가 쳤는데 캡색이 먹었어.
형 이런 거 있어 못 참아요.
아 그러니까 양보하는 스타일이지.
좋아요 형.
얘들 너네 오야.
아니 정빈이 형 우리 하나 뭐야? 아니 남이 킬 오히려 좋아.
얘들아 딜을 다 내가 넣었어. 말만 했지.
형 저 팬 다 했어요.
형 저희가 드리블을 하고 형은 그냥 골 넣으신 거죠.
전력은 어떻게 설명할 거야? 알았어.
나이스.
근데 좀 미안하다. 이거 옵저버랑 이런 건 너무 기죽인 거 아니야?
우리잖아.
아 그래. 나 이제 오늘부로 옵저버 분들이랑 다시 나갈 거야.
잠깐만. 근데 죽어?
너 대신 내가 죽어주는 거.
저 줄게.
아니 지금 미리 다.
잠깐만 나 넣었나?
아니.
아야 형아 이거 좀 아쉽다 근데.
아 내가 진짜 까자고 했잖아. 이거 뭐야?
나도 도전이야.
잠깐만. 뭐 주나?
잠깐 왜 이렇게 세 이거? 잠깐만. 정빈이 형 죽으면 안 돼. 형 죽으면 안 돼. 너무 세. 아니 이거 아웃라이너 왜 이렇게 세? 이거 누가 키웠어?
진짜 이거 누가 키워? 어때? 안될것 같아. 야.
나비도 나이스.
야 아웃소 내려와.
내려. 야, 나
발 공자.
야, 나 터졌다. 야, 내가 나는데? 아니, 빨리.
왜 이거 아웃솔 이거 뭐야? 아웃솔 개사기야. 아웃솔 너무 센데 이거.
아니 이거 같이 했던 팀원이라고 이거 전화하려고.
뭐 해보려고 하면 지금 한 명씩 가지고 매치가 안 되는데.
야, 나 너네 던진 다음에 2년 뽑았어.
던진 적이 없어요 지금.
나도 없어.
진짜. 발만 별론데 이거.
한 사이 이기면 될 것 같아.
너 가자 이거.
나 없는데. 아웃솔 여기 있어.
야, 잡았어.
아웃솔 일단 막긴 할게.
공개야, 이거 빼봐.
내가 그냥 건다.
나를.
오케이. 야 근데 이쪽으로 쪼인다.
나 혹시 잡아?
아 근데 좀 빡셀 것 같아.
아이가.
저거 포기했다.
안 되겠다.
나쁘지 않다.
용 25초.
이거 먹으면 되겠다.
이거 자용이어서 무조건 먹어야지.
죄송해요, 이거 또 떴어.
이거 나
다 있다. 아웃솔도 있고 지금 다 있다.
바이브 공자도 때려도 돼.
일단 난 죽었다.
와 너무 세다. 아웃솔 죽이기 힘들 것 같은데.
풀템이다, 아웃솔.
그냥 이제 한 방이야 그냥. 남은 건 한 방이야.
우리 5초.
체력 위주로 바꿔.
되냐?
아웃솔 노던면.
야야,
노던면.
루시안. 야, 나를 먼저 먹고.
루시안 개피.
그냥 미쳤어 용가리.
빨리 가, 피드백 가져. 야, 저렇게 킬다 먹고 찐 거면은 나도 하지.
안돼 이거 솔직히 피드백 할 거. 내가 던졌어.
근데 그 다음에도 더 많았어. 우리 주도권 다 있어가지고 너무 좋았는데.
이거
너무 재밌어. 근데 얘들아, 우리 확실히 좋은 건 우리가 체급이 낮지 않았어.
생각보다 높았는데 오히려 운영이
괜찮은데 나 진 거 같은데.
빠르게 피드백 하러 가시죠.
형, 게이머들 하듯이 해주세요. 한 판으로 피지컬이나 딜고 이건 얘기 안 하니까 운영적인 부분만 얘기해.
네네.
니네가 했던 얘기 다 반박해줄게. 아니, 그러니까 아까 안에서 했던 것들 다 반박. 그러니까.
홍문철이에요?
아니, 그거. 이땐 내가 미야코를 못했어. 미안해. 야 잠깐만.
이건 이미
근데 이미 바위 전멸표 맞은 아무 안 하는 전멸 있어.
근데
맞아.
전멸을 쓰면 안 돼요.
맞아.
아우렐리언 소울 보고
알았어. 맞아.
잠깐만요. 죄송한데 피드백 하나 해도 돼요? 이렇게 주도권을 잡으려고 했잖아요. 그러면 두 웨이브 밀고 이것도 또 밀어줘야 사실 여기 와서 박았어요. 여기 밑에서 붙어서 밀면 바이 절대 여기 아니잖아. 그럼 얘가 정면을 못 가는데 지금 땀 찌려고 하고 있잖아요.
이거는 네 시점이어서 완전 줄인 거야. 왜냐면은 말할게. 우리 상대 정글 위치 모르잖아. 그래서 내가 이거 라인 당기면서 일부러 천천히 한 거야. 죽으면 난리 나니까.
한번 덕발해봤어요. 구도가 안 좋았어. 아니 동진아 근데 좀 아쉬운데 저거
아니 저거 괜찮았어.
아니 어떻게 하는지 보라고. 어떻게 하는지 보라고.
오!
형. 그래도 아르코랑 하지 않았나?
죄송해요.
맞아. 이래서 그때 정균이 형이 화냈어.
아니, 동진아 너가 잘 풀어줬어. 아니 다 같이 잘했지.
약간 그거예요. 제가
나 말아달라고. 지금 아군을 미리 만들어서 나중에 있을 상황을 예약하죠.
빌드. 아직도 모르세요?
혹시 제 플레이 한번.
네.
오케이.
여기서 남이공 일부러 맞고 바이공 씹어요.
근데 잠깐만.
인정.
야, 나는 이 안에서 바이공 나한테 맞은 줄 알고 전멸 썼어. 근데 원래 이때가 만약에 이렇게 하면 사고 제일 많이 나.
맞아요.
근데 미드 1차 타워가 없으면 괜찮아. 왜냐면 이제 적정으로 우리 막 지나갈 수 있으니까. 근데 그때 한 번 실수하면 라인 다 타고 가면 레벨 이것 때문에 근데 웬만하면 그냥 맞대주고 오히려 운영하는 게 제일 편해.
유리할 때 리스크 있는.
동진아 이때 타워 맞는 거 좀 그랬어?
나도.
우와의 경지.
결국 여기도 싸우면 잘하잖아.
근데 우리가 싸우면
전용도 뺐고. 정균이 형. 페이컨 들어왔어?
여기서까지 나 되게 좋았어. 나중에 이제 던져서 그렇지.
근데 여기서도 정균이 형 남이한테 죽고.
이거 개 좋은 거야. 아니.
이거 맞아. 나이스라.
고마워. 미안해. 안에서 너무 점수를 당했어.
망고리 차이 나는데?
네, 너무 여기까지 이거는 이제 지면 안 돼요, 이거.
아니 근데 여기서 이제 내가 좀 오버해.
이번 판은 할 말 없다.
난 인정할게. 아니 이거는 원딜이 하면 안 되는 플레이.
탑을 원래 가끔 던지긴 해.
여기가 컸던 것 같아. 그러니까 여기가 나 제일 컸던 것 같아.
너무 정신없었어.
왜 없냐면 이전부터 이제 아웃솔 얘기만 하는데 또 여기 아웃솔 왔다고 우리 눈 돌아가가지고 개 빨려서.
아웃솔 저 부시에 들어가고 잡으려다가.
맞아. 아웃솔
이거 넘어온 것 때문에.
아웃솔이 개사기네, 저기서.
이게 다 죽고 막 아웃솔을 치니까 정신 나갈 것 같은 거야.
누가 우리 정균이 형이 이렇게 만들었어?
야,
누가 이렇게 만들었어?
너네 다 아니야. 너네 다 죽은 다음에 아웃솔밖에 4명이서 여기 있으니까 게임에서 못 봤잖아. 세조금 많이 맞춰서 중국한테.
아니, 보여드려요? 아니요, 보여드려요? 아니, 중반에 뭐 할 게 없지. 바이크 팡 들어와가지고 그냥 우리 하나 딱 하는데
아야 세전에 들어가서 우리가 가서 말리던 거.
그 제이스 빌드 누가 그런 애가 LCK 안 보지? 빌드 개쓰레기 같았어.
패배 쓴맛을 봐서 처음 시작할 때보다 많이 다운된 것 같은데 여러분들 위한 희소식을 하나 말씀드리겠습니다. 경기에서 이기시면 상금 500만 원을.
우와! 아까 이거 진심으로 가야겠다.
진짜?
근데 너네는 이제 죽었어.
자, 오늘 이렇게 팀이 만들어져서 다음 주 경기를 앞두고 있는데 너무 힘든 싸움이지만 그래도 해봐야 되지 않겠어요, 우리?
화이팅 하자.
화이팅! 사장님도 마지막으로 한마디만.
전판 경기도 다 이긴 건 던져서 지고 이거 정치만 막 이렇게 하니까 정신 나가는 줄 알았어. 나한테 이기려고 하면 이런 마인드로 하면은 절대 못 이깁니다. 그래서 더 잘 잡고 잘해야 될 것 같고 꼭 이겨서 진짜 상금 받게 해주고 싶습니다.
그럼 할짝이들아 다음 주에 만나요. 협박
나이스!
고맙습니다.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. T1 up against Homalife Esports. This one could be a bit of a banger, Wolf, or it could just be T1 smacking down yet another team in the LCK.
HLE, to remind everyone, the only team this season to have defeated T1. So a very important match, I think, for T1 to get revenge here. And for HLE, try to actually do it twice, right? As HLE are still in the race for round 2 of playoffs. They are the least likely of the teams that can make it, of course, outside of T1, who's already qualified there for round 2. So feels like, you know, for HLE, this matchup is really important. They definitely are underdogs, but you know, anything can happen. The T1, they're cooking up a lot of weird stuff in the bottom lane right now. Viper's a very good player. I think his reaction to those types of strategies is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, Homalife Esports basically need to win this and everything else to make it into round 2. So it has to start here, as if you guys don't understand these lines, they are from the hit K-drama The Glory, which I actually just watched all of part 2 last night, all of it, all 8 episodes. So big fan myself, but yeah, it's it's pretty straightforward and very how do I say this? Filled with hate, perhaps.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, if you know the story of the show, then it'll make sense to you. As important part of this point of the match, as angry as these things sound, is that T1 will get first place in regular season if they win. No team will be able to catch them. Not Genji, D+, KT. No one can actually stop them if they win the series. Take your pick. Which champion will it be? Because we did see Viper play the Samira lane with the Jarvan support.
Why is Guma's head still in the mouth of Cho'Gath?
Well, where else are you going to put it?
Look at all
his
the other
head's
people.
Too small. His head's Cho'Gath's. The part of his head that shows in this image is too small. What is it going to be like, Guma with a really big mouth?
Yeah. Yes.
No.
What else would you do?
As Faker is also going to be approaching 100 games of Azir, and he's just 7 games behind BDD. Ruler still holds the record for players who have played one champion the most at 108 of Ezreal. And as he is not in the league right now, maybe he'll get past. Yeah. As Keria, almost to 3,000 assists.
Yeah, already. And you'll see that his Thresh has the most. Thresh, I mean, you can get assists basically if you are in a team fight. You can just throw out a shield, and it's pretty easy.
Yeah, and because he has an average right now of 9.1 assists per game, if he just plays average, even if they 2-0, he will likely hit that record tonight. So we'll see what he ends up playing here, obviously, as there are some supports that are less likely to pick up the assist.
3 years since Zeka's debut, and also Kingen. There he is on the left. That's him on the flag. No explanation, just him.
It's Orange Day, so a bit of red versus orange here tonight, Valdez. T1 having a bit of a chuckle as they walk out on stage right now. A team looking to secure first place, and if you're not familiar with what that means, they've already secured round 2, which means they will not play in the initial part of the playoffs. A win here gets them first place, so in the second round, they're already guaranteed double elimination, but they will also have pick priority in the second round of which team they would like to face upon winning tonight. That is guaranteed and locked in. A loss, by the way, doesn't mean they're not getting it.
Yeah.
Just to be clear. But if they win tonight, they will have that priority no matter what. So the rest of the season essentially becomes meaningless in terms of playoff stuff for them.
Look at the sunglasses on the chopsticks.
5 banned 80 carries against Guma.
Yeah, it's fine.
Then he plays the Cho'Gath.
He can play pretty much anything he wants with this team right now because they win with pretty much anything they want, except against this team, which you already mentioned, but it is the one team to give T1 a loss in a series so far. If we're talking about games, Nongshim also gave them a loss, so that's a different story. But Homalife Esports definitely have their own strengths. They have really pulled it together here for round 2. And it feels like they should finish the season somewhere around 4th or 5th. Just curious to see how exactly they're going to finish it off.
Yeah. They are right now tied with Liv Sandbox in game score. So if they slip up in a few of their remaining series, it is possible that Liv Sandbox actually passes them and they drop to 6. But right now, we are not expecting that. But this is one of the tougher series they have left. This is easily the key player matchup. This has been a debate. Because of Karia's great performances, Guma has often been overshadowed, especially in terms of POG. But notice on the first place team with 1 loss to this very team versus a team that's hovered around 6th place for a majority of the season. Alone Viper's DPM stats are higher. His damage percent is higher, so he's more needed for his team to find success. His kill participation is still extremely high, and he has turned around his laning phase. You see that the best 2v2 lane in the LCK is T1's. You see that 3 CS difference at 14 lead, a 200 gold lead at 14 over Viper. But a lot of people would argue that Viper stats are better, and it's going to be one of the big discussions between the big 3 80 carries in LCK when All-Pro voting starts very soon between Viper, Deft, and Gumayusi. But these stats make Viper look like he has been individually more important. I think that's one thing we could argue for sure, that the stats will tell you no matter what. Guma has a more well-rounded, more successful team, so his stats aren't as important. But Viper has to be successful, and so far he has been very consistent.
Yeah, T1 have their own individual, best ofs. We definitely look at top and supports for Zeus and Keria when it does come to that. But Faker versus Zeka, and on the side you already mentioned Viper, but Zeka, he's kind of been a little bit up and down this season, but still very much a very difficult opponent when it comes to just playing up against him. And the dominance that he can have if he does get a lead, it is quite terrifying. It feels like a better version of Closer sometimes, and he's already really good.
Yeah. Faker has been so dominant this season too, and so much of T1's flexibility started off in the early parts of the season with Karia's champion pool, his Caitlyn support, the Jhin support, etc., etc. The list goes on and on. But it has been Faker who has been able to set up these flex picks with Zeus in the middle and end now of regular season. The Jace, the Gragas, the Renekton, these things that are so difficult to deal with in draft.
She was just mimicking the Faker reboot.
Yes.
Where you go for a little, you got to restart your computer every once in a while, so you got to do the same with your brain, Take a little sleep, take a little nap. Faker's getting that in now. T1 have side selection this time, which I think is going to be massive. They will select blue side, which is the favored side nowadays. And maybe Hamalife Esports have something very interesting from the red side to really catch T1 off guard. That could be one way to get a little leg up on them in the draft.
Could be Vi taken away here first against Klid. It has been his best champion here in round 2. So not surprising, as I think we will absolutely see Annie and Ashe taken away from T1. Potentially the Caitlyn to follow. As those red side flex picks, the Jace, the Gragas may fall by the wayside here. T1 already taking away the Jace themselves. They're arguably the best Jace player in the LCK is on their roster. They don't want to first pick it. Now they can leave the Gragas open and take that, or the Sejuani here, or potentially the Caitlyn. Those are the 3 picks that you're thinking about most right now as T1 with this blue side first pick. Faker, a lot of consideration. They will take away the Akali.
This is a lot of focus onto Zeka with this pick. The Jace in general has become more of a mainstay on the blue side because it's so nice to pick with red and its flexibility. Caitlyn has to be banned, especially against this team. So just Lucian Nami.
Okay. Guma picking this one into Viper. Viper finding a lot of success himself on this pick. The Nami pick away here leads to
a little Draven action.
Yeah, a little Draven lane here. Something T1 have also done themselves with the Nami pick away. It's a very rare strategy, but with how weak the Zeri lanes have looked so far this week, especially, I think it's a good choice. As the Sona is standard here into the Draven Nami. We've seen it every time this has happened.
So, Keria is the one that said Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what to think about that because there's no way it's Lucian Lee Sin, right? But why is Keria the one that's like making the call for owner's pick,
I think
right?
he just wanted to say lock in Lee Sin. I want to think about this for a second more as probably the most likely scenario. But I think the Sona is definitely what they're going to lock in here. And there's no lane that Nami can play where if you lock in the Sona, you're like, aha, you gave that away. Guess we're going to pick something completely different. And the Sona is unplayable. It's just the strongest lane you're going to get next to Nami for the Lucian. So we've seen this matchup many times. It's going to be skill-based here. Obviously, how this one is going to play out. And both the Draven and the Lucian do similar things. They're looking for a mid-game spike, but getting the early cash-in with this Wukong pick, not going to be as easy as Lucian getting ahead with Lee Sin, because Lee Sin more relevant pre-6. So the Lee Sin works extremely well with this here for T1.
Yeah. Let's see. I've often called this the more important side of the pick ban, even though, of course, jungle and bot is where a lot of the game is played around, but sometimes teams kind of go astray.
Well, I like how
second half.
I like how you put it, because this is usually where teams get a little bit exposed. This is where things get a little bit different, you know, where your flexibility is really tested, because there are so many strong bottom lanes right now. You can walk into a draft feeling like you've prepared your first 3 bans, you know exactly what you want to play, you can expect your opponent to do something. But this is where things get tricky, because you can't always control what's going to be banned here. Are they going to ban what's strongest? Are they going to ban what you planned on playing? Are they reading you really well? In this case, it's targeted bans towards Kingan's champion pool, right? The Ornn taken away. Might even see a Scion ban here. Faker also targeted with his second ban on the Gragas. See what T1 are going to go for here is HLE will have pick priority. The alternatives to the lock-in of this Scion are just more standard topside picks. The Gnar, Fiora potentially with that Jax ban. Gangplank, definitely a champion that could do well here for HLE, but it would be blind, so I think we'll see the mid pick first if that's the angle they want to take.
Kingan is talking a lot. Is he saying Aatrox? No. Cassante.
Still a potential flex pick here, but seems very unlikely with the Wukong. Be locked away. A very safe pick. Zeus will have his counter pick ready now.
Yeah, that is scary. Blinding into Zeus.
Yeah.
The guy can play pretty much anything.
The Azir is the safest pick next to the Gragas, the safest one left up. And Akali was banned way, way, way back to the first banning phase here for T1, so it feels like a pretty safe pick. This may end up pushing us into a game where Zeka plays the Sylas. Some decent ultimates to steal here, right? The Azir ult, the Sona ultimate here.
Maybe a LeBlanc, too, could be considerations coming up.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
And it looks like it's going to be Renekton into this. Now, LeBlanc, definitely a possibility. Sylas, the more standard option, but Talia, the more recent BDD adaptation.
Oh.
And
I feel the same way as when Closer locked in Talia.
I actually like this Talia pick, though, because you have really... It is Zeka, but you have the ability to set up pick. You can lane extremely well here against this Azir. We've seen that, especially with the nerfs to Azir's first few levels. Talia is a lot more comfortable than she used to be in this matchup. And this is a pick that screams, I'm going to have the ability to roam and get an early cash in for Draven. That's not something the other picks we discussed will be able to do for you as well. Like, Sylas could do it for you, but it's going to be a lot about the setup and how well Owner is playing and where your prio is and how the bottom lane is going. This Talia is going to give you an opportunity to pick even a roaming support that makes a mistake. Draven gets that single cash in, then your mid game gets stronger. And this is kind of the new way, because we used to be only Akali, Sylas into Azir. Now BDD said this is how we're doing it. We're doing the Talia, and everybody's kind of following this trend as we move into the end of Week 8. I like it more than you do, I suppose. And we'll see what build he decides to go for, too, because that is going to be affecting my enjoyment.
Yeah, I mean, the pick in general nowadays, it does feel like a very nice and safe pick into the Azir, so everything you mentioned is nice. It has that global presence. Just the only issue I had with it is that, you know, I'm just a fan of watching Zeka on melee assassin-type mid carries, you know, rather than kind of the more laid-back, you know, set-up plays and stuff like that, global presence kind of type.
It's time, though, Valdez, as we approach playoffs, to branch out, though. You can't just be a melee assassin-type player forever. You're going to have to expand. The meta has changed. It has shifted. And I like that Zeka will test himself here in this first game.
We'll see if it works out as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. Off we go into game 1. And this is massive. T1 want to get revenge. We know how Faker feels when he feels like things don't go his way. Generally, he is very angry, and he takes it personally. Oh, I didn't get Pog? Well, I'm going to play Lissandra, and I'm going to kill you multiple times. That was very early on this spring. I'm sure that he and the rest of them feel like, okay, we're here for revenge. This is the one team that took us out. Whereas Home Life, it's just desperately we want to get as many wins as possible before playoffs to have as good of a seed as possible.
Yeah.
And they know it's a difficult opponent, but anything can happen on a given day if you're prepared enough.
Absolutely. And going back to the Zeka conversation, I think this is such a fun and valuable discussion to have because going into Worlds, you know, right before the Worlds qualifiers as well, where DRX was struggling last year, we were like, oh yeah, his Azir is just, it's very middling. And this is a problem. And he improved it massively during Worlds and during the Worlds qualifiers. And then that became a huge threat. Then Akali was extremely meta. Silas was extremely meta, right? And these 3 picks that he's known for now were what ended up pushing him to the forefront, why he was LCK Player of the Year, etc. Because he was just so incredibly strong at these specific picks. A lot of people will still tell you that they think that DRX won because it was a strong patch for the team. A lot of analysts say that. That even though they weren't great in regular season, the patch was good for them as a heal will be forced.
Yeah.
And I think expanding your champion pool, it's not like he can't play the Tia. Is he one of our top Talia players? I would say no. He's 1-0 on the pick, as you can see, only playing it once this entire season, even though it's been very strong. I like trying to branch out here against an extremely tough opponent right before playoffs, because you're very unlikely to get to the second round here, so these wins aren't as important, but it's a high-pressure scrim here that means something, but it's also not the end of the world if you mess it up. And I want to see Zeka continue to expand, because we have seen him play through Corki Azir metas, for example, and also struggle there. And to be a mid laner that is extremely well-rounded, you will have to be willing to play these Talia picks. So
that's true. It is the way the meta is nowadays. I was asking you the other day what happened to Kassadin.
Yeah.
Just gone. Zeka was one of our big Kassadin players. He's 4-1. Faker, this is his 99th game of Azir in the LCK. So he's getting close to that 100 mark. Could happen today.
Yeah, pretty good chance.
Where's the Lee Sin? Zeka is way too far up the lane. He looks to be just dead, as he will actually flash. Faker doesn't necessarily have to, as Flash comes out from owner. He says, okay, I'll use my Flash as the jungler. I'll mostly be, you know, hanging around the jungles. So a nice first blood goes over to T1.
Yeah. Arguably the Flash used here by Zeka because he knows Clit is fairly nearby. I think a little bit hopeful there that he's going to get out. Maybe hoping he can trade Flash at least with the enemy mid laner, as you mentioned. But Faker isn't willing to expend it, so Zeka dies, also loses Flash here. And this is worst case scenario. Natalia not getting ahead early, trying to be aggressive, like we were talking about fishing with some of those cues to poke the Azir in those early levels is what you want to do in this matchup, trying to look for some shoves to force the Azir out of lane. And he and Faker will both, of course, teleport back, but that missing Flash here is really going to hurt. Somewhat less so because he has Unsealed. Well, this is your most critical summoner.
Yeah, very true. We all know what Azir does level 6, right? We've seen this enough. And now your control mage doesn't have Flash. So all they got to do is have owner revisit the mid lane, and it should be a free kill, which is going to put so much pressure on Zeka to play safe or Clid to play around the mid lane. There's a couple of ways to deal with it. Maybe you just die again and accept your fate, or you try to, you know, build tanky and like try to get an early catalyst and Garrod or something. You know, there's not a lot of wiggle room. Otherwise, you're just kind of taking losses in the little traits and the kind of paths, the alternatives that I mentioned.
Yeah. It's really frustrating. At least bottom side is going extremely well. So you do have, right now, a pretty significant lead. You got the early Vamp Scepter. which is actually going to really help you deal with some of that sustain from the Sona in the lane. You'll be able to match some of that, have some consumables too here across your lane, and you have a Nami. So with barriers set up here, it's very easy to consistently pick up stacks and threaten autos like this.
All right, they're going in this time. Ignite used onto Viper. Heal blown once again. They're getting in close. Double tap onto Viper. He's on the run. Very fast as the Draven, but Sicaria is going to get a lot of value out of this on their way out. No flashes used in the trade, though.
Yeah, just trying to get some aggressive damage done here, but it's pressed the attack on this Lucian, so he actually could trade back so incredibly well once he activates that. As here's the level 6 timing you were talking about, and because of the bottom lane control that's lost here, Clid not having level 6, Zeka with no teleport just has to sit under turret. That's going to be what they opt into here to avoid the level 6 Faker gank. And I mean, it's an owner gank really, but it's for Faker, of course, with this timing. This means free dragon, so you lost the trade bottom, no flash in mid, and just like that, T1, 1,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, the first blood going to help out there. Obviously, we've taken a lot of looks up the top lane here. Kane's doing a great job of holding the wave right in front of his turret, which means that Zeus can't get any demolish procs. Sante's got some good wave clear. Clid comes in here alone. Yeah, I guess he's just dead as down he goes. Owner going to pick up that kill. Not able to hand it over to Faker on the sweep.
Not entirely sure why Clid is looking for a potential steal here or a turnaround with no setup for his ultimate. No level 6. And if Life and Viper have level 6 and he has level 6 and the timing of this Drake is a little bit later, I feel a lot better about this. As now here comes Owner again.
Yeah, they want to force some flashes here as Owner is in. They get the flash out of Life. That's going to be very useful. Speaking of follow-up ganks, kind of a theme in this game. Could be another place to look.
Definitely. Owner is everywhere right now. And if you have Cyclone and Tidal Wave, maybe you get a cash in there. Maybe you punish that Dragon take. You know, there's an angle for that. But unfortunately, at this point at level 5, with Faker having his level 6 available, you have no control of the bottom lane. You have no level 6s for your bottom laners, nor yourself. It's just not reasonable. And we'll take a look at the replay probably in just a second here to see how close he was to maybe getting a steal, because that's the only thing that justifies that. And even then, it's not a great justification. Is no flash here on Life, and Owner has a controller here at level 6 now.
Zeka hanging around.
Yeah, he can Weaver's Wall in.
Yeah. Well, flash comes in from Carrier. They get the slowdown onto Life. Is the damage there? Kick from Owner, but he misses the Q. Very unlike Owner, and that's going to save Viper's life. I mean, he did have flash and barrier, though, so maybe it's for the best.
Yeah, he. You see that chuckle on the player cam for Owner as well. He knows he messed it up. But that's okay. Still going to be getting advantages here on the bottom side of the map. And I mean, you're winning right now by such a large margin. As T1, the Draven lane hasn't gotten a cash in yet. The Lucian is still on track for that power spike here early. HLE are going to be able to turn this into a Herald top side here, so it's not all for naught here. The commitment down in the bottom lane for Owner. It's going to pick something up. Let's take a look at what happens here. Walks over this control ward with a sweeper out. Is just hoping for a 50-50 steal. I mean, it's just that simple. Yeah. He just is hoping to get lucky. Unlucky.
Pretty much it.
The result.
I mean, he was close, but yeah, it was definitely a big risk. It's just one early Drake.
Guma sets up the damage here. Kick, but the Q misses. Unfortunate for Owner. Yeah. Well, that's a kill.
I think with the execute damage, probably it's still a kill through barrier, but maybe not barrier flash. Not 100% sure, but we're not going to find out because Owner didn't hit his Q. So, again, like I said, maybe a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, could have been, for sure. Maybe it's a kill traded back, which could have been disastrous also. BF Sword is picked up here for Viper, so this is a big amount of damage he's going to have now in these exchanges, these trades. But even still, you know, you're looking at the Sheen early here for Guma.
Okay, that is a lot of damage already into the Sona as he hits level 6. The Whirling Death does hit the front part as culling here onto both of them, and we do have Wukong nearby. Clid just hanging around the bottom lane just in case.
Guma still holds on to his flash here, which is really important. Without barrier, it's hard for Viper to actually look for that aggressive exchange one more time. With no tidal wave to set up. And, you know, if Clid is here with the ultimate, maybe you actually secure that with how far up in the lane Keria and Guma were. But now they're alone.
They want to force this. Heal used by Life. Loving this back and forth trading in the bottom side. Very entertaining. Clid, he did get that essentially free Rift Herald. He's going to drop it here in mid and try to feed Zeka a little bit.
It's crazy how both of these junglers are having such a huge impact on this game. I mean, every time one of them shows, something happens elsewhere. Like, oh, okay, you're dropping Rift Herald mid, well, we're pushing bottom. In this case, it was in the reverse. Like, they show bottom, and then they drop the Rift Herald instantly there, pick up some plates here for Zeka. And, you know, we see the heal committed there. They do get away. HLE not punished here. They do get some gold. So, small advantage for both teams here. And it's really important this Taliyah gets some money back here after what was a rough early game. 2 plates picked up, split with Clid. And otherwise, it's been a fairly low-action game. Just one mistake there from Zeka, and then an overextension from Clid are the 2 kills that T1 hold. Was a plate goal picked up in mid, and how stable this top side has been. Really, not a massive lead, one way or the other.
Yeah, Life, you know, able to shore up a little bit with the Rift Heralds. We do have the individual Infernal Drake spawning right now. Both of these teams would love to pick that up. Just one of the best individual Drakes you can get. T1, it feels like they have the better positioning at the moment and the better warding, but it's somewhat even.
Always have to consider that Taliyah kind of changes the equation for that sometimes, but without having really any control of mid, she's putting herself at in harm's way to ult down, especially with Faker having this wave pushing through. Zeka's trying his best to clear this ward. And this is where things get really scary here. One initial pick can change everything. As Clid has Flash Cyclone back up.
How is Clid up level even though...
Spent a lot of time in mid, I guess.
I guess.
Because a lot of the time Owner was bottom side in that brush. He wasn't in experience range, is my theory.
Yeah. But we'll never truly know. Maybe the guys on the desk could offer some explanation, but we're not going to have that. I'm very curious about this setup here on this Infernal Drake. What is going to happen on this? Right now it is a tri-lane in the bottom lane.
Clid here can engage them so far away. They have to respect it.
Well,
it's a 3v3, as you say.
The tri-lane. Prio push, right?
And Zeka is just so far out of the equation. Like, he can't get down here at all. So Faker comes over, and this should be the window that T1 needs to take a 2-Drake lead. No entry point here now as Faker's got this choke point control. He's doing damage over the wall with his ward.
A flash and double flash out of Life Esports' bottom lane. As an immense amount of respect shown to Keria Sona. And now that's double flash. Clid was chunked.
Faker's here. No flashes.
There's no flash, so you could potentially get it going.
I mean, you either have to commit here as Hanwha or don't.
All right, the knockback, but yeah, Viper's just dead. They didn't have any vision, and they said, oh, they're probably doing Drake. And, well, Faker's like, I'm just going to pick up this free kill.
You either have to just back away, give Drake, and farm under turret, or you have to hard commit and flash Cyclone with Zeka coming in on the Weaver's wall. At least they're going to get some plate gold here for this Taliyah. A third plate will be Zeka's this time, picking up all of it, plus 175. But, you know, T1 get everything they're looking for here, plus those flashes and the kill and plate gold bottom side for Gumayusi. I mean, you cannot give them an inch or they will take a mile. And if you're thinking about engaging, it's already too late. You have to have a plan. You have to be ready to go in. And when that crescendo gets 2 flashes, Faker is like, we kill them if they are slow. And they were slow. Where's Taliyah? She's moved back mid. There's no Wukong here. There's no re-engage. Tidal Wave used way after the fact. And you cannot give T1 just even half a second or it's done. No flashes there on the bottom side. Yeah, and now this game is so heavily in favor of T1.
They knew that Faker was there, right? He just underestimated the range that he had to engage with. And he's like, yeah, I should be fine. I can just knock him back if he shuffles in. And, you know, he did, but it was too late. So, yeah, a little bit of greed just stepping up in the lane there, and he will get punished for it. And C1, you know, these 2 individual Drakes going to be very nice for themselves. It is Cloud Soul, though. I think it's going to be very nice, actually, in this game, considering, you know, what you've got actually on both sides. I feel like it could really benefit either side, even the individual Cloud Drakes.
Yeah, definitely pretty huge. I think for the Renekton and Cassante, plus the Wukong in particular, it's going to be great. Taliyah loves this too.
Oh, little engage on a Faker as he is quite close to the turret. Clid is here, but Area making his way up and a teleport used.
Faker, man.
Life Esports cannot engage.
He is just so good at making it seem like you can kill him and then just getting map control from it. Yeah. It's absurd how much he's done this.
It's actually a thing.
It's
like,
it's
we were
crazy.
Kind of
he's
memeing
bait.
it in the beginning, but it's like his new tech. I don't know how to describe it, but Faker's like, yeah, I'm just getting really good at baiting the enemy team. It's really a thing.
This Weaver's Wall here not going to get really any value. They won't be able to push this turret down. Kingen now alone.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. He does have the flash, and he will use it, but just gets flash stunned. And that's be the end of him, as Faker will pick up that kill. 2-0-2 now on Luden's Azir.
Yeah. It's rough. Ooh, barely escapes that.
That's a fast guy, but Viper doesn't have flash anymore. The damage not quite there, though, as they back away, and the zoning from the Cyclone is too much for T1 to handle, but now there is a very big Croc who is looking to collapse from the top side, and that will be a kill over to Gumayusi.
Zeka should be able to get out here. Can he find Carrier is the question.
Yeah.
Yes, he can.
Will he die, though?
Oh!
Yes, he will.
The snipe. And you know what? This is a huge turnaround here for HLE. Not enough to put them in the driver's seat, but that's some money on it, Taliyah. You got your first cash in as Viper here on the Draven. So money given over. T1 look a little bit frustrated with how that last exchange went because it was a little bit sloppy. And if that crescendo hits Viper, none of this happens the way that it looked like it was actually going to turn. As yeah, Kingen is just left alone here after they collapse topside. Collapse topside, don't get Faker's flash initially, by the way. And then this dodge from Viper is MVP, because without that, he gets caught, he dies. The tidal wave follow-up is great. Owner is just trying so desperate to get in there and finish him off with the kick combo. So he gets the shutdown. Clid dies for this, but then Zeka unseen here, and Carrier backs on a ward. Zeka comes over here, waits until Zeus shows in mid, and then flips him in for the kill.
Nearly messes up the angle, but gets it done in the end. And we did get at least the one kill for Viper. Not sure how much the cash-in was.
Yeah, not too high.
Yeah.
You have to imagine. Yeah, he's still 400 gold behind.
That's pretty telling.
He died early, so didn't have that many stacks.
Yeah, died to Faker down on the bottom side, so. Yeah, we do have the next Drake up here in a minute. Looks like T1 really want to set their eyes on that one. The Drakes, even individual ones, very strong nowadays.
Yeah, 44 seconds until Soul Point here for T1. They've got total mid control. They're going to drop this Herald down. If they can get a Sundisk turret this early, it would be massive. They need a minion wave, though, to actually get the whole thing. And they won't be able to do so just now. Trying for it.
They're really trying to get in there. And they are so close.
Still, I mean, they have mid prio. They could just push this wave in. They've got insane wave clear.
You can just hang out here. Zeka is looking for maybe a wall angle? Are they trying to collapse here in mid? Maybe not. Just waiting around as Kingen finds an angle.
Weaver wall potential.
Yeah, trying to make a play as the... Okay, I mean, they're really trying to force this one and zone T1 away.
Yeah, but a lot of really crucial tools utilized here. And without the tidal wave, you can't hold this choke anymore. Your Weaver's wall just isn't going to last. Another shove misses, and
they do have some good vision control at least. So some of the pick potential with the Taliyah is decent, but now they're getting pushed into the river by the side of T1.
Zeka looking for the flank.
Let's see it. Looking for the wall.
It would be so much more deadly if they had a tidal wave. They do not.
All right, there's the wall. Comes in, trying to burst down the Drake, as is Owner going to go for it? Yes, he will. He's not going to get it, though, as this Lee Sin pretty tanky, but is he tanky enough? As in goes the Renekton. They get the Draven on the front line, and down goes Viper, and that is going to be a massive amount of damage away here from HLE Esports. Clid goes down, and yes, they got the Cloud Drake, but they lost so much more.
And when you use the Weaver's wall like that, and the tidal wave, there's just no deterrence, as Poor Life will be the last to fall. It's an ace here, sub 20. Well,
eventually.
Maybe not.
Needs it in 12 seconds for the ace. Can he get it?
Good bubble.
He's on vision. Yeah, he's dead. And it is an official ace.
Yeah.
Just a little bit slow.
An ace at 20 minutes for T1. This is the game-winning moment. Very likely. Now, HLE do get the Drake. But there is no coming back in this composition anymore with the Draven. Viper's once again deleted. No money. He's sitting on a Noon Quiver in his BT. And if you watch how this fight goes, it's really just about Zeka using Weaver Wall here a little bit early to make sure they can't come in and contest the Smite. They still contest the Smite, then so much used to keep Owner down that look who's left open. Oopsie daisy. It's Keria who catches the enemy AD carry.
Yeah.
Your front line is completely tunneled on a Lee Sin, and HLE lose everything. This game is now no longer one you could recover from easily. Against a team like T1, I'd say your chances are less than 5%.
Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, you're not getting any notable cash-ins for your Draven. That's part of the reason why you picked this up with the Nami, also to deny it from the side of T1. And then, you know, your Taliyah got so far behind so early on. I mean, take a look at the mid diff right now. It's pretty massive, and you can see the jump in gold as a team diff is also quite large. And the Baron is alive, so you know where T1's eyes are going to be set on. It's kind of a formula for them.
It is. They have the damage to back it up very often at the spawn timer of said Baron, but they're not going to go for it this time. Not against a Wukong who does have flash available. They have some vision control, but not the full setup. Going to look for a little bit more prio across the lanes before they start to do this. Maybe some cleared vision behind the pit. But at this point, T1 doesn't need to do anything risky.
Yeah, just playing with Clid here. His owner, you can see that Clid is desperate to just try to get some kind of vision around the pit.
And if this was a Leandri's build for the Taliyah, you'd feel better about this game state. You wouldn't feel better about the Taliyah pick because it's not great in terms of what it does for your Draven. Like, you want to get that burst damage so your Draven gets cash-ins and actually has a strong mid-game. But now you have a Ludens that can't burst anyone because you're super far behind. Your Draven is not ahead. And you don't have that Leandri's damage that would have at least maybe helped you win longer fights. Your Draven certainly isn't going to be the one to do it at this stage anymore. Now, if we go to 15 minutes from now, maybe the Draven can help carry those fights for you, but I don't think T1 is going to give you that kind of time to farm it out.
Yeah, they're very good at ending games swiftly and before things get messy. They're not really forcing any Barons, though. They are giving a decent amount of respect here to Homolife Esports on this objective so far. Saw that Zeus kind of just backed off of the wave in the bottom side, and they didn't have full vision of where everybody on the side of Homolife Esports was. So, you know, just trying to avoid a dive in the bottom side and taking it quite slow for T1 standards.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Big ult. Yeah. Just trying to spot out whether T1 are rushing this down. They are not on it yet. But HLE is a painful game state because it would have only really been worse if they had also lost that smite to Owner, which was very close. Now you can't get map control, you can't actually start Baron yourself, you can't side lane. And you're just kind of waiting to lose objective fights. But you are going to take them, and you are going to hope that there's a mistake. You are going to hope you can catch somebody off guard, because that's your one way back into this game. Your only chance is T1 overextending on this Drake fight. But look at the setup they have here in mid. Plus Sundisk turret, plus Owner has his control ward.
Yeah. They group up as a team, mid-prio, they say, okay, middle of the map is ours, objectives are ours.
They've just basically, you could just cut off all of the blue side of the map. It doesn't exist anymore. They've halved the map.
Culling is in, you know, trying to throw in some poke before they do, you know, split off for a Drake.
They draw a line of wards, so HLE can't trade for Baron, can't do anything sneaky. Notice there is not one teleport ward for HLE. That's also been cleared away. They haven't been able to walk past the equator of the map here for a long time since that last Drake fight.
Oh, they're going to try to force Baron.
They're going to TP here to Baron. There is a control ward here, and the speed at which T1 does this, they should be able to rotate back over. Faker has TP, Zeus has TP.
Yeah,
when they see the ward, they're like, can we even do this? The answer is no.
Kingan's doing it by himself. I mean, Viper's clearing a lane in topside, like a wave in topside. They know this is happening. Like, absolutely. T1 just make their way over. Now, Carrier's kind of going off on a little tangent here on the left side.
Just wants to make sure he could stop anyone from flanking here. Baron at half health. This is when the fireworks hit.
Not really going to be too successful in that, actually. HLE just keeping this leashed at the moment. Take a look at Klid's angle.
He's got flash.
They should know this is coming in the wall as well. Zeus is way in the back line, like so far back there. Faker goes down. They take out Viper, though, as a very messy fight. You see that Guma is able to get away somehow, as so many low health bars are here, and Zeus and Owner are just on the chase, as Guma will eventually be taken out, but so should Kingin, as now a 3-on-3 Zeka. The only one that really does damage out of these 6.
Yeah, and if he had Leandri's, you know, he'd feel so much better about this type of scenario. But he couldn't build it in this game, and now he's just proccing lootings as he can, but won't be able to chase anybody down, won't be able to close this fight. As Klid wants to set up for this, but everybody's grouped, and they could just instantly turn on him. And he goes in, by the way, right as they collapse on the Viper. So this is the best timing you are ever gonna get as HLE, and it's still not good enough as Guma outplays King in here and will survive for a very long time on the husk of this Azir turret. Does eventually get taken out by Zeka, but he played it so beautifully. The team kills the AD carry instantly, and Zeka can't do anything on his own. Now HLE, they are red side here. They're grouped up to try to set up for some big vision. And maybe we're going to go for one more song and dance here because the team fight wasn't clean enough for T1 to actually take Baron and end the game. But this fight's going to be even harder. They will not have the Wukong flank. They will not have flash for Klid.
Yeah, the setup there from Hama was, as you're saying, it was the best they were going to get. Now T1 are going to get another turret here. They essentially just push down mid. They see Zeka's top. Zeka also has Smite right now, so it's not teleport. You know, it's not anything you can use to get in here right now. So yeah, it's going to clear that up. And to be honest, I thought T1 would have started this earlier, but just taking every precaution against Hama Life Esports. There are a lot of ways for Hama to get into the pit.
They just keep drawing lines across the map, making no man's lands. And it's taking them a while to actually start this Baron up because they're looking for a pick now instead. No vision here. And HLE think better than walking into that brush. They're at least buying some time here for Zeka to farm. Small victories. Because he wants that death cap so badly. Once he gets that, the damage will be real.
They don't know this is happening, but they do have a suspicion, of course. As the pings are in. They did place a control ward now, so they know this is happening. As of now. And a bunch of soldiers over the wall just trying to not let them in, and they will pull off of this as Hama Life Esports get in position. And we go again.
We go again.
Run it back.
Every single time Zeka's given time in a side to get closer to this death cap, the chances of HLE winning this game go up slightly, right? Because we're buying time. I mentioned we go to the 15 minutes plus into this game.
Run it back.
Yeah, run it back. You get to the point where you get Draven up to 4 items. As Talia starts scaling, you can win 5v5 fights. As Klid's rushing over now. And we'll see this. Oh, he's caught by the Sonic Wave.
And this time he's basically alone. TP is coming in. Viper is over the wall.
And T1
clear out vision, and they do back away from this one.
T1 are like, I'm not giving a cash-in over. I'm not going to lose a team fight right now. I'm not going to force this game, or I'm not going to throw this game off of a Baron we don't absolutely need right now. I'd rather fight around this next objective, the Drake that spawns in 1 minute, which will give us Cloud Soul. Zeus has a big spike now with his GA. But again, the way that Hama Life Esports has calmly handled this, grouped up fast enough, yeah, they had to use teleports, etc., but they keep getting in there and stopping T1. Stopping T1 is the first step of like 7 they will need, but it means they've got time. QSS is done for Viper now, it makes it a lot easier for him to team fight. And the death cap looks like it's so close to being done. You can see Zeka is like killing a Gromp right now.
He bought it and then he sold it and then he bought it again.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I don't know, should I buy this? He doesn't have cleanse, so it's kind of awkward against like a Flash Renekton Sun or obviously a Flash Crescendo.
Looking to see, I mean, Zeka so desperately needs that death cap. He's got to be so close. He's backing now. He's backing now.
Yeah. Stopwatch too.
Yeah.
And Hama Life, I mean, we're getting to the point of the game now where they might be able to force this.
Oh, yeah.
T1 go all in on the Drake.
So much damage here in this comp. Death cap is done.
Oh, fight, and that goes to Viper.
That's pretty huge. As Guma is going to take Cloud Soul right now, so there's a clock ticking against HLE. They really need to force this. With Weaver's Wall here, they have 2 smites.
They're missing critical information, Wolf.
Talia's going to see this too late.
Okay, well, we're going to stop them from pulling off as a TP from Faker down there?
Okay, now you really have to pull the trigger. You're not going to win that race. You're not going to win that Drake fight.
Well, now they absolutely will. Crescendo just thrown in as the rest of them, it feels like they're going to be in here too late, but they can't stop Owner from getting into the pit. At least that's what it looks like right now as he's got a Q onto the Baron. Will he be able to steal this? No, he will not as the Baron goes to Life Esports. Zeus in there alone as a massive double knockup into the Cyclone Clid, and Kingen put 2 and 2 together, and they make it happen, and T1 are wiped entirely on the Baron.
Oh, HLE, a full wipe. A triple kill for Clid, and now they can just push mid. There are bounties on these structures right now. HLE are about to pick up so much money here, and a narrow win on the fight. So patient. No team has ever done this to T1. You do not pull this team from objective to objective, get teleport, stop Owner from coming in, and wipe this team. Nobody does this to T1, but HLE, they were so patient, and they pulled it off. This is huge. A full wipe and so much money here. And now they can push mid, pick up so much of that gold here, and their composition is starting to scale. The Talia has 3 items, has a death cap. Scimitar done for Viper, and Kingen winning that team fight so single-handedly. Has level 16 now, and man, this is anyone's game to take now, but I'm starting to lean towards HLE. Now consider that Cloud Soul is permanent. Unlike this Baron, it is still going to be very useful for T1, especially when we get the setups on that potential Elder here. But for the first time in a long time, HLE can breathe. They have map control.
Like you mentioned, it's really all about patience, right? Like waiting so many times to have your moments, and they finally did. I think T1 just over-indexed over to the Cloud Drake, and especially the second they saw the TP, they're like, well, it's 5v3, we could just take it. And it did take Clid getting a very nice smite in what was a flip, essentially. Definitely we could have seen Owner get in there and just seal it away and the rest of the team back away, but because they were already forced into that fight, they had to go in, and then they just got bopped on the head by Kingen. I mean, a 3-man knockup, it's not much you can do about that. It's now Zeus in a bit of trouble, can't really flash as they're going in onto Zeka. The kick comes in from Owner. Zeka does survive for an incredibly long amount of time, and the damage from Viper is massive as the culling now from Guma. Faker goes in. They're gonna get the Draven as Viper stands up and nearly is able to just stand up to 4 members. And that's gonna be enough to stop T1 in their tracks.
Now, no ability here to grab a huge objective, so they get multiple kills here. It's 2 for 2. Across the board. HLE can't push any further. Their carries are down. Well, this is a really important team fight here for T1 because they stopped the Baron, and they should be able to wrestle back some map control before the Elder fight. It's initially Zeka who is caught here. The angle of the tidal wave from Life from so far away is beautiful. Stopwatch has to be burned. And remember, there's no res here anymore on this Wukong. The last one was lost by Zeus previously, so Clid gets out, but he loses that critical tool, which is so important for this Wukong in these upcoming fights, especially on objectives like Elder, because you force things so much more comfortably when you have that.
Yeah.
Faker getting closer to his death cap, though, picking up some extra gold in this last exchange. And this game is crazy wild.
Yeah, you mentioned the tidal wave, but also the Cyclone out of Clid was huge for disengaging their, like, those layered ultimates are essentially what keep T1 out of, you know, just hounding them all down. And it keeps them alive. It gives Viper a chance, even when Faker goes crazy in that backline. And now we might just have a little bit of Elder versus Baron action because they're both going to spawn at basically the same time. Now, this is going to get interesting.
This is really going to get interesting. Remember last time HLE were able to pull T1 around. T1 got greedy trying to do everything. But I cannot stress enough. Like, this is the first time I can remember T1 has made a mistake like that this year and have been caught off guard by a team, actually kind of juggling the aggro, juggling the attention, vision control, and looking for a turn there. The Weaver's Wall really throwing them for a loop as well. They got the soul, but lost the subsequent team fight trying to get both. It's just not a mistake that T1 ever makes. We consider this team to be the best team in the world at decision-making on these critical objectives.
Viper desperate to finish his IE. Yeah. I think
That's what he's
got it.
He should be able to have it, yeah. He does.
He uses Whirling Death on the wave just to make sure he has the item. And timing is important.
Speaking of timing, 90 seconds, 80 seconds here on these two objectives. We may just see this extended setup fight here starting like literally now because this objective is going to be the game deciding one. Grabbing Scuttle here, really important for T1, trying to get some bottom prio. Guma's pushing mid. The top lane, way less important because the bottom lane is going to be good for both the Elder and the Baron. But with that Inner's still up for both teams, there's no side lane pressure on an inhibitor here. When the Baron spawns, I think this fight is going to be all about the Elder Drake because it's the more important objective of the two. And even though there is some vision here for T1 on the Baron, their focal point is definitely going to be bottom side of the map.
Definitely should be, especially with it spawning first. How about like esports though? Feel like they're on a better position right now as Clid really getting a little bit sneaky in the enemy jungle too. Really trying to clear out vision, maybe drop some wards. He doesn't have any more control wards though as, Owner taking a couple axes to the face.
That Draven damage is so huge at this point. This is what I was talking about. If you do get to 4 items, the Draven is ready to pop off.
Faker now.
So much control.
He has the death cap as, yep, that's 1 axe, guys.
Yeah.
1.
Faker has no flash.
They do have some sustain from the Sona. T1, you know, they don't really have vision on this objective. Like Hamalei Esports have just pushed them away.
Clid is on an unknown flank angle. They're searching for him.
He's in the pit now. As meanwhile, coming around the back here is Zeus. He's got a good angle.
And Zeka wrapping around. A Weaver's Wall could cut T1 in half and win this game for HLE.
Could just be as the flash comes in. Kingan's gonna find the front line. They're trying to burst down Faker as he doesn't have, he does right here at the end, and Clid should be the first one to go down. They just barely take him out as the GA here available for the side of Owner. Zeka's just flashing into 5 people trying to get the damage. Another 2-man knockup. Unbelievable as the divide comes in from Faker, but it's too little too late.
Viper's just doing too much damage. He's at full health. This should be the Elder for HLE. And man, what a fight between these two teams. T1, there's just no way they can win this anymore. They're going to actually back off and reset. The Drake it just has so much health. They actually aren't confident even with this Draven that they could rush it down. Crazy here. TP advantage. Faker barely gets his flash available. And look at this play here. Once again, Kingan to start things off. And then look at Clid. They have Tidal Wave, and then he's in here with a double Cyclone. He sacrifices himself here to make sure that there's enough space for Viper to actually get that work done. Once again, Viper not
taking any damage. Doing this, and we got TP in the bottom lane. They can't force this.
No, I don't think so, but now they're trapped here. Guma, how do you get out of here alive?
He should be okay, but I'm wondering about this Elder Drake.
I mean, they're holding the aggro. Yeah.
And okay, we got Clid coming in. They got to wait for their jungler, as this is just going off the rails right now. Over the wall, everybody's just watching from the bleachers, RT1. And okay, let's see how it goes. The Q is in, we got a wall down. As will they be able to deny Owner? Yes, they will. They take him out, just Kingan, as this guy is just insane today. He's a man on a mission, and that will be the Elder.
Now I just want to back away here and defend. And Baron is up. T1 are going to try to trade these objectives because they quote-unquote won the team fight as the wall went down and HLE decided to focus the Elder while pushing the enemy jungler out. But Owner, of course, is alive and has his smite at the ready. Clid does have smite, no flash. He's over for this with the Draven.
Oh, can he do it again? Can he do it again? He does!
What?
He's in and he gets it again!
Oh my god, Valdez, they get Exodia here! And how do you lose now? Clid surviving as well, gets out. And HLE, they should be able to group and push down the mid lane. Unbelievable turn on this game. I thought we were maybe going to be in for a banger today, but I had no idea clearly what was going to happen. And the amount of teamfight performances we're seeing from Kingan that are objective winning is just too high. Like, he is hitting these Qs perfectly. He's pulling Owner out of the pit. He's going at the exact right time. He's so taking, he built Anathema's chains. So he's taking so little damage here with this tank build. When his Jack Shows gets online, he's basically going to live through everything, all out or no. The all out is just so useful at setting up, pulling one of these carries into harm's way.
Got to be careful about the poke damage, but with this wall coming down, Kingan in a little bit of trouble. Guma takes 2 axes and nearly dies. And they should be okay now with Exodia to continue pushing here. The damage is too much. I mean, even just one hit onto Faker could be it, and the Whirling Death is nearly that. Really on the axe's edge right now.
So hard to mess it up from here. One heroic play, T1 need to find one. Faker has Emperors.
This might be where you just gotta throw it down. 30 seconds on Elder Buff. I don't think they've got enough time to wait through T1. Humble Life should just be able to slowly chip away.
Zayas looking for the flank here. When that Emperor's Divide comes down, you've got one chance, T1.
One chance and
15 seconds.
A dream, essentially. 12 seconds, the damage goes in. Owner gets the kick, but he's alone. Nobody can get in as Faker can't get over to the left. This game is over as Guma also will be chunked out. They want their KDA, and they deserve their KDA. They will have it now. HLE Esports will take game 1 in 40 minutes.
Unbelievable game, and one win away now from doing it again. HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Kingen is showing why he was World's MVP. Man.
Oh man,
what an insane game from this player.
Insane from Kingen. But T1 also played the early game so well. They had total control. They got the soul point very early. They had control over the map, which is one wrong call between that Drake and the Baron that really messed with T1. They were not able to get back control of the game from there. But they made it so hard, even still. The Elder fight was so difficult for HLE to win. They played it so perfectly with this Nami. They had the Tidal Wave and Cyclone there to protect the forward push there of Viper, so no one could kill him, no one could collapse on him. Faker goes down, that's the end of that fight. And then the one angle T1 happened for that, the additional Baron, the one more Baron. No, Klid says, I'm gonna steal that, that's mine too.
Yeah.
Unbelievable game. And T1 were pushed to the brink, but so were Hanwha. That game looked so done. I said less than 5% chance to come back in this game against T1.
It's good you didn't bet your hair on it.
And they come back and do it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead was like 5K. They had total map control. Vision was shut down. It was very just standard T1 lead, right? And it just felt inevitable, but it was not. HLE Esports, they have the key, and they proved it again, at least in game 1. And it's going to make the series very interesting from here on out.
Yeah.
Do you believe that they can 2-0?
I mean, I think there's a chance. I think side selection is going to be an interesting conversation to have, though, as the priority pick of the Lucian didn't work out. You know, the later scaling there of the Draven really coming back to bite T1. I still think they'll pick blue side, but who knows, Valdez? This series is crazy already.
Who knows? I guess we can just sit back and wait and enjoy it and hope that we get 3 games. Either way, guys, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
장군 15초. 다음 보자, 슬슬.
장군 15초. 요번에 해야 돼.
그냥 먼저 걸어도 돼.
들어가자 이거. 요번에 가자. 타워 딜이랑. 리신 노플 봐줄게. 도현이 봐줘.
타워 한 대만, 타워 한 대만.
쌈바. 나이스. 야, 다음 턴 잘하자.
잘하자.
야, 넥스.
하네. 빡세긴 하네. 나이스.
잘했어. 좋았어.
잘했다. 다음 판 잘했어. 넥서스 퍼지고 말 헤드셋.
Yesterday, I helped fight a giant snake, purple with 1,000 eyes and huge pointy teeth. Grr! But whoosh, woo! My fire looked so scary, it rushed off into the jungle, never to be seen again. Pretty amazing, right? Yeah, you're so brave, Milio. Tell us more. Fine, but only 'cause you asked. I've done so many new things since leaving my village. You won't believe this, but I battled a green monster too. It had 8 legs and massive claws, taller than the trees. I learned to heal a lot of people at once, way more than I did at home. Wow, that sounds tough. How do you do it, Milio? After I get it once, it's easy. Wherever I go, I try to make new friends. And it always works. Yeah! Eventually. I know it's surprising, but fire doesn't have to hurt. It's nice to help people see it differently. That's great training to get stronger, too. Yeah, exactly. Hey, we think a lot alike. My family is gonna love those stories. They're probably waiting for my next letter. I wish they were here right now. They are here right now. And remember, we're gonna make them so proud. Ooh, I'm sleepy. I bet they have comfy beds in Ishalkan.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, what an incredible game one between Harmalife Esports and T1. I don't know what it is with these two teams, man. I don't understand, but I love it.
I can't comprehend how we went from Harmalife looking like a disaster against KD. They did nothing. They just sat there, and then Viper tried a little bit, and then everyone else just sat there and lost the game. And then here,
I don't know. I mean, I think the game quality reminds me like the Worlds final.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Actually.
And Kingen, what? Where's this guy been? I don't know.
So,
we can talk about the draft. Do you want to talk about the draft?
Yeah, the obvious cool thing that did happen in this draft was that we had the Lucian being compared with the Sona and the Draven with the Nami. So you do the Nami pick away. Nami Draven is quite strong. But I thought the Sonar response was actually great. And I do think that it is a response that works very well. We actually saw, which is what we were going to focus on when the game was still looking like T1 was stomping. On like this lane, particularly with PTA and the summoners they went for, can actually play really aggressive.
Yeah, I mean the thing is I really respect the Hardwan Life that trying to kind of new thing. Like they take it away the Nami, like that's only what T1 used to do. And then I think I really like the 4-5 pick as well, the K'Sante and Talia. Like it countered a lot of chance from the T1 side. Renekton Dashin, Lucian Dashin, Lee Sin, and also Azir as well. Like I think the Talia 5 pick, it was incredible. Like it creatively, like so much space in the team fight. That's what actually happened in this game.
It was amazing. And let's jump into our first highlight here. We did have a lot of them prepared, but we're going to jump to 30 minutes in and talk about this insanity as Hanwha Life Esports set themselves up for this beautiful battle.
That lost ult from Carrier there, even though I think he had a great start in the game besides that might win him the game. Because now the rest of Hanwha is not threatened at all. This was also coming off of a mistake. What happened here was Faker TP to the Dragon. And I think they underestimated Hanwha there. That TP towards bot side should never happen. This was 2 smites as well. Boom.
But not a flip.
Yeah, not a flip. And then
secured.
From here on out.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. I mean the fake.
King in.
I mean the T1, they were insecure just getting the Dragon. I feel like also the thing is like the most important thing was like their core got split. Like if they wanted to play for fight, just play for fight. If they want to play for steal, they play for steal. And just if they I think the play like the owner how he played, it was a play for steal.
Yeah.
So he ran in, he didn't do anything. He couldn't do anything after he tried to steal, and then they still up into the fight. And that's the whole point.
And if you just take Soul and you trade Soul for Baron, that can be worth it. But the reason why they, from that point on, were on the back foot, because they gave up so many bounties, so many cooldowns, so many kills, and from that point on, all of a sudden, all the carries were online for Hanwha Life.
The gold swing was absolutely absurd. And
I mean, that's why we were like, wow.
We've spoken about like bounty gold before, right? But like this was slurping up all of it, all over the map for Hanwha. And then the game gets close, right? And as we jump into our next highlight, Hanwha weren't out of the woods yet. There was an Elder on the table, and this is where all hell breaks loose.
Well, I think also like I think he'll kind of make a misplay, which is like Faker doesn't have a TP, and they're trying to hit the Elder, putting the low HP. It's not helpful. Like what they need to do right now, I think I feel like if I was them, I would be camping the bush or just like get the vision better, and they would try to like stall the time as much as they can. And right now, this is a Hanwha favor. It's completely the 4v5.
Because if you look, Zeus has teleport. So Zeus actually is going to be able to join this fight. And if they have just a little bit of extra time here for Faker to be there, if this is like 6 extra K health on this Baron or on this Elder, like it might be playable. But instead, not going to be available. Kingen again ensures that there is no steal here. And this is a really big mistake actually here, because the helpers are somewhat low, but I don't think Hanwha has the back here.
Yeah, I mean, I would also call like really big blunder. Like they have an Elder. Like if they really want to go back, I think at least like few people should have gone there. But because they trust the smite from the clean.
And that's a pretty big mistake, and I think that's where you really see that T1 is flustered. Owner not hitting those, because the previous one wasn't his fault, but this one is, you know, like the least smite secure needs to come in there, because if they get Baron, the game isn't over. I still think Hanwha will win from that point, because I really like their comp where they were.
And Elder Drake is pretty.
And well, yeah, but at least with Baron and Power Minions, you can kind of hold off and slow down the Elder, and then maybe you get another shot. But with that Baron gone, it was immediate GG.
It was, but man, was it an incredible game. Let's have a look at who picks up the POG. We know where our hearts lie, but is it going to be the same? Yes, it is. Our boy picks it up. Kingen, absolutely incredible. In the key team fights, I think, you know, he got punished in lane. He was just kind of chilling, being a top laner. But all of these key moments, he was just incredible.
Yeah, we were so worried that it was not going to be Kingen, but it should be Kingen, right? Like, he is the one that sets up what turns out to be a game-turning fight. He is the one that ensures that they get this Elder Drake. And here's K'Sante, showcasing that even though it's a pick that after the nerfs we haven't really been as excited about, the utility that the champion and the skill cap that it has in late-game team fights is still awesome to watch when executed well.
And also this is the blind pick top lane as well. It's not even, he got countered by Zeus. and how he handled well.
Yeah.
And being able to pick up the POG and incredible performances in teamfight. That's crazy.
I don't know what it is about this team and their ability to take down T1, but they're one of the only teams, in fact, the only team that can do it in a match, but also one of the only teams that can do it in a single game. We'll see whether they can do it again as we head over to game number 2. But please, 3 games.
Thank you, Spacers. I can echo that because game number 1 was insane. I hope we just get 2 more of those and we finish off the night just like that. But maybe that's asking too much. I feel like the guys on Humble Life Esports, specifically Kingen and even Zeka as well, they really put everything on the line when the stakes are really high, and it's unbelievable what these guys can do against our best team currently in the LCK.
It really is. And with these 2 former DRX players, world champions, that have come up and done so much with another world champion in Viper, of course, from the year prior, I see the talent really is there. And these players have played through so many tense matches, so many best of 3s, best of 5s against teams from all over the world. They have been tested in every scenario you can think of. And the patience that Hanwha had on that Drake for Baron exchange and Faker's mistake to teleport, like, that is just something we do not see out of T1. And I'm not saying T1's nervous. I'm not saying T1's going to this series a little bit shaky. I'm not saying that at all, but to play a game that close to T1 and get them at their own game, that is something special, right?
And to come back from being behind in this very snowbally meta against this team, it's like unbelievable. It might be the first time we've seen it in this fashion this entire season.
Yeah, I think it is.
Just really deserves a lot of respect.
Speaking of respect, we'll still respect the Guma Caitlyn here on red side as T1 picked blue side a second time. And Draven gets banned away. Let's see if they're going to pick the Lucian lane once more, because if you ban right now the Ashe, they pick the Lucian, you take away the Nami, not going to have as much power without the Draven in that setup lane. It might mean we have to play something else here. Might be Viper playing the Zeri. They might opt into the Aphelios lane, which would be really hyped to see. So once again, Lucian first pick. This time without the Draven, though. I don't think you're taking that Nami away.
No, yeah, I think you just go for a totally different lane, as you're mentioning, like Aphelios Thresh, or maybe if you want to go for Zyra Khan. Couple of new options that have sprung up in this meta. You don't have to like randomly go like Veigar bot or something weird, right? Just go for something pretty standard and stable. You've already proven that you can take them down.
Will be the Zyra Khan variant here. So Nami going to be locked in now. The question becomes, what jungle pick do T1 want? The Sejuani works really well with Tidal Wave. You can chain some CC together that way. You know, you could look for potentially more picks later, but I don't think that's the style you're looking for here, really, considering it is going to be a Wukong. On the other side, it is also going to be a Xayah, which is very difficult to lock down. Looking for more damage and more well-rounded compositions here on T1 side. I think Lee Sin is also still fine here. As a loss for owners, Lee Sin, by the way, huge. Very rare. And he was on track to actually hit 90% win rate on it.
Like a rare
season.
Pokemon, man.
Yeah, but with that loss, chances are much lower. Looks like he's going to lock it in once again, though. I will see the Xayah. And this is where we get, though, like you said, I loved how you put that earlier today. The second part of the draft, the more important part, the more interesting part. As this part is usually just pretty set in stone.
Yeah.
Like when this B1 pick comes through, you're pretty sure you know everything that happens in this part of the draft.
You
what
can like
happens
sometimes
next?
choose different junglers, you know, depending on flavor and stuff like that. But, you know, our jungle pool right now is like 4. So let's see what they do in the second half.
Cassante definitely deserves a look, I'd say, here for T1. Because that was picked blind and, sure, weak laning phase, you could argue, but ultimately it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like
he wasn't doing a whole lot with Cassante, but that's quite common, in fact. So we'll see the Azir banned. Also what Faker was able to pick up last time.
Bengi's like, yeah.
Talia will match. This is getting really hype, man, because we know we're going to get a completely different game here. Like, some aspects of T1's draft the same, obviously, but the draft from this point on changes quite significantly is you're looking at a lot of strong picks here on T1 side to take away, right? The Gragas also very good in this scenario, right? You have to consider that could be flexed in the R5 counter pick. The Jax is another problem. You know, you don't want to have Kingen on that pick. LeBlanc will be taken away now too, and we'll see if Faker wants to just make it 4 mid bans here.
Feels like Silas is hanging out, you know.
Gragas too, though, so strong here.
Yeah. We might get the Silas Gragas lane if they just want to handshake it, you know, if Zeka picks up Silas and maybe Faker hops on to that one. They're once again going to ban Ornn, which leaves Cassante available.
I think it's the safest pick you can grab right now. You feel comfortable into Jax, you feel comfortable into Fiora. There's not a lot of matchups that Kingen is worried about playing here with the Cassante, but they will take the Gragas I was hinting at here with this mid pool thinned out so heavily. This is a pick that can also go top. So that's the power that you have here in red side. If they pick Jax now, you put the Gragas top, you have a counter pick for Faker. And this is what, you know, what's so puzzling about the blue side selection here for T1 is that it opens up so much flexibility here. You pick blue side to get Lucian, which you picked last time. You banned the Draven, but HLE have such a great answer here. And now is where Sparks really have to fly on the draft. Let's see what Bengi and Faker's plan are when we hit this part of the draft where...
Veigar? Ahri.
Okay.
Okay. Faker Ahri.
This is a really risky pick. I mean, this is turning this composition into a has to snowball, has to get tempo advantages comp, or it falls behind so hard.
Taking away the Cassante too. And that Gragas is going mid.
Any pick that's going to buy you time, Fiora, Jax in the side lane here is so incredibly strong. Could also just play Sion though. Have an additional front line, block the Ahri from setting up charms. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, we're breaking the rules, Valdez. We're doing it again, Rascal.
Rules broken. I mean, it could just be Gragas top again.
Yeah, I mean, Rascal played the Akali top last time in our previous series.
Mm-hmm. Into the Fiora. Let's see what they want to go for.
I do think that there is a lot of pick potential here with the Ahri into Gragas because he doesn't have a lot of escape, and without his cask, there's a lot of power actually for Lee Sin into this lane. So they're going to put the Gragas top here because that's where he's going to have a longer lane. It's going to be much more difficult for Owner to have an impact here, and Cassante shouldn't be able to break him either. He can still build AP and build damage here, but the Akali is going to give you an extra crossfire setup here on objectives. You can flank and get the backline very easily. It's a very squishy composition here for T1. So I like this flex. It's not one we expected to see here, but it works so incredibly well. Taking a look at the scoreboard here.
Hava Life is T1's one and only.
Yeah.
In terms of, you know, teams that can defeat them, I would imagine.
I mean, this standing shows what would happen if T1 loses this game right now and the HLE take that 10th win. Love to see the orange color on it. This is going to be such an interesting game. A T1 really opting into their snowball-y style, trying to get picks early. And now the Gragas is pulled out of the mid lane. This Ahri not going to be as potent with the pre-level 6 Lee Sin. Owner has to get so much done this game. We know he can. It's his best champion.
Yeah. Felt bad, you know, you mentioned he got the loss on his Lee Sin, and he's going to be desperate for one of those in this game number 2. Let's hop onto the Rift right now. Let's take a little look at this invade. They're trying to bait Faker to, like, poke at him maybe and jump over the wall, but Faker's not going to take that bait.
Oh, they will be able to get this ward up. We'll drop it late to make sure it gets the most value possible. Faker going to start W here.
Yeah.
Some first strike gold.
Nice, GG. 9 gold. It's over.
Sick advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So both of these junglers will be spotted early in the pathing. That's going to miss, unfortunately, for Guma. who will have control of this lane early, as we saw in the previous matchup of the Lucian Nami versus the Xayah Rakan. Very difficult to play out until you have level 2 for the Xayah and Rakan, unless there is a mistake made. And once again, press the attack here for Guma.
Lucian Nami not super strong in their own right at level 1. Very strong at level 2. It's kind of funny the way it works out as we are going for that one in a flash already. They know he has W, so okay.
Yeah, they know he has W. It's actually a really good call, because if you see that, you know you can actually just aggressively push forward here, and you know that Guma can't really combo and trade back the damage. So yeah, in terms of health trade here, nothing really happening, but getting a flash is massive. He's going to look for it again.
Okay, well, they're not going to get the knockup this time. Good trade now for T1's side. Let's see who's going to get level 2 here first. The moment looks like Guma and Keria. It's very close.
Yeah, it's really close.
It's going to happen at the same time. Yeah. There you go.
Very intense. Notice Faker has complete control of mid, by the way, this whole time. Same with Zayas in the top side. So solo lane's completely under T1's control at this moment in time in the early levels, as is expected.
I feel like
Here comes Clid, level
like
3.
So forward in my seat right now. I'm like, something's going to happen.
Something is going to happen, but Guma's positioning good here to Blade Caller to come through. Don't have level 3 just yet.
And they know the possibility, or at least they should, as the dash away. Life taking a huge chunk. Where is Clid is the question. Yes, he gets a bit of damage in, but now Owner making his way down.
Gonna have to heal probably.
Oh, he's gonna hit the minion as okay. E onto multiple members. Just gonna kite it back and we reset. We go again.
So a trade of heals here. Flash still down for Guma. At the end of the day, feeling pretty good about this one as T1 because you got the health trade in your favor. Now Owner's got control here with bottom side. Is going to come over and make a pass at Clid. As Wukong on a huge win rate right now. You notice a broad spectrum of players too. Clid undefeated on this champion. 2 of the wins in a row. As Akali has not had the same.
Yeah, Akali's on a massive losing streak on 13.4. This is spotted. And so, Owner is not going to get much value there, as he is going way into the enemy jungle. The blue buff hasn't even been taken 4 minutes into the game.
And this wave is crashing here.
Love this meta.
Life positioned aggressively. Just be careful about getting caught here.
The poke that's coming in onto Viper already, but Guma, crucially, no flash. As okay, dash away, but now they're on top of him, but the damage not quite there. Viper flashes forward. They don't quite have vision, as they do get first blood. This will go into Clid's hands.
You can play through the alcove.
Oh, but they got too much damage on the Clid, and life goes down, and so will Viper.
There's not enough damage here.
One by one, the dominoes go down.
It's 3 kills now going over to T1 here. He's in the back there in the alcove, but they don't have enough health. And he doesn't have any damage at this point to try to fight it over the wall here. So HLE stick around and he flashes forward looking for the fight, looking for that first blood. It goes over to Clid. So yes, HLE do get first blood, but it's on the Wukong. 2 kills to Owner. And so much money now to the bottom lane of T1. A Dirk picked up here for Guma.
Immediate gank to the top side? Kind of being denied vision right now.
Life
Here comes Life. Okay, let's see it. Gonna get hit by the 1 barrel. He's got Ghost. Knockup comes in, but yeah, the damage not quite there.
King and no level 6. If he has 6, maybe you make something of it with the cask.
Yeah.
Unsuccessful.
Just pinging that Ghost that they got,
Yeah, I could hear that.
Trying to keep the morale high after what happened down here.
So Guma cleanses early. And then is going to be taken out here. Viper flashing past Keria to look for this damage. Now he's got the alcove. The emote comes out. Well, Life has no health. Clid can't do anything. So you just give everything over. In mid, meanwhile.
Yeah, we got... Okay, it's going to be just fine.
Flash is expended. This game, man.
This game is like 5 minutes in. I'm like, oh, God. What's going to happen?
As the dust settles, HLE are in big trouble. The early game has gone very well here for T1. You have an early Dirk for Guma, so he can push aggressively. Always going to have control of this bottom lane for the time being now, which means you're going to have this first rake. And this is a composition that needs to snowball, right? And the Lee Sin getting ahead and other different types of compositions where you're trying to get, some advantages for scaling champions. You feel worse about Lee Sin having 2 kills early because it's going to mean less later. It's actually great in this case because it means Lee Sin could do more things faster and continue to snowball the game. So it's not actually a detriment in this case at all. Bubble hits, not going to follow up.
No vision.
There is a whole lot of things that can go wrong here now for HLE in this mid-game against this RE competition.
Charm, Zeka gonna get hit by it, but take a look at this. He's still going in as well. Not gonna land the Shuriken. Faker does not have Spirit Rush, but he did have Flash. If anything, got a little bit hairy.
Owner down here at level 5. This looks very familiar to the previous game. He's crashing this wave through, taking a massive CS lead. And Owner doesn't actually have to commit here, but if Life wants to get cute, he will punish.
Yeah. And, just in case Clid is around, but now with Faker making his way down here, probably calling out the Spirit Rush cooldown, just going to use this 4-man push. They don't even need to get kills. They can just pick up plates, press for the map.
The timing of that first rake, because they got control so early, means that there's no cross map here. 30 seconds on Herald means that Clid can't take that objective. He doesn't have 6, he can't come down here to help, and there's nothing he can do. Maybe he could try to gank the Cassante, but Zeus even has his Ghost coming back up here now. So plates going over, tons of CS denied for this early game Xayah.
Yeah, and Owner's still here, by the way. As level 6 is in, they're going for Viper. He does not have Flash, and down he will go. Owner picking up the kill once again, 3-0 on the Lee Sin. I mentioned he wants revenge.
And this is so much CS lost already here in the bottom lane. And without your Xayah here, she has to rush back to lane as quickly as she can, but Owner could just run right to top side here where they already have Prio in mid and on the top lane to take this Herald. So the interim Clid can't find anything. And if Viper has level 6 for this dive, maybe he lives there, trades one back, but he doesn't. He doesn't have Flash because he lost it in the previous exchange. Now he's 30 CS behind. And guess what? I guess first pick Lucian really does rule the day.
Yeah, and it has been banned from time to time, but it's rough. You don't get a lot of bans. It's pretty elementary, right? Like, as you mentioned, no Flash, no ult, no hope. He's dead, 3v2.
Good cleanse and Flash there from Guma to make sure he gets out. Life is pushed over. Cannot even get the experience there. Is pushed out of the lane. So no 6 for the bottom duo here of HLE. And as mentioned, Owner is just going to have this uncontested, no farm lost on the map. And we're going to see the lane swap attempt here, it looks like. Because if this is a contest,
they're just
I have bad news.
They're pinging onto the Rift Heralds. They're a bit late.
Yeah, a bit, I think, is an understatement.
Yeah, they are very late. Smite comes in way too late. Clid is going to flash and look for a Flash Cyclone onto an Ahri. So that's not going to amount to too much. As
he's got, okay, second activation not going to happen. That's the end of that. It was like he flashed in and he was like, I'm going to get something with this. And then did trade an ultimate for Faker, but a flash down now. And that is one of the biggest tools you have in HLE's composition, your earliest Flash Cyclone. Oh, hits it in the Shroud. But now he's not going to have that. And it was telegraphed that he doesn't have it. And he wanted to use it so desperately, right? But because he's so late and doesn't have the vision required or the setup here with Gragas to lead to a combo, he just throws his flash away. So now T1 know for the next 5 minutes, he won't have that really insane engage tool.
Yeah, it's going to feel pretty good as, yeah, I mean, take a look at the gold lead. It's 3,000 at 10 minutes into the game. It's a massive deficit for Viper down on the bottom side. Top lane as well, you know, just a little bit going in favor of Zeus. And it does feel like T1 are a bit dissatisfied with the way game one went. So they're cleaning everything up. They said, well, we got an early lead in the last game. Let's get an even bigger early lead in this game.
That's what I was going to say. The lead in game one was pretty huge, but it looks very tiny compared to the lead we're looking at here.
Yeah.
So T1 also known to be the best snowballing team, you know, by a large margin here in the LCK. And D+ and Genji coming close. So they are definitely the team that takes advantages and snowballs them so well. Speaking of,
Culling is nullified by Guardian.
Ahri here starting to get, you know, quite a bit of farm and is going to be very relevant to snowball this game. And once again, with this mid-prio, we could have seen, looks like they were considering it, a dive setup before Drake, but instead they will just group up for Drake faster here with the bottom prio they have. There's just nothing HLE can do about this right now with no flash for Klid. And Kingan, by the way, is going tank Gragas. Thought maybe he'd go damage here just because of the lack of longevity here in this composition for T1 and the extra burst against these squishy targets who are trying to go in. Might have been great to, instead of just tanking the pick, just go ahead and blow up whoever is coming at you. Like, if Ari's coming at you, you actually just turn and destroy her with the Akali damage. But instead, we'll be going tanky, so he's not going to be relevant in these fights really for a long time either. And that's not doing them any favors.
Mountain Soul this time. We had Cloud in game 1. So we got some extra terrain, and of course, the extra buffs that will eventually come in here for whoever picks up those Mountain Drakes. The tank Gragas is going to enjoy this, as you were just talking about, with the tank builds here for Kingan, and of course Cassante and even Owner, as gold leads across the board, but mostly in the 80 carry role.
True. 1,200. Not looking great. We'll see what the breaking point is going to be in this game, because Soul Point is a fight that T1 absolutely should win. And HLE, if they give it up, it doesn't get easier just by default. You know, their comp doesn't just scale better.
Well, they see you as Owner is trying to take away the red buff. He's on a mission to survive, as he might actually gets in to avoid the cask, as nobody can kill the Lee Sin. The tidal wave comes in, and Zeka's kind of hopeless too, goes down right after his flash. And it was all just an epic bait at the end of the day. As in goes Faker, he's got stopwatch. Talked about him being good at doing this, but he is going to have to flash away.
Yeah. Bit overzealous there, I'd say, but what an incredible set of plays from Owner and crew. Carrier coming over with the heals, and that was super well played. 3,000 assists hit now here in game 2. The 5th support to do so in LCK history.
And this is the overall. He's also hit the 10th in overall. This is insane what this player has been able to pull off this fast.
All rolls here, and what looked like a juicy opportunity there to punish a Lee Sin who has tons of map control, who's trying to look for a red buff, ends up backfiring in a big way. And Kingan doesn't actually have a lot of damage here, right? He's tank Gragas, hits a body slam, Owner kicks him away, gets a shield, Baker comes over with Everfrost, he gets a heal from Carrier, and then Tidal Wave keeps Zeka off of him, and Zeka comes in to look to delete him with 5-point strike. Like, this team can turn on a dime. They will take any scenario and make it theirs. Faker going a bit far on this, but it's like, I like to imagine T1 practice in the X-Men Danger Room, where they just like set the difficulty to the highest. Can we win this fight? We'll find out.
Well, Carry is feeling himself. He is going to zone Zeka into Faker's charm, I guess. That's one way to say it. He did flash bubble in Akali. Didn't quite work out.
Nope. Opportunistic. And remember, T1's composition does want to snowball super hard, so moves like this are how you get there. But the lead they have already, I think, is quite enough. You know, sometimes we're like, okay, this Lucian comp, how ahead are they? They're ahead, but are they ahead enough? No, definitely not. You know, we have to have that conversation sometimes. You know, T1 have hit all the benchmarks quite nicely. But further snowballing that lead is definitely what they're looking for here. As Faker gets the whole bottom turret. So that's 2 turrets down, and they will be able to take this second Herald. And this could potentially Valdez line up nicely for the Soul Point here. The first Mountain Drake, just drop that in mid, threaten the inner, or even put it topside with TPs here for Faker and Zeus.
Yeah.
Just pull HLE around the map, because Zeka and Kingan both don't have their TPs, so you could just wait, push it top, TP the objective, and say checkmate, basically.
Yeah. Individual Mountain Drake's going to be relatively strong. Faker doesn't have flash, but he is Ahri, and Carry is just hanging around on the bottom side of the map, so should be totally fine. Not actually threatening him under turret or anything.
Klid sticks around, Charm misses. This could be a window. Just so hard to pull this off, and you don't know where Owner is. so you don't want to force it. Speaking of Owner, he is actually on the bottom side. See some bait pings here actually around the Drake itself. So looking like they're not planning on using the Herald on the opposite side of the map here and then teleporting in. So Owner, of course, doesn't have teleport as the jungler. They just want to fight this out as a brawl. Zeus is still hard pushing top alone. And because this is such an important Drake, like Kingen has to walk down. He doesn't have TP, so effectively right now, Zeus is the Rift Herald that I was talking about.
Yeah, and they can use the Rift Herald as well. Probably gonna drop it in mid, you'd have to imagine. Although they are giving up a lot of space here in the mid. Faker going to spot this happening. And it is dropped, but Hamalife Esports trying to press onto the Drake. They don't quite have enough damage to rush it down.
Zeka on the edge here. Good control ward to spot that flanking Akali. They're looking for Life.
Uh-oh. Yep, Life on the flank as well. And he will be spotted out, pushed away.
Zeka's actually going to get this ward gone. And the tussle for this Drake continues.
Now, Life is about to get his flash up. Could be huge. Let's see. As it's getting close, the charm hits on Zeka, Everfrost as well, and it resets as the engage here onto Owner. They're trying to burst him down and they get him! They get the Lee Sin! But what is the follow-up going to look like here with T1 so far ahead? Zeka is dead. As the Feather's now on the ground, Glid is not winning this fight against Zeus. As Viper tries to pull him back, but just gets clapped by Gumayusi, as they will chase them down. And Kingen is not going to be able to stop them this time.
Yeah, Glid. Oh, he's taken out here. It's so close. Looks like it might be another early ace, just like last game.
Yeah, same situation too, where Kingen is going to survive a long time, just like Life in the last game.
It's just history repeats itself. A soul point fight, a full wipe here. Sub 20 minutes for T1.
They're not going to get it just yet.
No, Owner's going to come back here and take it. They want to get the better reset here so they could actually instantly go get Baron Vision control. As this fight, Zeka's charmed on the left side of it, and when Kingen goes in for the engage and they spend everything on Owner with the Cyclone here, look who's untouched, the carries. And Faker was on the left side of this fight, and he's instantly on the right, because that's what Ahri does. So she's actually able to deal with Zeka on one side, and then on the right side of the fight, still make an impact here and chase down the enemy carriers who are so significantly behind. Kingen is tank Gragas, and then Klid is pulled out by Zeus. So yeah, you killed the enemy jungler, but your jungler isn't doing anything. And while this is all happening, Klid actually loses out to Zeus in the 1v1. It was so close, such a narrow fight. And then Kingen is taken out last year. They give the kill over to Guma. And now in live, Owner is going to pick up this Drake here. Soul Point leading into a Baron spawn. And T1's lead is so massive at this point that they are already setting up Deep Vision, like I said, with that reset, buying those control wards, putting them on the back of the pit, and the gold graph just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's just swelling up there on the right side as we're looking at over 8,000 now. 8,000 and a half. And Hamalife Esports, I mean, they did it in game one. They came back from a deficit that was not as much, as Life is just bouncing around in the jungle. And crucially, in game one, T1 were not able to just take that easy peasy, 21-minute T1 Baron that we talk about all the time. So that should be kind of the first step, but T1, they're really trying to take as much vision, and we got a TP in the Baron pit.
Yeah, it's from Kingen.
Yeah, they're very far behind. In goes Zeka. And I think he's just going to go out now. So he's just gone. Nice try.
Guma,
like, oh crap.
He's very low.
Yeah, but this is Tank Gragas. Oh, that's weird.
They just really wanted to stay longer here to maybe set something up for Life, because Life still has his ult. If they can kind of keep hiding back here and Kingen is unseen,
Zeka
maybe.
Bot.
Yeah, this is
they're just gonna
so
give it away.
desperate. I think they have to, and there's some bounty gold to be taken. It's not all bad. They can try to set up a big steal play here. Klid with no flash, unfortunately, but with this Gragas, maybe it's possible.
They're looking around. They're checking every corner. They have no idea where Kingen is.
Kind of greedy,
It's taken
T1.
a long time.
Yeah, this is pretty greedy, T1, and look, Zeka's coming back.
Yeah, he's here, actually. I mean, he's going to get here on time, at least.
Klid's got the wraparound. Here we go.
Oh, as they get in, and the cask is pretty good. Look at Guma. That's going to be their main target. He hits the shuriken. He gets in onto Guma. You've got to be kidding me. They can't do it twice,
They
can
did it
they?
again, Valdez. They did it again.
No.
And Klid with the full wraparound. Guma is exposed.
They're
they
doing
have
Baron.
the mask. They split this team in half, and they kill the Lee Sin early. Guma's the second death, and thank you very much for the early Baron, T1. As this was greedy, you didn't know where Kingen was. And I love, once again, HLE was so patient. They could have tried to all in and kill Guma, but they're like, no, let's back off. They don't know where we are. We have vision control, and if we can get this Gragas into an impossible location, maybe we win this fight. Because look at where Clit is.
From Zeka.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a through. Kingen zones the rest of them out. Faker is next to be targeted. So they kill the jungler. Zayas can't do anything in this fight. So beautiful. Incredible.
Just dodging everything.
Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, and especially, again, you know, to point out, it's Kingen and Zeka who are kind of like when everything is down to the wire. These guys, it's like they're still living in Worlds. Like Huni was making, I don't know if it was full for real or if it was a joke about how it kind of looks like World Finals, but I don't know, man. You know, seeing some of these same names, a lot of the same names, actually, if you consider both teams. But especially Kingen and Zeka, just the way they're playing under this pressure is kind of insane.
It really is. Now, T1 still have a massive gold lead. And notice that the Baron buff, even though taken, hasn't really gotten HLE across the map. Bounties, for example, are still available. So this is the first step of many. But this composition does have a lot of scaling aspects to it. And if they can survive, I mean, this is really similar to Game 1, right? And arguably an even more extreme version of that, because this is an Ahri, not in his ear.
It's like earlier as well.
Yeah,
this is happening. Like the Baron fight in the last game was like 26 minutes.
And this Xayah is going to do crazy things defensively here. She is one of the hardest champions you can play a pick comp into. And T1, they got ahead so much that it felt like, oh, it doesn't matter what their comp is, doesn't matter how we're going to play it out. But one greedy Baron.
Okay, Everfrost. There's potential, yeah. He's going to go in for this one as Zeka trying to get on top of the Ahri. The damage's not quite there, but he will go down in the end, and Clit is just barely there.
Trading up in gold. Trading up in gold. There's bounty gold here, bounty on this turret as well, as Clit's trying to push it down before those fall, and I think he will get it. Owner's over here.
He's got it.
That's a lot of money into this Wukong's pocket.
Owner getting on top of the Wukong now. We don't have Cyclone here for Clit, as he's in a little bit of trouble. As actually trading it back here as the kick onto the real one, as he should get it. Yeah, the Q comes in, execution onto Clit. At least Owner trades it back.
Yeah, so it's pretty significant, but the gold pickup here, advantage HLE, still just cutting a hole as best as they can in this gold lead. And it's still a trade up of kills, of course, for T1, but structure's off the map, and when you're trading even from behind, especially when your comp is scaling, you're feeling decent about that. As this is Zeka getting caught by the Charm. Now the Drake is spawning here. This is one that HLE absolutely cannot give up here. This is the Mountain Soul, so...
They're not in position, though.
Yeah, they are not in position. Even with Baron buff here, with the loss of those two players, they're just not going to contest. So this really hurts. The Soul wasn't enough to win for T1 in the previous game, but in this game, it's way more significant. It is that Mountain Soul stacked so early. What it also does, too, is... Yeah, we're going to watch the whole part of this. What the Drake also does is that it's an Elder Spawner, which means that you can actually fight for this objective earlier, so you have less time for your opponent to scale. If HLE gets any of these Drakes, it's 5 extra minutes before the Elder comes up, and that's absolutely not what T1 wants.
Yeah, this is, this is getting crazy again. Gotta like T1's chances at this moment in time, but as you mentioned, you know, as time comes along, and slowly passes, you get one of those lengthy team fights, the Xayah's doing crazy things, Zek on 3 items, etc. We could find ourselves in a very similar situation to Game 1. Life just playing it so patiently, they know they just got to play the time game. But T1, they've got a little pep in their step this time. Everything's happening a bit quicker here in Game 2.
Yeah. Some flank wards being cleared here. As you can see by Faker, lots of control vision set up. You need to play around this in order to keep this lead, in order to prevent the flank from Clit, prevent that Kingen flank. But with all the resources being spent to clear those wards, you know, HLE holding on by a thread here on this turret.
Yeah, they're holding for now.
They've got good wave clear.
Kingen on tank Gragas, he can kind of just sit in the front and always kind of threaten, you know? You never really know if you're gonna get cast into like a Rakan knock-up charm, etc., it's kind of scary. So T1 without Baron, they can't necessarily just take free 5v5 turrets. And Siege is not fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. And grouping up like that, 5v5, means that no one on HLE is farming the side. That's for sure. But it also means that T1 isn't getting anything from this mountain advantage right now that they have. And they're not furthering their lead or threatening an inhibitor. And just grouping on a turret and losing it is just buying further time for HLE. But T1 have a ton of map control. And I don't think that Kingen is going to be able to have the world's widest flank once again on this Baron, because it spawns in 45 seconds here and T1 have all the angles covered. They've already controlled all of the flank angles. You see Faker, Owner, and Keria just went to make sure there is no TP flank for Kingen or Zeka.
You can only get burned so many times. We did just have two big item pickups here for the side of T1. A Rabadon Seth Cap for Faker and an Infinity Edge for Gumayusi.
Very big damage output here.
20 seconds until the Baron.
And HLE, if they give this up, it means that T1 are going to have potentially some inhibitors down, some of HLE's inhibitors down for the Elder. So getting that prio is going to be nigh impossible. So this objective leads into the more critical Elder fight afterwards. So it is so important for HLE to contest this. And even though Xayah has 3 items here, it's going to be about the setup. It's going to be about the CC, avoiding Faker here. Does have Zhonya's available, Mountain Soul. So you even have a longer leash to try to dive and set up for this stuff. As T1 with that additional resistance, with those additional shields.
Zooming in on Viper there, he just picked up his, he doesn't have any boots.
He found a pocket. Oh, he found a pocket of vision here. This is actually wild that he was able to get around here. And the Scuttle's about to fade. This is insane. He might have just enough time to wrap around and catch them here.
Man. Are they gonna get, is this gonna happen again?
I mean, it might.
The rest of the team has got to come in here from mid. They still have some time. 28 minutes.
Still some time here, but not a lot. Zeka coming over, Xayah's zoning him out. They could just look for the steal.
Oh, Klid spotted. Flash in from Guma, and you know what? It's going to work. They're going to take down Klid. Looked a bit confusing at first, but yeah, now Life in a little bit of trouble. The turn here from T1 should just be enough, although the feathers are on the ground. Got to be careful going into Viper. He gets close. This is going all the way down. Jonas Strong has to keep scrolling forever. The feathers are on the ground here, but Viper just has to run away. Kingen will be the second one to go down.
And we're 30 minutes into the game here. These death timers are getting pretty long, and T1 should be able to push with Baron to get at least inhibitors down, if not win the game outright. And that's how you can handle a flank here. As T1, you see Klid, he doesn't have a GA this game. He's sitting on 2 items, and Guma decides, with my IE and the damage I have stacked up here and my team's positioning, plus the fact that he's aware of the rest of HLE being so far away they can't follow up on a Cyclone, he's like, your flank is just one bridge too far. They flash on top of Klid, kill him early, and the subsequent fight is just so easy for T1. They have great chase, and this Wombo combo setup here for HLE relies so heavily on the Wukong Cyclone. So they know where Zeka is, they know where Kingen is, and Guma flashes here. They destroy the Wukong, and then Tidal Wave goes down, and how do you turn this around now as HLE? You can't get to the backline, and you just have to run for the hills. Good attempts here from Viper, all things considered, but he is all outed. And that is the end of this fight. T1 resetting, Baron up, and Elder. Where they've got their eyes focused now.
They're trying to get their own Exodia here. Timing not going to be as good as it was for Hanwha Life Esports in game 1. And you see that Hanwha, they're trying to group up here. They got to try something, I guess. Up against the Baron, they're down 9,000 gold and a Mountain Soul.
Klid still has Flash. All it takes is a Smite steal. You know, T1 Secure has to be really good here. And Owner has had problems sticking to these objectives in this series so far. Not all of them, but, you know, let's turn our pages back to game 1. It's definitely not impossible to believe that Klid could do this.
Right, everybody's in the bottom lane. Hanwha Life Esports.
Its turret is still up, by the way, so HLE can't just wrap all the way around.
Yeah.
The turret is up and very healthy.
Zeka's pushing out mid. He's going to have an angle from the mid side. This is starting up. Down goes the turret.
Not as healthy as I thought. They push it down, and here's your angle, Clid.
Yeah. And T1, you got to be so careful. You might even be second-guessing yourself after the way game 1 went. Zeka, though, is
just drawing them away. He's drawing them away. He's hoping that, but T1 are not going to take the bait. They're just going to let the Drake reset.
Yeah.
Nice try, Clid.
Zeka's got TP, though. Let's see how this one is going to go. Life and Viper having the angle from the bottom side. SCP is coming in, and Faker's going to get caught on the front line, but he's got his Zhonya's. And will that be enough to get him a big knockup from the Cassante as Faker is still alive? They finally get him in the end. Viper is fighting it out from the back line. Guys, look at Zeka in the back line,
Oh my God, Valdez!
How Viper winning a fight down 9,000 gold. What is happening?
Oh my God. Now, it's not over yet. Viper here, still full health, but Zeka's so low, and they still have this Cassante on the front line. So neither of these teams could take this objective. Clid's still alive, so he has Smite. But
Failing of Hama Life is winning them these games, and just the way they're playing it.
Yeah, but also T1 still very ahead, right? They still have the items. They still absolutely can win this 3v4. With Hama Life not having Zeka able to be in this fight. Doesn't have TP either because he used it just before this. So watch the engage here. Teleport comes through from Zeka. He's not here on the initial part, but Faker way overextending here. And the value of Cyclone in this fight is unreal. Life has stopwatch when they try to target him down. And as everybody tunnels on the Viper, the Blade Caller comes through, and he just lives through everything. Guma cannot get close to him. That burst on the Zeka is what makes sure that T1 are still in this game.
Oh, Life, gotta be careful.
And we're going again.
Yeah.
Back on the merry-go-round
again. And Kingen, guess what? You know, he played Cassante in game 1. Now he's playing Tank Gragas, hits the perfect cask against Faker, who's got Zhonya's, he's got Flash, he is Ahri, doesn't matter.
Look at the item value here, still higher for T1, but the gap is much smaller than it was before, especially when you look at the 80 carries here.
Yeah, and got like 2,000 smaller.
I mean, Faker is so squishy, too, that even with the Mountain Soul, if he dies, you know, that extra damage, those extra items don't mean as much. You know, if he doesn't burst down that target, who cares if he's 3,000 gold ahead if Zeka's zipping around the back line?
Hama Life have some good vision right now on the Drake, so they know this is happening, but T1's trying to force a fight right now without Zeka in it. He's King in a lot of trouble. He's very tanky, but not tanky enough. Down goes the Gragas. And that is a very nice turn and pick here from T1.
A lot of tools gone for HLE until that moment. Like, Viper just barely got his ult back up. Kingen is not here in this fight, no TP. And with Flash Cyclone, Clid is your win condition once again. Watch the monkey.
Oh, God.
This is everything. They have Life here, who doesn't have Flash, but could try to ult in.
Oh, Zeka, he's got to go in. He doesn't have a way out. Has Zhonya's, but on the front line, he's just on the run. As in they go, the knockup comes in from the side of Zeus, and that will be the end of the Akali. And they keep this one on a leash, it looks like, 5,000 health.
Yeah, and Clid just wants so desperately to steal, but Zeus is following him and tracking him, so he won't be able to 50-50 this. The Elder does go to T1. A Baron has expired, so this is not Exodia.
Oh, man.
But they could use the Elder to try to push this mid lane.
Yeah.
As you can see, the ping is coming down immediately to grab the inhibitor, and any picks definitely lead to this game ending. Right now, we go 3.
Yeah, I mean,
back.
5v4 with Elder should be enough.
Clid once again, man, on the world's longest flank.
I thought maybe he was trying to get into the wave or something, but not quite going to happen. T1 looking good on the charge down mid. As the cast not good enough this time. Very nice on the timing of the Featherstorm, but I just don't think it's going to matter too much. But that is a big ultimate in that backline. The Elder is so strong, but Owner's going to go down. And all of a sudden, okay, we're trading. And Zeka just trying to survive as Zeus.
It's all Viper.
Frontlining, yeah, it's just got to be Viper, but you're fighting against Elder Drake. How can you do it? Oh, he's going to hit the charm, and that should be enough. Down goes the Zaya, and T1 have done it just barely. I mean, they were ahead like 10,000 gold the whole game, and they finally did it.
That's
now
it.
we'll go to the Nexus here, and we are going to a game number 3.
T1, 2 dominant early games back-to-back, but in game 2, the lead is bigger, and even though there were some big errors there on huge objective fights, and the Elder was almost flipped into HLE's favor, the Baron fight did not go the way they wanted. T1 are able to close it out this time around in a 30-minute game. It's a 3-game series again, Valdez.
Well, I did not expect this series to be this hype, or this back and forth, or this fun as it has been. T1, they will once again go back to the drawing board. This second chance, definitely better, but you know, it's like going from a 60 on the test to going to like a 75. They'd like to make it 100.
The resilience that HLE have shown in these two incredibly one-sided games from the early game is unreal. The back push there from Kingen to say, I'm not going to try to go for that half-health Gunga on Tank Gragas. I'm not killing Guma now. Let's back up, set up a perfect fight. Maybe we can beat them on Baron. Same thing we saw in game 1. That Elder fight, which was brilliant. Viper's positioning, his team fighting. Yeah, he does less than half the damage of Guma, but it was about to pop off. It was about to be way more. It was about to be the turning point in that game. If he wins that fight on Elder, the second fight, if Kingen doesn't get caught, maybe HLE take this series 2-0. That is not what happened, but no one is really putting up a fight against T1 like this from this far behind. No one is doing that. But HLE tonight says we will, and we get a third game of this.
Yeah, you can't really ask for too much more than this. A game 3 is happening, and who knows who's going to take it from here. Could be anyone, could be either of these teams. But guys, we will have a break once again, and I'm very curious to see what the guys on the space have to say about that.
조심 조심해.
자유고.
야 그라 본다 그라. 안 맞았고.
나 쳐볼래 더. 아칼리 나오는데.
얘부터. 좋아.
야 빨리 지 마. 나 준비했어. 오공부터.
아칼리. 개피. 파워 잡아. 애들 다 개피.
나 그라 스프레이 거든 조심해. 나 궁 돌아 곧 기다려봐.
나도 공 돌아.
나 궁 3초.
나 궁각 본다.
잘 맞았어.
지렸다.
나 살려줘. 야 살려줄게.
아칼리다.
맞았어.
맞다.
잘못 쳤고.
나이스.
한 타점 너무 빡세긴 하다.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. After another grueling match between T1 and Hanwha Life Esports, I thought at the beginning of this one that it was going to be a little bit of a buzzkill with the fact that T1 got out so far ahead, but it is a Hanwha versus T1 series, and therefore we need to have some crazy objective fights and some potential swings.
The key thing though is that it didn't actually turn around at any point, because the gold lead remained in like the 5k plus range. But T1 fans after the game one probably were still like a little ooh.
Yeah.
And this time, Lucianami doesn't get broken up.
I really love, and also the Lucian Nami, how they played it. Like they make really late spicy against the Zyro Khan. Like they knew that from the draft that like Lucian Nami go 50-50 against Zyro Khan. That's not good.
You lose.
Like we already said it from the pre-show, like the first match previously, Lucian Nami go 50-50. That's no good. I really called it if T1 pick Lucian Nami. That's not gonna happen.
He did.
That's actually not happen. That's how they want. That's how they got lead.
And he went PTA again. So doubling down on the fact that they need to get ahead.
Yeah, really well played, I think, and it also showcases again how good the synergy is between the bot lane and because Guma Carrier in 2v2 are enough to beat like half the bot lanes in the LCK. But Viper and Life are very strong. But then if you add Owner, then it becomes a different equation.
It does, and he's back on his Lee Sin yet again, looking amazing. The Cassante picked away this time, and Faker's Ari, always an absolute joy to watch. So we are going to keep our highlights to the early game. Let's jump through this one where things just go real bad for Hanwha Life.
I mean, this is like what I mentioned. Like Lucian Nami itself as a 2v2 is really hard to snowball themselves. So it's really, really important that like coordinate with the jungler, your teammate, even top lane, even mid laner. In these cases, I think Guba played really well, and Owner was ready for it.
And that's the key thing. If Owner isn't here, then this is like maybe Carrier is able to trade a kill, but that'll be the end of it. And Carrier might be in trouble himself as well. Because of Owner's positioning, him already being ready, the combo here is just insane. Carrier actually being able to also snipe down Life. And then Owner also gets set up on a really good path, like his Lee when snowballing is incredibly impactful. So that was a really big point. And the reason why we're focusing in on this early highlight is because if this doesn't happen, you get what Hooney and what we was talking about, what we saw earlier today. Like this bot lane needs to get ahead. For the current iteration of Lucian Nami to work, you got to try and play aggressive, and I think this was a really good example.
Yeah, they definitely did fantastically well in that department. T1 then used that small advantage like they often do to create leads all over the map, which leads us to our next highlight here. T1 this time actually just wasting no time in creating these advantages.
And we were deliberating whether we should add later highlights, but even though there were a couple of moments where it looked like the game was close, T1 was still pretty much in control throughout the entirety of it. So this, where they are able to, even with Owner getting shut down, win the fight, I think is the moment where T1 fully takes over.
Yeah, I mean, Owner got popped, but at the same time, you gotta also see the like Akali got the pop too, and like it'd be after this fight, Ari. This is the that's why Ari is like good in this kind of scrimmage when the fight is not, when the fight is go longer, you can keep your ultis up, and it's ace.
And I don't know who's going to get pogged, but it should be one of the two bot laners.
It should. And looking at that last highlight again with the slowdowns on Gumayusi's movement, my God, this man. That was absolutely extraordinary. Dashing out of a body slam into perfectly avoiding the grand entrance into everything else. Man, I don't think he could have played that fight any better. And we've seen some moments from Gumayusi. This was not one of the negative ones. This was an absolutely amazing game from this guy. He had a good game one. It wasn't good enough and had to bring out the big guns. Whoa, I hope that we get another relatively close one in game 3.
The cool thing is we don't know if it's going to be close for the first 15 minutes, because those have just been T1 stomps. It's what happens when Baron comes into play. Hooney had a great advice.
I don't know. Usually, I was like today. I said the Baron is being happy because the T1 haven't been getting Baron in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
After the 20-minute that game, but I don't know. T1 looking kind of sus when they're turning the Baron.
Turnarounds, couple of traps.
Maybe it's the clit angle once again. It seems like he just resides in their head, And we can actually bring up the side selection here as well, because Hanwha have elected to once again jump onto the red side. Do you guys have any ideas as to why this might be the fact, other than the fact that they've gone 50-50 against T1 on red side?
Well, I think it's also from the first game too. Like I think they've won before, and I don't think they want to take a risk as well. Like especially, I think they've been drafting really, really well in the 4-5. It just I think the Akali was the blunder one.
Yeah.
It's been losing 9 games, losing 9 streaks 9 times in a row. That's
when Zeka loses on Akali, you know it's a problem. Yeah,
exactly. Even with how good Zeka is, like if he's not able to make a pick up, Closer is another example, then maybe we should give it a rest for now.
Yeah, I kind of agree on that one. So utilizing the counter pick effectively and not letting Zeus just pick Cassante, because even though Cassante was nerfed and it felt like he'd fallen off a cliff, just wasn't actually the case. And Cassante still just does Cassante things, forces people to type right in the chat over and over again.
Yeah, the main thing is he doesn't solo bolo people like constantly anymore.
Yeah, true.
And that is good, but he still is a very skill-intensive tank, and we've seen players from Dundun to Zeus be able to find big angles. Kingen, of course, also getting POG to
Yep. You need to know that Cassante is a new champ.
Exactly right. And I think we're very close to getting towards the POG. Any ideas? Is it going to be Goomer? Is it going to be Carrier? Let's have a look and find out who it's going to be. It is Carrier that picks it up on the Nami. Absolutely amazing. And I think this was more of a focus on the early game that Carrier set up.
Yeah.
And I think it was Gumayushi that really sent it to the stand.
Yeah, you're never going to complain about a Carrier POG vote because he's crazy. He's insanely good, and his Nami is one of the big reasons, I think, why T1 is so happy to prioritize this Lucian Nami lane.
Yeah, I mean, also I think the Gumayushi, like we voted Gumayushi, but the thing is like he had a probably 2 death, which is like it was necessary. Honestly, it was a necessary death.
Yeah,
like it wasn't a fault from him, but Carrier had a perfect game. I think that was
It's hard.
It's a pretty
hard to argue.
If you see the KDA, I think it's pretty tough to say.
Yeah, 1,100 POG points for Carrier. POG of the season has been won with less, and we're actually going to see the tiebreaker being broken on this desk between, I believe it was, Gumayushi and Carrier there. So a lot of people just getting votes across the board, even some votes coming in for Faker
as well. Actually, it's Faker and
Faker and Carrier.
Yeah.
I can't count. Doing counting on broadcast, a difficult thing to accomplish. But in the end, it was Carrier that was able to pick it up. Faker very, very close. Mao not actually part of the problem this time around, so don't come for him if you did think that Faker deserved it. Let's throw it back to the casters to bring us our final game of the day.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown as we are getting ready to hop into game number 3.
I would never say Chronicler is part of the problem. Okay.
Never.
It's a split. No. It's a split vote. But he didn't vote for Faker, so. I did because I thought Faker's control of those last fights was really important. Although I thought overall consistently Carrier had the best game up until the end. There were some hiccups there. But those were the 2 for me. Ended up being a tie between the 2, but broken by the desk as always. And as the Space mentioned, red side again for HLE. And I think this is because it seems like T1 are just going to play Lucian all 3 games. I think the HLE are willing to play against us. Maybe we'll see a different variant this time if the Draven is once again banned.
Yeah.
We might see the Aphelios Thresh variant this 3rd time around for HLE. And then having those counter picks is so critical for how HLE wants to draft. So let's see. The bans are going to look the same so far. The Draven once again gone. And I mean, Lucian is so strong in Guma's hands right now, and they've played it so well, and it's gotten them 2 amazing early games. So I don't think T1 has any reason to change it. This time Rakan is banned.
Karma's open. So now, I mean, you open yourself up to various Karma lanes, such as, Varus Karma. Could be another response here on the side of Halma Life if they want to go for that.
Yeah, looks like that's what they're thinking. Can pick up the jungle first. It'll be Varus. They'll pick up, instead of the Ezreal here for Viper, having some additional CC here is what he would prefer, it looks like, rather than some additional long-term damage in fights. Oh, last second swaps to Zeri.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Vi coming through now as well. We're going old school here. And considering, to be fair, even though Zeri has a very low win rate in this matchup right now, it has been very tough on this patch. Considering that this game state that T1 has led with in games 1 and 2 has still gotten to a point where Viper's getting 2-3 items. We are going to a late game. And he just feels confident that he could survive the pressure here once again with his Vi pick for Clit. Best pick of the season. And then get to a point where you can actually carry late game team fights. It's going to be the Azir that gets prioritized over the Lee Sin. So jungle lockout incoming here.
Yeah. Lulu makes sense. Zeri Lulu, Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu.
You need to play around the Lulu in the lane or you will not be able to survive this area against Lucian, period. So you can't try to grab a Kali here and be like, oh, we got a counter matchup for the Azir. So now T1 can at least protect the Azir pick here a little bit against Zeka. But things like the Lee Sin definitely going to get tossed into the second banning phase here for HLE.
Yeah, Lee Sin's got to go, I think. Should be number 1. Besides that, you know, Wukong going to be looked at.
So good into Vi. Talia, which has actually been the new age response to the Azir. We saw it in game 1. Banned first before the Akali is taken off. Even though Zeka is so famed for his Akali play, the Space was talking about it before, just isn't working right now in this meta. Lee Sin, I mean, you don't have to play it with this T1 composition, but I would give Owner less tools, you know? Just ban it.
There's a lot of thought that went into that. Maybe they're just considering their pick, you know? It felt like, why not? You know, it's Owner. Take away his Lee Sin. Just do it, you know? So they are going to ban away the Lee Sin.
Now, if Sylas is left up here, if they ban the Akali instead, HLE can, for example, pick Jax, and then say, are you going to play Gnar into that when I have Sylas available? Becomes very awkward, becomes very difficult for T1. I think the Sylas ban is what I'd go for, but they're going to take away the Akali instead. So Jax becomes really strong here because it works extremely well with Lulu, works extremely well with side laning to get the Zeri to a point in the game where she can survive, or rather, get her to a point where she can scale, by just pushing the opposite side of these objectives. Victor, though, for Zeka, wow, not a pick he's known to play, not a pick he's very good at compared to others in this league.
Yeah, he's played it once, 0-1 for Spring, and Victor overall has not had a good win rate. I would imagine it doesn't have a great win rate into Azir either, because that's where it gets picked very often, right? So either way, let's see if it works out for him. I was kind of on the train with you, as maybe a Xin Zhao would be a long time since we've seen that in the LCK.
And this is why I thought picking up Jax here could have been quite nice. Is Gnar into it very common, but would have had the opportunity to pick the Sylas. As Gnar is locked in, we still know what this pick is going to be for Owner. Looks very uncomfortable with this game state. It doesn't want to play an AP jungler. Now, this is one he's pulled out a lot in these types of best of threes.
Pulling out the stops, I guess. This is very interesting.
If we can see another Sylas top in this series.
Maybe it's Victor top.
Could be. It's been a very long time, but Crown Victor top can be quite strong. Good for side laning.
Our dreams are crushed.
Yeah, it's going to be Cassante again here into the Gnar. A matchup that Gnar was picked before Cassante's nerfs into as a counter. This is Zeus' Gnar. This is his debut pick, one that he got very famous for early on in his career. And you've opted into this because you wanted to pick the Victor. And we will have to see if Zeka's Victor performances have improved here because he is playing against the King of Azir 100 games on this pick now.
Yeah.
This was his 100th game.
This one right here.
And now Zeka is tested again in a different way. We talked about it in game 1. The Talia pick. How deep is this guy's champion pool going to go? Can he improve on these slower control mages when he's not playing an assassin? Once again, he's tested. He won in game 1 on the Talia pick. And he's going to have to do it again here on this Victor if HLE are going to take 2 series in a row against T1 to be the only team that beat them twice this season. Everything's coming together here. But I got to tell you, Lucian again, Zeus is Gnar into Cassante. I feel very confident in what T1 has put together.
Yeah, very true. I think that they will just try to get through the lane and say, okay, let's see if Kane can carry team fights later on. Because remember, they were winning team fights from down gold, from situations you wouldn't expect them to win them. So he must be very comfortable on the pick today. As this guy on the left's going to the army in 2 days.
Came for a banger night of League of Legends, that's for sure.
What a present. Hanma fan here.
CFE will be rewarded for showing up as Owner brings back out the Nocturne. There are so many great ways to snowball this game and to set up engages. All about scaling here on the side of HLE.
Absolutely. They have just gone into it so deep. As guys, we are ready. Into game 3 we go. Here we are. The Zeri and the Vi picked together, so that Owner doesn't just pick the Vi. You know, Vi and Nautilus, the two where it's kind of just point and click ults. You would love to just click onto the Zeri and shut her down in team fights, so they deny both essentially because Lucian's already picked, so you're not going to play Lucian Nautilus.
Nope.
And so he goes for Nocturne instead. That's not a... It's not one you see oftentimes picked, but when you consider how it will have access to a backline and it will be able to zone away Zeri potentially in some of these team fights or a low mobility AP mage like a Victor, you begin to see the lines here for T1.
The ability to point and click collapse on a Zeri is so incredibly powerful. In the ability to turn the lights off and gank assist from like anywhere basically on the map post 6. You can set up for an Emperor's Divide without being seen, without being spotted. So we're going to see the early trade here. Very well played by Viper, but still, you know, it is level 1. No barrier used.
Yeah.
See if they try to all in at level 2.
Heal used by Guma and Karya. They want to stay healthy so that they can stay in the lane, so they can try to push for level 2, but they're not going to get ahead of Zeri and Lulu. Oh. Just ain't the way it goes.
Not this time. Big damage there for that poke from Guma. And this is one of those lanes where you hold your breath. With these 4 players down here, you know action hits at level 2. Here it comes.
Yep. As looking for the Glitter Lance is going to kind of hit Ignite used here onto Viper, as he will also use the barrier. And this is why we approach the Zeri with kind of
it's
hesitation.
It's a matchup where there have been some nerfs, right? And there is a level 2 all-in potential, but it played well, and the Glitter Lances don't hit. You know, the Lucian is going to do more damage, right? His first strike Lucian is, we mentioned this earlier, 100 games of Azir for Faker.
Congrats. Huge milestone.
Still 5 behind BDD, hard to believe. And, you know, this matchup now, like, Life is just trying to hold these minions here. Flash.
Well, he held the cannon as Viper had to back at level 2, and he's going to miss the cannon.
And a rip.
So this bottom lane is, you know, you can, if you win at level 1, begin to slowly press in your favor. If you're Zeri Lulu, it kind of happened, but immediately Guma and Karya, second they hit level 2, were able to get some very nice trades.
Oh, also note that Owner is playing around topside this game because the bottom lane, it's kind of self-explanatory, is going well for Guma, Karya. It is a Vi that could have come down and punished if he pathed bottom side, but did not. So now Nocturne is going to be able to maybe make some plays here topside if Kingan decides to continue to push the issue here, as he is. Zeka's early laning phase, by the way, we talked about it. He's played this champion once this season. It was very popular early on, but he's 0-1 on the champ. Hasn't played it the second time until today. And both of these players just going to back at the same time. No massive advantages. And losing Flash as the Lulu in the bottom lane isn't actually going to matter all that much unless there is a follow-up gank or a bubble.
This is the kind of trade you can get. Life, you know, he had to use his Flash because he was trying to hold the wave for his AD carry that had to back early. Just not a fun time here for Zeri Lulu at this point in time. Guma gonna sail ahead in CS once he picks all this up. He's got the wave in a very nice spot now.
Back here with the push coming through from Viper. Just going to grab a longsword and a dagger. So not a whole lot he's gained this early on into the game, but picking up what he can. As the first Drake will spawn here in 5 seconds. And with the way that this bottom lane is held, could definitely be T1 trying to grab it early. Level 6 coming online for Faker here very shortly. And that is when you have kill pressure here too in the mid lane. If you get Zeka's flash, that Drake fight becomes so much easier. The fight for Herald especially becomes very strong, as Owner will be hitting level 6 around then. It can make the fight so hard to play out as you try to approach the pit. I mean, this is by no means over down here on the bottom side with the early Dirk, but very much more difficult for Viper and Life to play out, and they will never have Drake prio for this first one. As you see, Owner is rotating mid.
Yeah, Nocturne mostly just a kind of power farm until 6 jungler. It's kind of like it's almost like a worse version of Wukong that offers something different, as Viper, a little bit of trouble, has to barrier and use heal on the way out. He's trading secondary summoners.
He is again down. Owner is potentially set up some additional damage here. He's seen on this ward, and this is going to zone Viper out of further CS. This is really frustrating, and now this is starting to compound the lead once again. Plate gold going over, right? Okay, there it is.
There we go.
Plate gold going over. And they have so many control wards in the river. Zeka's also pushed into turret. Had to back a second time. Faker winning this lane now.
Owner didn't have any camps, so he was, pressuring bot, as we saw. And then he just pinged the Grump that's just coming up. And now actually trying to punish Klid as the Fear will come in. We have Zeka moving over, but there's a level 6 Azir as he picks up both of them, and Zeka, even though he flashes away, he will be going down as the lethal tempo Nocturne puts in so much DPS.
So 2 kills going over to T1 here early. It's already going to be a 1,500 gold lead plus Drake. And this is set up by Faker. He has an early Dark Seal, 3 stacks picked up already. So very far accelerated in this game. Goes ahead and picks up his first mythic component, and you look at HLE trying to force that scenario to go into their favor, but Zeka and Klid just lined up for the Emperor's Divide. Owner is there even pre-6. He helped set up this kill, and this is all about the bot prio, because without bot prio you can't challenge this. Klid wants to so desperately get in there and help out, but with just one press of his R button, Faker manipulates the rift. He says this is spy playground.
Yeah.
And, watch this from his first-person view. He's like, wait a minute, they're actually both here? And he just is able to get right past, with the flash here, the gravity field. And that's not enough safety. Zeka thinks he could protect himself there and help get Klid out of there.
Yeah.
With the gravity field alone, but Faker could just go straight through it.
And it's an extreme version of what we oftentimes see in the Azir versus Victor matchup, which is why we often criticized it a lot in the beginning of the season, which is you press your ultimate, Victor has to flash. Now that happened, but also Victor died, including Victor's jungle, which is Klid in this case, and now he doesn't have flash. So the next ultimate, there is a huge amount of pressure. There's a level 6 Nocturne with Paranoia now. So Zeka he's just on wave clearing duty, and he has a lot of vision right now, but it's not a fun time.
Viper they're trying to bait the super hard because Viper has level 6. And there is an all-in. If Life hits 6 here, or if Klid is nearby, they could actually try to look for. And with Owner here, Guma and Keria think, okay, we could force this. But as you can see, Keria doesn't have his ult yet either. Owner will back, and Klid sticks around a little bit longer here. It looks like we're not actually going to see a commitment. So a little bit of a lull state here as T1 will have Faker's ultimate back up.
Owner's going back bot.
Yeah, interesting. And I think that HLE expect that they're going to try to rotate top here towards that Herald fight with the Emperor's Divide coming back up. This is a bit tricky, and they definitely think that, right? HLE sending Viper and Life closer and closer, trying to send them up.
Oh, no.
They have no idea. Oh, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to burst him down, but it is Zeri after all, so I mean, at the end of the day, it's just barrier and glide on the wall for Paranoia.
And this actually leads to Herald for Klid. And you could tell that they thought they were going up topside because as soon as Nocturne is seen, Kingen sprints to the pit and drops a ward, and he's like, okay, nobody for T1 is actually grouped on this. Klid, you need to be on this now. And so he goes over the wall here and will start this up. So it is going to be Herald here for Barrier, basically, and Nocturnal. So this is a huge win for HLE.
All right, but no flash here on mid, which is why we can just flash on in. Lethal Tempo, Zeka step. This is what I was talking about. It's just a free kill. They're going to hand that one over to Owner. And even though the bottom lane was a little bit not great, they're still able to convert a kill here in mid.
Yeah, there's nothing that Zeka can do. Spell Shield comes through there for Owner. He can just walk right through the gravity field and get out. And he tried his best to sidestep the Emperor's Divide, but you're not going to sidestep the unkillable Demon King.
Yeah, I mean, also
100 games was here, by the way.
It's insanely difficult to sidestep. Yeah. Like, you gotta be like a mastermind.
I mean,
okay?
he did his best.
He's hugging the turret too. It's like, can't do anything.
Yeah. Spell Shield for Owner. It takes very little damage from this. Yeah.
We'll trade down here in bot. It looks like area is pretty low.
Viper ulted.
That's going to be an opportunity here. I mean, calling available for Guma.
There's Karya's Tidal Wave. But I mean, this is a really tough fight. Life has Flash, Wild Growth, so if you actually flash the Tidal Wave, get on top of Karya, you can kill him. Same, of course, of Guma. It's a really tight lane down here right now. I mean, it's a tiny CS lead here. Zeri is very happy with the game state. The problem is that Faker is much happier, right? Owner's much happier. And top side of the map going very well for Zeus. So, yeah, the Zeri is doing okay, but that's not good enough when the rest of your map is in shambles and T1 have all the objectives on lock here. The Herald is picked up by Clid, but nowhere to put it right now without a one-team fight.
Hey, you can see he's trying to hover down on the bottom side of the map, but Owner's been here in mid the entire game, basically. Especially with Ripped Herald off the map. Like, the top lane has not seen any jungle participation at all. And it's just this.
And with Paranoia, you're winning top side anyways, and with Paranoia, you're both mid and bot at the same time. You are both places at the exact same time, because that's what Nocturne can offer you. Not to mention that he runs through jungle extremely quickly, does have cooldown boots here already online. And he's going Gore Drinker, unsurprisingly. I'm sorry, not Gore Drinker, the Stripe Breaker. And Faker.
Okay. Viol's pretty good against an Azir as he flashes. He's going to hit the buy into the turret as Owner is here. Fear comes in. Can he get the damage in is really the question, as Clid is so low and the Q will be enough.
So picking up a kill here, but not onto the Victor. It's, you know, an assist that he picks up here. Kingen is going to try to get plate gold up here. We'll be able to get just one. But still, great play from Faker. Amazing ultimate there in that crisis moment. Crisis management very good, and T1 actually going to group faster here with still having bottom side control on this second Drake. Life wants to come in here, teleport from Faker. I think this is a bit risky, HLE. You're not online just yet. Faker doesn't have Emperor's Divide though, and they are going to try to force it.
Yeah, looks like they will, but there's no jungle here, right? So Owner just going to push Zeka away with a Tidal Wave, and that's going to be the end of that, as they might just get on top of this fight, though. Polymorph comes in. Zeri ult onto 2. Viper trying to get this damage into this bottom lane, as Guma will be the sacrificial Lucian. Down he goes, and that kill is going to go to the hands of Viper.
Yeah, Flash does have to be expended here from Viper, and they get the kill, but it's Drake going over to T1. It is once again a Cloud Soul here. So impactful, but not the game-breaking Drake that you were looking for here as T1. And Guma getting shut down now means Viper picks up some early gold, and that's the flash into Wild Growth combo we've talked about so much here in the laning phase. And now the Herald going over, so it's hard to say who really wins out here, but I'm kind of leaning towards HLE. I really feel like this is better for them because they have so much money now injected into their Zeri this early on into the game. And she already had a fairly okay laning phase. And they lost some summoners, but she never died. She only fell 10 CS behind. So we'll watch this one more time here. Faker's timing of his ultimate. Shuffles away, pulls the buy so close here to the turret. Forces a flash, so the kill doesn't go to Zeka. And he's able to trade one back with Owner ulting through.
Yeah.
Played it about as perfectly as he could.
It's good crisis management, as you mentioned, but probably shouldn't have agreed to kill the ward in the first place, to be honest. But you do what you can with the situation. You put yourself in as, yeah, they got the Drake here. Viper able to clean up the kill. Pretty straightforward as they go for the fight when Clid comes in. It's now Faker again in a little bit of trouble, but this time he's got a Nocturne as tons of damage in the Chaos Storm on top of Faker here, as one last tick would have done it, but it's not quite enough.
Oh man, Faker calculated.
He's going for this. He's actually, I think he's got the damage. Yeah, Strikebreaker complete. Owner is 5-0 on Nocturne already.
Oh man, this guy is just popping up, and this is just one of the pocket picks of Owner. He has played this so much throughout last year in best of threes. He usually seemingly only pulls it out when it's game 3, when it's a tough series. Like every time his champion pool is thinned out and he's forced to play a pick like this, he picks it up and he does it well. He's played it against Genji, he's played it against Damwon in the past, and now playing against HLE. 100% kill contribution this game, and once again Faker looks like he's out of position, looks like he's caught, but they turn it into a superior trade. Plate gold going the favor of HLE, Zeri picking up 262 with that Herald drop, but everything else on the map, T1 colored, as once again Faker is caught. He doesn't have flash, but he's able to dash here. Emperor's Divide pushing him. He realizes with Owner's ult, actually I should push him left here because we have this kill. It's 100%. Owner gets movement speed here, has Stridebreaker, gets the connect and the fear, and Zeka is dead. Beautifully played. Stridebreaker value.
와,
We've talked.
이거 라인 내가 밀게 이러면.
He's like, that's busted, man. I'm gonna push the lane.
I guess he's referring to the Nocturne, right?
Yeah.
Like,
because Faker keeps almost dying and then trading up. We were jokingly talking about this season, and one of the reasons why Faker is on a lot of people's lists right now for all pros, because he just seemingly almost dies, but then turns it into a positive for T1. That's like his new thing.
he's kind of like turned his aggro meter up from like 7 to 9 or something, you know? He's like slowly tinkered with his play style, which is very interesting. Something you can only really notice after watching a player for so many years, and obviously as a player playing for so many years, as Zeus is spacing pretty good, really, really good, as even the Meganar will be avoided and Ghost will be used as King's like, God, man, I don't know what to do against this guy.
He had, if he hits a Q3 knock up there, or if Zeus didn't space that perfectly, he could have diagonally all-outed him through that wall into the turret, and that's how he was trying to play around it, but Zeus spaces it perfectly, gets the hyper procs, and then eventually Kingan's out of time. He's pushed away, can't actually play around that wall anymore, has to ghost out. Zeus gets the whole turret, and now he's pushing the inner. Kingan's rushing back to try to defend, but T1, once again with a massive gold lead, not as big as it was in Game 2 at this stage, but we're moving into Soul Point. We'll see if they get another ace, you know? HLE, all of the one-item spikes hit, but those are the spikes you want against T1. You know, you have all your mythics, and they are very important for all of these champions, especially the Ludens here for Victor. But Zeri isn't going to be able to compete with this Gale Force Lucian, with this Azir, all the engage, the ability to just collapse on top of her with this Nocturne.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that out of the 3 drafts we've seen so far, this has been the most greedy in terms of scaling aspect for the side of Hamalite Esports. I think that's really dangerous to do into T1, but at least the gold lead isn't massive, right? We're 18 minutes in, it's about 4,000 gold. Kangan's at least able to trade the one back. If they can hold on for 20 minutes, you know, 15, 20 minutes, we might have ourselves a good situation for Hamalite Esports, but as of now, T1 are in total control.
It's very similar to what I said in Game 1, right? Like I said, oh, you hold on for 20 minutes with that late game Draven. It could happen, but we said less than 5% chance, you know? It just seems extremely unlikely because T1 is so good at snowballing. I would say the same thing here, but I'll add one extra aspect, is that with Nocturne, snowballing is even better than it was in their draft for Game 1 because he can shadow 2 lanes non-stop while they push hard with these objectives. Soul Point is being taken by them. HLE are not going to contest. They have gotten 2 outer turrets here, one for Kingan and one for Zeka, so picking up some money here, which is as good as it's going to get. But things get harder on this next Soul fight. And Zeri, even with 2 items at that point, is not going to be prepped to 5v5. And that's when things get really weird. That's when things get really tough.
TP into the bottom inner from the side of Hamalite Esports. The Drake is already gone, right? So,
they know that Zeus doesn't have TP and Faker just used his, so they just want to make sure they can save this turret.
But yeah, they're just getting out rotated right now.
Yeah.
Like
now Kingan has a flank angle, but there's a Sun Disc.
Guma's a bit low, but you know, you've got some sustain from the Nami. It feels like Hamalite are like They do not want to let this go without a fight, but they will have their fight, I suppose. Will it work out? As, we do have a huge Emperor's Divide in the back line, actually, as Zeka takes forever to go down. Zeri getting tons of value from Viper, but he's only got one item. And they're just electing to go into this fight against T1 right now. Okay, and it's not the cleanest fight ever, but T1 will still win it.
Yeah, still some kills being traded back here. Don't think Kingan's going to be able to get anything else done. Faker so far ahead. Right now, 7 stacks on this Dark Seal. And Kingan, you've got to back away. The approach here was very sloppy. And Kingan was trying to set up for a flank. They committed teleports. They wanted to defend these turrets. They stopped the bottom inner from going down, but they weren't able to prevent that from happening here in mid. And as Kingan concedes the point he's seen on this ward, Zaya says, okay, Kingan can't stop me. I'm going in. Wild Growth is really good, and the burst damage coming through from Victor is enough to take out Zayas. But the follow-up, shuffled into Emperor's Divide from Faker, is beautiful. He has flash and he can get over the wall. And this is a one fight. Great flash here from Guma to guarantee the Zeri is dead. That's the only way this goes worse. He does end up getting all outed into the turret, but the sacrifice is worth it. T1's gold lead continues to grow.
Yeah, it does. And How Life, just a bit of desperation, I think, in terms of the decision, right, to go for that kill is, I think you just need to kind of give up some stuff with this kind of draft, otherwise don't draft Victor Zeri. But a little bit too little too late at this point. T1 will enjoy their lead of about 5,000, 4.5, and they do certainly have an insane amount of value and damage.
Now,
their composition right now with the items they have, so they could potentially try to go for this Baron.
Yeah, that's the next question. If you're a T1 fan watching this series, the Baron has definitely been a point of contention. It's definitely been a point that has made you nervous. As T1, the one place they didn't have the outer here is actually topside. With the second Herald, they're going to drop it here very late to try to get an inner too. This is where, got to be careful as HLE trying to contest and trying to defend. Owner here seen on the flank.
I don't know. Okay, they're going to try to get in onto Zeus, and a lot of poke comes out from the Victor. Zeka Victor.
Yeah, they save the turret for now. It's just a 5 versus 5 here for, 5% of this turret's health.
I think T1 just identifying they're stronger right now, and they're going to force fights if they can. As Ingo's owner, he's got to stop. Watch a 2-man bubble. Maybe even a 3-man in that front line as Curry is going to hit it. And we are just wiping up Homolife Esports on the top side of the map. T1 say, you want to fight, you will have it.
Yeah. 6-0-7 on this Nocturne.
I think the game is over.
I think it is.
22 minutes?
And Zeka, he is just not even able to play the game.
Just desperate to try to stop them.
They're just going to push down the turrets and take the Nexus.
Looks like it. He's just standing next to the soldiers. He knows. Doesn't have any CDs. Down goes the Nexus. 22.5 minutes, and T1 say, we will snowball you. Finally. Faker has a big game himself. A huge smile on his face after that one.
I cannot tell you how satisfying it must feel to play them close again. HLE has always played T1 close over the last few years, especially in 2021. Last year being a bit of a different situation. But man, once again, first round robin, HLE takes the win. Second round robin, HLE takes game 1. Game 2 looks dominant. There are some slip-ups. Got close for a second. Game 3, it was the most one-sided of them all. And you can see the satisfaction on these players' faces because they played them cleanly in Game 3. They played their game the whole time. They didn't make their mistakes. They really tightened up some of the aspects of the play that were problems in Games 1 and 2. And of course, there's going to be disappointment here on the side of HLE, but I think you should be proud of how close you played T1, especially on some of those objective fights. And I know Owner went like 6-0-7 this game on a Nocturne, so that's very cool and very impressive. But if there's ever a time Chronicler's going to have to vote for Faker, it's this one. Those Emperor's Divides were game deciding, all right?
Yeah.
Like, I had to vote for him. He played so perfectly. He turned those fights, and yeah, he had Owner's help. But he's out there baiting these situations, shuffling away, and then ulting as Owner comes through at max range on the Nocturne.
And just showing the power of Azir and Nocturne together too. Because if you got someone who doesn't have mobility, man, that guy's gonna die if he is not ahead by a large margin. Because the Nocturne can always collapse faster than the Vi, and Clade can't be everywhere at all times. So really nice stuff. And as you mentioned, really got to hand it to Humble Life. They are basically the reason this series was entertaining. Like, every single time we come into a T1 series, we're like, man, T1, they're definitely the best team right now. And they just pummel team after team after team. And it's like, well, I wish I could cast some League of Legends. So thank you to Humble Life Esports for giving us that League of Legends. T1 are the better team tonight. They also gave us some great League, as always. I'm just really happy we got to cast this one.
I am too, man. I'm glad you and I got the pleasure, the honor of being involved in what has been one of our more hyped series of the year, if not the hypest series of the year here in the LCK. And it gives you hope that, as you and I were talking about in the break before Game 3, that if HLE can keep up this form, this is the best we've seen from them so far, and it makes them such a scary team in best of fives going to playoffs.
Yeah,
because every part of this team is communicating better, and you could definitely tell, especially with those flanks we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, that Zeka and Kingan are communicating more than they were all season. I think they've come into their own, where Clid is still the shot caller, but you have a lot more voices. You have a lot more calls coming through. And I think we saw both HLE challenge themselves in this series quite a bit, trying to play the greedy scaling composition here, the greediest of the three in Game 3, but also going back to comfort a little bit. And Zeka pushing himself away from the Akali, right, playing the Talia, playing the Victor in this final game. It didn't look amazing, we'll be honest, but HLE really something else tonight.
Yeah, good stuff. Even in this fight, Zayas overextends the positioning pretty decent for Humble Life. Again, I think the decision to, try to force fights and try to force defends on some of these inner turrets wasn't the greatest just based on the situation, but he didn't really have a lot of options, right? So can only do so much, right? As here's the final fight.
Oner has the stopwatch and, of course, his spell shield, so knows that when he gets out of stopwatch, he's so incredibly full health. So he can force this even into the inhibitor turret. So beautifully played by him and Faker. I think we will probably see a split vote, man, but this duo owned the Rift. Look at how hyped they are. Look at how excited they are. Yeah. This is like the satisfying win I think that T1 has been looking for all season. Because it has been oftentimes just straight up a walkover, where you have to play Cho'Gath to make it interesting. But in this series, they're just having so much fun. Like, look
3 games of Lucian Nami.
And you see the smiles, you hear the screams of the crowd. The crowd hasn't even been entertained this much all season either, right? Yeah. They were depressed when Hanwha won the first time, and now they get their revenge. What a night for T1 fans.
Yeah, it's got to feel great for them. 15-1 now, and they're basically first place, right? Like, there's nobody who's really close to them.
They are they're guaranteed first place now.
Well, there you go. They're guaranteed, as yes, they will continue with their reign. We'll see how they do in the rest of their series and in the rest of playoffs and all that good stuff. Really awesome series tonight. Very glad we got even the first series was pretty decent, right? 6 games, a really fun 6-game day. But either way, guys, we are pretty beat now. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and fantastic cast on what was an absolutely epic series. This one all started in the draft, and thankfully I have Hooney and Chronicler here to go through it with me.
They always start in the draft.
This one really started in the draft. It started real high.
It actually did, yeah.
Super in the draft.
I'm being sensitive, there's not the right time.
Yeah, there's a few red things in the draft here that we need to address.
Which one do you want to take?
You want? I mean, Zeri Lulu losing 9 games in a row, and Victor. It's so passive pick. Like, Piano Life was winning because they were making proactive play. They were the one making play against T1. Everyone knows that T1 will not make a critical mistake when you're playing this type of draft. And you're up into doing this at Game 3 against T1.
Hooney's mad.
Yeah.
The Zeri, I was like, oh, yeah, maybe. And then the Victor came in and I was like, no. Because I don't know why we keep trying. Like, I know that there's not a lot of great answers. I know Silas has really been struggling. But I'd rather see Yone and try and, like, flip something weird, AP in top lane, than try this Victor again. Because, man, it is just every time the same thing happens. Particularly when you're playing into a good mid-jungle duo, like Faker and Oner. Maybe don't pick Victor, that is just going to get shuffled to his death multiple times. The Nocturne, I thought it was fun that it came out. It's a great great jungler when you have perma winning lanes.
I feel like it's a treat for Owner as well. Like he gets those few games where he's allowed to play Nocturne. It's like, all right, Owner, off you go. And then he's back on Sejuani duty immediately afterwards.
But he's been getting Lee as well. He's been eating well.
That's true. That's true. Lee Sin being in the meta does mean that we've got more happy Owner coming through here in the LCK. The one thing that I was bothered by in the draft was the fact that Elise, Karma, and Varus were all left up and available and weren't opted into here in this one for Hanwha Live.
Yeah, I think Hanwha kind of has accepted that they're not that good at early game, but that's not something you should accept because the current meta is early game.
Yeah, I mean, they started the game 1 to game 2, game 3, every game they lost their lane phase.
Actually, maybe game 1 win was bad because now they're like, see, it can work. It's like, no, Hanwha, no, you need to learn because if they can stabilize the early game, we know that they can team fight with the best.
Oh yeah.
And the funny thing is, T1 realized the Baron is a trap. So
Yeah,
game 3,
no Baron.
no Baron, just straight up to the Nexus.
They just answered all of the questions that we had. Let's jump into our first highlight here as things started off very early in this one, but
I don't know.
Faker is just very good at Azir. This is his 100th game. Picks up 61 wins on the champion.
Yes, this all the credit goes to Faker for this play, but also why?
Why you exit to the Azir side?
I mean, you can focus on the negatives, you can focus on the positives.
Like, Carrier's there, but they don't even need him. Like, the 2v2 doesn't matter. Like, why would you try and 2v2 there?
And
I don't know. Let's jump into our next highlight straight away because I think we're running a little bit late on this one. Into the mid lane, this was the one that really sealed the deal for T1.
Well, I mean, even this one, Gazeos kind of went in like as a solo.
Hey,
and
you went to have fun, Hooney.
Yeah.
You know how that feels.
And like, I thought it was like pretty like meh, starting it, but they got Nocturne ulti and Faker came into clutch with the Sand Soldier.
What I love is the cohesion here between first you deny the vision, and then you wait a little bit to maybe bait out some preemptive cooldowns, and then you wave into Faker, into Nocturne, right? So like the ordering there is just really crisp. The game isn't over, I think, just because Lucian gets killed, because otherwise, knowing T1, they might try and end there.
They might. And the man who picks up the POG for this one will finally be Faker. He collects it. 500 POG points. I think there's going to be, the majority of them. I think there will be some Ono votes scattered around. But man, Faker just so incredibly good this game, and in a historic moment as well.
Yeah, the main reasons why we went for, because those were the only two options, right? Faker or Owner, is that Faker does a lot more setup here, whereas Owner is mainly there to just pick up the kills. And Rooney had a bot lane play that he actually saw, which was the ultimate.
Yeah, under Zeri.
Yeah, Nocturne make one first ulti on Zeri, and that was a little bit critical.
Yeah, the first ulti is always one we talk about with Nocturne. Now it helped that Owner already had 3 kills, as, makes sense.
Yeah, a couple of them. A few of them going over to Owner there, but otherwise Faker picking up a very well-deserved one. Honestly, he's been on the tip of our tongues here as far as being deserved of POGs all season long. Carrier and Owner have just been playing so exceptionally well that he's kind of got robbed a couple of times. What can you do about it? Your teammates are too good. Speaking of which, let's throw it over to the interview. So here is Dear.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Carrier and Faker of T1. Congratulations. So now, with today's victory, you guys secured the sole position of rank 1 again. So let's hear how do you feel? Really happy that we secured rank 1, and I know that in round 1 we lost against Hanwha Life. So I really wanted to win today. Really happy that we got it. Yeah, really happy that we were able to get our revenge. Carrier, today must be such a meaningful day. So now you took the sole position of rank 1 back for POG with 1,100 points. So how do you feel about that? With the 3,000th assist, I'm really happy. I feel like I'm happy about rank 1 POG as well. I feel like this was all possible because of all my teammates' help. You mentioned that you're happy 4 times. It must be very true. right now,
1등할 것 같으세요?
Owner
못할 거라고 생각합니다.
그러면 오너
is
선수가
actually having a little competition for rank 1 with you. So who do you think will take it in the end? I think Owner will. What about you, Faker?
오늘부터 좀 제가 다 받으면서 1등 하려고 했는데
I mean, I wanted to be rank 1 from, you know, getting POG today, but I don't think it's possible. So
마지막까지 여러분 누가
maybe
POG
Carrier.
1위를 차지할지 기대를 해주시고요. 1라운드 T1에게 유일한 패배를 안겨줬던 한화생명인 만큼 오늘 복수에 굉장히 성공하고 싶으셨을
So
것
you
같습니다.
guys
페이커
must
선수
have
오늘
really
경기
wanted to get
어떤
your
마음으로
revenge
임하셨나요?
on Hanwha Life.
뭐 지난번에 지기는
what was your result
했지만
going into
아무래도
this
좀 저희가
revenge
실수가
match?
많았기 때문에 졌다고 생각을 해서
We
이번에는
did
저희가
make a lot of mistakes and gave
지난번보다는
the
훨씬 더
first game to them,
수월하게
but
경기가 진행될 거라고 생각했고 이길
I
거라고
feel like
생각했습니다.
our entire
그래서
series
좋은
went a lot
결과를
better than
가져가긴
last time.
하셨지만 그래도 오늘도 쉽지 않은 승부가 계속 이어졌습니다. 캐리어 선수 한화생명을
So
상대하면서
today it
가장
looked like you
힘들었던
guys had a
부분은
rough
어떤
match.
건가요?
So what was the most challenging part of
그냥
today's series?
하나생명 팀 자체가 좀 한타 좋은 밸런스
Hanwha
팀을 짜고
Life
좀
itself has a very balanced team that has really good team
1세트
fights.
때 그렇게 상대가 잘한 것 같아서 잘했던 것 같아요.
So
하나생명.
I knew that
좋습니다.
you know, they're good. They played really well during game 1.
루시안을 1픽으로 가져갔는데 상대가 나미를
T1
선택하면서 캐리어
blind
선수가
picked
소나로 선회를
Lucian in game
하셨습니다.
1.
소나를 대회에서 꺼낸 건 처음이신데요.
And with the Nami ban, you
별로
picked Sona. So with Sona, with first time playing Sona,
소리를 들으면서
how
해야
was
되는데
it?
소리가 그렇게 크지
It
않아가지고 게임
wasn't
소리가
really
그냥 재밌었던 것 같아요.
fun.
재미없었나? 방금 내가 뭐래? 내가
I was actually supposed
그냥
to
좋았어요. 네.
yell a lot while
재밌었거든요.
playing,
네,
you know, and
좋습니다.
it's
그렇게
fun,
소나로
but
또
you know,
1세트
it was
플레이를
pretty boring
하셨는데
overall.
1세트 굉장히 유리하던 게임이었는데 바론 한 방에 역전을 당하게 됐습니다.
So,
오늘 2세트 때도
the
그렇고
game was
좀
turned
유독
around
바론
during
앞에서
Baron
사고가 많이
in
일어났는데
game
이런
1.
부분들은 어떻게 보완하고자
And I
하셨나요?
feel like during
경기하면서?
this entire
1세트
series,
때
you guys
뭔가 저희가
actually
하나한테 졌어가지고
had
뭐 감정들이
a
많이
very rocky game
실렸었던
from
것
Baron.
같고 그래서 좀 감정적으로 좀 많이 임했던 것 같아서
I
좀
feel like
급하게
it's
하지 말고
because
저희 하던
we
대로
ended
원래
up
좀 조급하게 안
playing
하면
too
좋겠다고 생각했던 것
emotionally.
같아요.
마음을 가라앉히고 좀
And I feel
이성적으로
like
하자
a lot of the
이렇게
feedback was
콜을 하신 것
about,
같은데
hey, stay
그리고 2,
focused
3세트 역시
and
루나미를
let's
선픽으로
just
가지고 가셨습니다. 오늘
be
한화생명과의
realistic
경기를
about
앞두고 루나미의
how
어떤
we
준비
take the
과정이
game.
특별히 있었을 것 같은데 어떠세요?
루나미는 뭐 이번 시즌
So in
내내
game
준비했던
2 and
픽이라서
3,
그냥 살면
you guys
무조건
picked
좋다고
Lucian Nami.
생각해서
So
루시안 계속
what
했던
was the
것
prep work
같습니다.
going into that?
그리고 저희가 2세트를
I feel like we had a lot of
느낀
good
게
practice regarding
아리는
that, so
자야를
I think
나미는
we just went with
아칼리를
our
막하는
comfort
장면들이
pick.
많이 나온 것 같은데 이런 건 팀적으로 어떤 콜이
So
있었나요?
in game 2, it felt like Ari was marking the Zaya and Nami was marking
네,
the
콜은
Akali. So
없었고
what was
그냥 다들 이제
what's the
자연스럽게
call
한것
on
같아요.
that?
그 상황에 맞춰서
I feel like there wasn't really any shot calling involved. It's just we just kind of played it naturally, and that's how it came about.
상대가 좀 노골적으로 후반을
Game
보는
3.
구성을 꺼냈습니다. 그에 맞춰서 오너
Your
선수가
opponent went
녹턴을
for a
꺼내게
late game
되는데요.
comp.
게임 어떻게 풀어나가고자
And then
하시나요,
at the
페이커
very
선수?
end, Owner
일단
picked
녹턴이
Nocturne.
이제
So
좀 성장
what was the focal point in that game?
라이너들이 잘 도와주겠다고 좀 생각을
I
했던
feel
것
like
같고
with Nocturne needing
또
to
현준이가
scale a
녹턴을
lot,
잘해가지고
all the laners actually
잘된 것
supported him.
네, 그리고 라이너들이
And, you know, it worked out pretty well in the end.
그 아지르와의 합도 굉장히 좋았던 것 같습니다. 오늘
And it
3세트가
looked
또
like
페이커 선수의
Nocturne
아지르
synergized really well with
득점이었거든요.
Azir.
굉장히 의미 있는 기록인데
This was
BDD
actually
선수도 얼마
a
전에
quite
득점을
meaningful day where
달성하셨잖아요.
you
아지르가
got
이렇게
your
오랫동안
100th Azir
꾸준히
pick.
선수들에게 사랑받는 이유는 뭘까요?
일단
What do you think is the reason behind a lot of people, a lot of players loving playing Azir?
메타랑 상관없이 자주 나오는
I feel like regardless of the meta,
그러면 저희가 이렇게
he's
여쭤볼게요.
all around a really good
페이커에게
champion. That must be
아지르란?
why. What is Azir to you, Faker?
아지르입니다.
그냥
Azir
아지르
is Azir to me.
아니다. 그런 그냥 아지르를 가지고 나는 멋진 플레이를 해낼 뿐이다. 이렇게 말씀해주신 것 같은데 오너 선수의 녹턴과도 합이 굉장히 좋았습니다.
In regards
페이커
to
선수. 오너
Owner's
선수의
Nocturne,
녹턴을
you
보고
synergize
사기를
really well
올려주는
with his
챔이라서
Nocturne.
사기챔이다. 이렇게 부르기도 하던데 어떻게 보셨나요? 오너 선수의 녹턴 플레이.
Did you think that Owner's Nocturne play was pretty OP?
녹턴을 좀
I feel like Owner is a great player. He played Nocturne really, really aggressively and well. And given the way I play Azir, I think it was just synergized and we had really good chemistry overall.
노래일 것 같습니다. 오늘 아지르 3세트에서 활약을 해주셨는데 조금 아쉽게도 13.5 패치에서는 아지르가 많은 부분 너프가 되게 되는데요. 좀
And it
아쉬우실 것
looks
같아요.
like you had a good game with Azir, but in patch 13.5, Azir is going to be nerfed. So are you sad about that? Honestly, I never really had a lot of fun playing Azir, so it's fine. Do you think with the nerf you'll use Azir less?
몸통에 상처를 내놨기 때문에 조금 나오기는 어려울 것 같고요.
Yeah, it's not even just like a little scratch on the pedal, and it's like
상황이 맞는다면 선택할 수
a nerf that affects him all around. So maybe we'll have to be more careful using him next time.
된 T1인데요. 남은 대진에 대한 각오 들어보고 인터뷰 마무리하겠습니다. 캐리아 선수.
And let's hear about your expectations going into the remaining schedule.
상대팀이
There's not many matches left until playoffs. We want to finish strong by playing the last two matches really well, and be ready for our playoffs. What about you, Faker?
이제 저희가 정규 시즌 1등은 확정되었는데 중요한 거는 이제 플레이오프랑
We secured rank 1 during the regular split, but what's important is the playoffs, and winning the title is our goal. So
좋습니다. 함께 응원하겠습니다.
we'll put in all the efforts to make sure that we finish strong. This will be the end of the interview with Carrie and Faker from T1. And back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, so much for the fantastic interview translation. And here we are, back again. Congratulations once more to Faker and Faker giving Ona some props for his aggressive Nocturne play. Very, very sweet there. And as we can see in the standings, T1 remain in the top spot, surprising. As Harmalife Esports also remain in 5th because they're unable to move below Live Sandbox given the differential.
And given the strength of schedule for KT, it's looking likely that Humble will actually stay there. So Humble is looking, unless they really fall apart in the final week and Sandbox somehow overtake them, but right now it's looking like KT might still move up, but Humble and Sandbox look pretty locked in.
And tomorrow is the day of the blue shell, gentlemen. Can DK and Genji trying to battle for that second place stay stable? Exactly.
They're almost around the 50-50. So they gotta win 2-0 really badly.
They absolutely do, especially if you're a DK fan. They've got T1 coming up next week as well, and T1 being able to overcome their Harmalife Esports hurdle. But that'll do it for tonight's LCK. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. See you there.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could